I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. Let's start with a little Capitals hockey in case you didn't stay up late. Watch the Caps. They win in Anaheim last night, 7-4. Another big offensive output, even though there were no goals for Alex Ovechkin, who's still 9 away from breaking Wayne Gretzky's all-time record. Ovi, though, did have 3 assists. Alexei Protas had 3 goals, so his first career hat trick for the Caps as they notched their 5th straight win, and a tally for Anthony Beauvillier, who scored his first goal since joining the Caps in that trade. So Washington, a good start to their final West Coast road trip of the season with a 5th straight win last night. NBA Wizards on a 7-game road trip. They lost 123 to 103 in Detroit. Their 2nd straight loss. Now Wiz play the Pistons again in Detroit tomorrow night as that road trip continues. Of course, it's big free agency day in the NFL. Free agent frenzy continues. The new league year officially begins today at 4 p.m. That's when the Jets are expected to, release Aaron Rodgers and then allowing him to be free to sign with any team. That's going to be a post-June 1st cut for the Jets, so it's going to save them a little money under the salary cap. Kansas City Chiefs freed up some space today. They've been active spenders so far in free agency as they restructure the deals of Patrick Mahomes and defensive tackle Chris Jones, so they free up more than $49 million in salary cap space there. Kind of a quiet night, though. The Commanders yesterday filled their need at safety. Free agent Will Harris of the Saints signs a 2-year, $8 million deal here in Washington. Commanders also are going to bring back running back Jeremy McNichols, re-signed to a 1-year contract. We'll keep you up to date all day. Day 3 of the free agent frenzy, and count you down to 4 p.m. when the new league year begins today in the NFL. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Taking it to Brooklyn side.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I'm good, brother. What's happening with you?
It is New League Year Day. Today at 4 o'clock, New League Year for the NFL. Obviously, the Commanders, I think it's interesting to me, they have been relatively cautious as far as free agent spending, but the trades have been massive and where they've really kind of made their bones. Talking about the trades for even going back to the trade deadline last fall, Halloween, in Marshawn Lattimore, Deebo Samuel, Laramie Tunsil. As we get into this afternoon, there's still going to be big moves. There's probably going to be surprise releases today. Things will happen that nobody's expecting.
Yeah, it always does.
And I think we all should be expect the unexpected, because it's going to happen.
Yeah, this is the time of the year when that goes down. So people have to get their books right. And sometimes you're going to see some casualties. It happens.
For sure. You know what else happens tonight? This is a serious DMV battle. Navy AU in Bender Arena.
All right.
I mean, think about it. It's Mass Ave versus Route 50. I don't know. It's going to be kind of fun. Also last night, as the preeminent Delaware Blue Hens basketball radio program in the city, the Blue Hens gave it a solid run, but fell to the UNC Wilmington Seahawks, the CAA bid. So we're starting to get some automatic qualifiers in.
Yeah.
Lipscomb, High Point, UNC Wilmington, Robert Morris. I believe Robert Morris is in Pittsburgh. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure my boy Lee that we played golf with started his college career at Robert Morris. Drake, St. Francis. You're Wofford Terriers?
Wofford in there?
That's your team.
No, it's not. But I'm telling you, they can shoot, dog.
Why don't you want to take ownership of Wofford then?
I don't want to take ownership of them. I just saw I respected their game. And I watched them play the other night. They are very, very technically sound, and they can shoot some threes, dog.
Respect the game.
Yeah.
Well, B-Mitch, it's funny, man. Like, how was traffic for you this morning?
Wasn't bad.
Just Mass Ave was bad. Everything else was like kind of doable. I got down here early though, dropped the girls, kept cruising, all's well. And I generally like have time to myself in the car, and I'm just trying to make sense of everything. And I think it's like overly dismissive. If people have questions about Washington's moves so far, I think that's fair. That's part of the fun as a fan, is analyzing everything and trying to draw your own conclusions. I just would caution anybody from jumping to conclusions. That's all I'm saying. Like, if you believe, for certain that Javon Kinlaw is worse than John Allen, and that's a step back, I would just say to hold on a second. Because if you're talking entire body of work, yes, that's correct. But I had this thought, sorry, Lurch Papa, while I was downstairs in the shower. If you're thinking about last year, Kinlaw was not good last year. Last year was a down year for him. That Jets situation was a mess, all of it. But you know what Kinlaw did last year?
Played in every game. Yeah.
What do you tell me the first ability is?
Availability.
John missed 12 regular season games. And frankly, before John got hurt, he wasn't playing his best.
Yeah.
I think there was some real adjustment to a new scheme, new fit, all of that. John did play well in the playoffs. I want to give him credit for that. I think, I reached out to some San Fran people, and they're like, Kinlaw's a really big, strong guy. I think 2023 was his best season. I'm not sure I could say definitively what he does well, but I think trying to make a direct Kinlaw to Allen comparison is flawed.
It's very flawed because what it is John signed that last deal. And I've said it to people over and over again, and I'm going to say it again. When you start making a certain level of money, your production have to match that. When your production stops matching the money you're making, that's when they begin to start looking to get out of a deal or get away from you. That's all that happens. And it happens all the time. We see people sign these 4 or 5 year deals, and right around year 3, if their production starts going down, you see people trying to get out of it. That's why most of the deals that you say all the time, 5 year, it's probably a 3 year deal, because that's their off ramp normally. And if you get to the off ramp and the ability is starting to slip, they quickly take that exit. But if you are still playing well, they normally give you an extension to keep you around.
The only thing I really find surprising, like if people want to point to a flaw in losing Allen and getting Kinlaw, from a business of football standpoint, you got younger and cheaper.
Yeah.
That's just the reality. John, it turned 30 in January. Now, listen, John's not old. John's going to help in Minnesota. He's a good player. He deserves the money he got. I like John. This is in no way trying to slight John, okay? Kinlaw's a little bit bigger, taller certainly, a little bit younger. He'll turn 28 this fall. John just turned 30. And a little bit cheaper. Now, if you want to ask, I think there's a fair question in, they doubled Kinlaw's salary. Kinlaw's making a lot more now than probably his production would guarantee. But if you look at what he's making in relation to the entire NFL,
he's way down.
I mean, he's not top 20.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can count that far down.
I just think what happens is,
now Grady Jarrett's making a hair less than him. Grady Jarrett's also significantly older. Cam Hayward is making a hair less than him, but he's also older.
Grady Jarrett signed that contract when the salary cap was much lower.
No, Jarrett was released. Jarrett just signed a new deal, but he's also 32.
How much he's making right now?
14.5.
So, but I'm saying his deal, most of these deals that were signed at a certain point. And that's why when they start coming through.
Jarrett signed
I'm not worried about Jarrett.
Yeah.
I'm talking about when you start looking at a lot of the deals, the salary cap is now 280 some million.
Yeah.
it was what, 4 or 5 years ago. And a lot of times people see when somebody is making and they're like, oh, I can't believe they're making it because that's what the salary, that's what it produces at this moment.
Where I land on this is you can argue they overpaid for Kinlaw based on production. And I'm not going to fight you on that. But where Kinlaw ranks and where he will rank by the end of the week, especially you're going to see some restructures, there's going to be a lot of things that happen, is probably the third tier down. Because the top tier of interior defensive linemen are going to – Chris Jones got 32 last year. I don't think anybody's getting that. I think the top tier we've seen in free agency is probably Milton Williams getting 26.
Mm-hmm.
I think anything north of 25 for interior D linemen is going to be top tier. Yeah. And maybe that obviously will continue to grow, but like there's not some super D tackle free agent sitting out there that's about to reset the market.
Mm-hmm.
Anything north of 25, maybe that the new baseline becomes Williams at 26, or maybe it becomes 28, maybe it becomes 30, right? But for just talking sake, north of 25 is tier 1. That is the creme de la creme.
Mm-hmm.
20 to 25 is going to become tier 2. John just cracked that. John got 20 a year from the Vikings. Really, 15 to 20 is going to be your tier 3 D lineman, and 15 is the bottom of it. So what they're telling you from a salary standpoint is they probably got a tier 3 player that they think can perform at a tier 2 level.
People
like the money, you got to reframe how you think about the money with the cap exploding is what I'm trying to explain.
The people are always going to look at it because they look at what they make and what the people make, and it's always too much. But the ultimate thing is they're trying to compare John directly to Kinlaw, and that's not what this deal is. This deal was get somebody at that position where we can get other people at other positions. And they did not feel that John was still producing at the level he was being paid. That's it. You know, it's not a player for player trade out. You know what I mean? It's I'm gonna bring this dude in. He's younger. He's gonna make less money, and we're gonna also be able to improve other positions.
I think it's also. I think Johnny Newton is a huge factor in the Javon Kinlaw decision. I think they see a bigger role for Newton. And I think with Allen there, it's harder for Newton to have a larger role. I think the other part of this, I mean, if we're just going to be totally honest, John wasn't going to, at least John didn't want to play this year with no guarantees on his deal, which his old deal that he had with Washington had no guarantees on it. Now the guarantees are minimal this year. It's 125, but he got a big old bonus to sign in Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
He now has $31 million guaranteed, 24 of it guaranteed yesterday when he signed his deal. There's a math equation to this too. And when the Chiefs did this, when they trade Tooney last week, right?
Yeah,
I think it was.
I think a week before that.
The Chiefs trade away Joe Tooney. Now, granted, he's a couple years older, but he's also been a way better player than any of the people we're talking about. The Chiefs traded him away for a 4th, and people are like, "Damn, what is Kansas City doing? This dude's won 4 Super Bowls. He's a 3-time Pro Bowler. He's been really good. Trading him away for a 4th." Some of this is simple math, dude. You are looking at Joe Tooney, who's going to be 33 this fall, and you know you're going to have to pay him, and you don't want to. And you're trying to recalibrate on the fly. I think good teams try to stay ahead of the cap, and I think that's what Washington was trying to do in this decision-making process. I'm not guaranteeing it's going to work, but I think you're overly simplifying, and you're jumping to a conclusion when you're like, Allen's better than Kinlaw, what the hell? So I'm just trying to provide the context of what I think is important.
That statement may be true, but then they may be asking the question, is Allen worth the money we were going to pay, what he was expecting to get paid? Maybe that's no in their face, in their mindset. And I think ultimately it comes down to what their mindset is. The people that's paying, they get that decision. They're going to say, does the guy's play match what he's expecting to get paid or getting paid? And off of that, they're going to make their decisions. And when they decide to move on, that's normally has nothing to do with Kinlaw. It's about you're not producing at the amount of money you're making. He wasn't going to sit and take a cut.
On his cap number this year, Kinlaw is slated for about 7.5 against the cap. Johnny Newton slated for about 2.5. Call it 10 between the two of them. Now, we understand Peters doesn't care necessarily about the cap numbers. He cares about the cash going out. Fine. It's still going to be significantly less cash going out than Allen's going to take in year one for both of those players. And I think there is a belief that both of those players will equate to something greater than what Allen was going to give you.
Yeah.
The lost part in this is, now, I don't know that John made any public comments, and I'm not trying to assert that he did, about wanting a new deal, not going to play without guarantees. But I have a feeling that would have come up by the time we got to July or August.
Mm-hmm.
So some of this is just trying, like they said, they want to do right by John. He wanted guarantees. The marketplace with Barrett, go get it.
Yeah.
Then there's a conversation I was thinking more and more. That's kind of been the biggest free agent deal, right? You lose Jeremy Chin, you bring in Will Harris. To me, that's another money thing. Chin was really good last year.
Yeah.
And it's entirely possible he replicates that level of play. But it's not like he was a perfect player, somebody that mandated you bring him back. And over the course of his career, for 4 years in Carolina before he signed here, he was excellent as a rookie. I think he came in second in Defensive Rookie of the Year.
Yeah.
It was a steady downward progression from there. Carolina was also a train wreck. So I don't put much of that on Jeremy.
Totally.
But he's getting paid off the best production of his career. That's what got him paid by the Raiders. Will Harris, we're going to talk to Matt Paris a little later, old friend of the program, and we'll get the word on Harris. But what I can say about Harris, just in what I've watched and what I've talked to people about, what DQ talks about, what Joe Witt talks about, nose for the ball and arrive violently.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how that dude plays. And again, it's a math equation. He is older, but significantly cheaper.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's how you arrive at that determination. But there's a bigger picture thing that I think deserves to be discussed kind of at length. And they've made 3 big trades in the last year. No, not even the last year. The last, 8 calendar months.
That's 2 months.
Since, we'll call it November 1. Today is what, mid-March?
Yeah.
1, 2,
5
months?
Yeah.
Marshawn Lattimore, Deebo Samuel, Laramie Tunsil. These are 3 veteran players. 3 veteran players with all pros on their belt. 3 veteran players that have played in big moments with name value. Their jerseys have been sold at team stores. You know what I'm saying? Like, these are established players. It's my understanding, now this could change, right? But after speaking with sources on this, and hell, we've already seen it with Lattimore at this point.
Mm-hmm.
They are not, yes, they traded for all of them. I think the only compensation you could argue was possibly too high is Lattimore, and that would be based on last year's production that wasn't great for his standards, but I think he was still hurt. I think Deebo you got for a song. Tunsil, I think the compensation is in your favor should he deliver. Now, I think it's really, really important to point out you traded for veteran, established players, good players, all going into years on their contract or contracts, period, that are under market value for their position.
Yeah.
And the message, these signals from Ashburn are play on this and then we'll figure it out. Show me and then we will figure this out. That's not to say there's no, like, Tunsil's got $10 million guaranteed coming his way. Deebo has a big roster bonus coming his way. Lattimore doesn't. But still, if you're Deebo Samuel, Brian, and you look at wide receivers, I believe Darius Slayton just got $12 million a year.
Mm-hmm.
Deebo is slated to get a $14.5 million roster bonus, I believe. So I don't want to poo-poo that money because it's a lot of money. But Darius Slayton just got $12 million a year. Deebo, if he's a straight-up free agent, the number is higher.
Yeah.
Tutu Atwell got 10. De'Ami Brown got 10.
Yeah.
Deebo, even coming off a season where he only went for 800 from scrimmage, he's 2 years removed from 1,200 and 9 touchdowns. Deebo, there's big money available for a guy like that. And then you flip it over to Tunsil. And we're going to have some Tunsil conversations. He seems like an interesting character that I can't wait to get to know. But if you want to talk the tackle position, the money at tackle, Tunsil's technically making $25 million, but only $10 million guaranteed this year. Darisaw with the Vikings, Andrew Thomas, like the money he's going to be looking for when that comes up, it's going to be big. Talking about the salary cap going up. I think there is real value in the Commanders front office saying, guys, we love you. We traded for you. You're here. We absolutely will take care of you. Let's see it on the field.
Yeah.
I think you get highly motivated players in those instances.
If they,
Hopefully.
I think the guys just look at what the other guys are getting. That motivates them right there. And they know they got to go out and produce. If I produce, they look at the people signing deals, go, that's my next stop. So it's a good motivational tool. But you got better players too also coming into your roster. Helps your team out.
I think Debo and Tunsil, zero debate. Lattimore, you hope, is fully healthy, and then you get a real assessment of where he's at. Because if he's fully healthy and the play looks like it did last year, you got a problem. If he's fully healthy and he's back to just being a dog shutdown corner, you got away with one, man. And it's a big, big change. Now we'll have to see what happens. Maybe Tunsil and his representation are already talking about a new deal. We'll find that part out. Here's what I know. It comes down to productivity against numbers. And if you want productivity against numbers, there's one dude in the DMV that can match his record against anybody. You want guaranteed cash? Talk to John Leahy.
Yep, talk to John Leahy, just like George and Sylvia did. George and Sylvia recently retired. Thanks to that, they were able to relocate to Florida so they would be closer to their daughter and their grandchildren. But all didn't go according to plan. Why? That's because they initially tried to sell their Temple Hills property on their own. And the given fact that they needed to sell their home quickly and at a certain price to be able to afford their place in Florida, Sylvia and George quickly discovered they needed an expert. That's where John Leahy and the Fine Living Group came in to save the day. Needless to say, they worked their magic, getting the property sold in only 3 weeks with a cash offer of $15,000 over the asking price. If you're looking to sell, take advantage of John Leahy and the Fine Living Group's guaranteed offer. Start by finding out what your home is worth in only 30 seconds at johnsellsdmv.com. John offers you flexible fees customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
These are interesting times we're living in right now. Tariffs, interest rates, stock market going down. Nobody's exactly sure what's going on, so you need to talk to an expert. Everybody's situation is different. You drive around your neighborhood, maybe you're seeing more for sale signs than you did before. Everybody's situation is different. One thing that can help you, though, go to John's website, johnsellsdmv.com, and he's got that home valuation tool. Take you 30, 45 seconds. You'll find out how much your house is worth, how much equity you're sitting on, and maybe you want to buy that house in Florida. B-Mitch is talking about, I'd love a damn house in Florida. Jeff, maybe John can help you do it. Trust me. Just have a conversation with him, man. He's our friend. He'll steer you the right way. Call John, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Main Street Bank. Share local, bank local, Main Street Bank. So 4 p.m. today is when the official new league year starts in the NFL. The free agent frenzy slowed down a little bit, but did continue some yesterday around the NFL. Defensive end Joey Bosa, bit of a surprise, signs in Buffalo, 1 year, $12.6 million. Ravens have signed veteran receiver DeAndre Hopkins, 1 year, $5 million deal. Commanders, of course, filled the need at safety, signing free agent Will Harris away from New Orleans, 2 years, $8 million. Washington also re-signs running back Jeremy McNichols to a 1-year contract. Commanders right now, $32.8 million in salary cap space before any moves are made today. Capitals start their West Coast trip, final one of the season last night with a 7-4 win in Anaheim. No goals for Ovi, but Alexei Protas had his first career hat trick. Caps notched their 5th straight win. Main Street Bank's a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
I love the song. I love Naughty by Nature. I don't care who knows it.
Oh, hey. Oh.
All right, B. Lot to discuss today. I guess our biggest, I don't know if you agree with me. Let's chill and jump into conclusions. Whether they've won or lost free agency, I think it's premature. That's all I'm saying.
It is premature because you got to let them play first. But, the people that go around grading it, a lot of them feel Washington is doing a damn good job. So,
well, I think the Tunsil trade changes everything. How much do you care that he was the most penalized left tackle in football?
I want that to improve because I don't, me, I hate drives being stalled by stupid penalties. And maybe, just maybe, we're going to get some of those people that call him a lot. Like what John was saying yesterday, he got a lot of crews that call a lot of stuff on him. Maybe, and then maybe the cadence could have been something that threw him off too. You know what I mean? A lot of stuff was false starts. Was he playing against some pass rushers that are a lot better than the ones he's gonna face over here? We'll see. But yes, that is something they need to work on correcting. But I'm not gonna sit up here and say, "Oh, I wouldn't want him on my team." that would be crazy. I want him to improve it though.
I mean, by all accounts, everyone I've talked to is Tunsil is an absolutely elite pass blocking left tackle. And you know why they brought him here? To protect Jaden Daniels.
Hey, most moves on offense need to be made to protect or give him more bullets in the chamber.
I don't know where you land on this. I'm planted a flag for a certain player that I'm sure some people will disagree with. They clearly need edge rusher, right?
Yeah.
But I think we'll see what happens with Fowler. Maybe Fowler comes back. I think it might be too early to dismiss anything over a tweet. I think, let's say a week from now, Dante Fowler's having a press conference.
Listen to me,
you know what he'll say? Oh, man, I was tweeting about.
Listen to me, Jay.
They messed up my delivery. Uber Eats messed up.
Garrett said he couldn't win in Cleveland. He gonna try to win now, making $40 million a year, right? If the right money hits, he'll get right past it. Guys always tweet stuff, say stuff, and then you have to bite it. So that's why most time I just won't say anything. Just move past it and see what happens.
How do you feel about a 6'3", 270 4-time Pro Bowler, missed some time last year, but from what I have read, could have come back, but the team stunk. But the 2 previous years played all 17 games. Now, I'm not going to lie to you, he's 33.
33. Listen, I like the little deals we got last year and things like that, but I think as we begin to move forward, we got to get away from some of those so many 1-year veteran-laden things. But if it's somebody that can help you this year, why are you trying to get somebody to get into that position that can grow into it? Cool.
Tank Lawrence is who I'm talking about. I think Tank Lawrence also really helps you against
he helps you in the run game, too.
Here's where I'm at. Like, unless you're going to trade for Hendrickson, the best of these guys aren't going anywhere. The fact that Harold Landry got gobbled up right away, Hassan Reddick, the Bucks gobbled up right away, Khalil Mack decided to stay home. Chase Young just signed a 3-year, $50 million deal. Let me run through the show, by the way.
51.
Neil Greenberg joining us at 11 a.m. Ed Werder, longtime ESPN national NFL reporter, is going to join us at noon. Ed's an awesome dude. I've gotten to know him over the last year or two. And Matt Paris, formerly Washington Times, now covers the Saints, joining us at 1:30. Want to talk to him about Will Harris coming to town, as well as Chase Young's new contract down there. But B, I don't disagree with you. You'd love for them to identify some young talent they want to sign to a 3-year deal.
Mm-hmm.
But outside of Josh Sweat, who went to his old D coordinator in Arizona, that dude doesn't exist. You know what I'm saying? Like, I love Preston Smith. I've known Preston Smith since his rookie year.
Uh-huh.
Like, I know his family. I really, really like him as a person. Preston got traded last year, late in the year, and then I think was inactive for a few games once he got traded to Pittsburgh. Like, it didn't go great.
Mm-hmm.
Preston's stats have really fallen off. That's not a player I'm interested in. I mean, we can talk about these edge guys that are available. Zadarius Smith is 34. Matthew Judon is going to be 34. Leonard Floyd got gobbled up as soon as he was released. So then you can scroll down, unless you want to sign Von Miller, who's going to be 37 this fall. Maybe he gives you something. You can scroll down, and then you get to dudes like Fowler and Farrell, like guys they already have here. Or you try to find somebody you think, they see something somebody else doesn't. And you look at a young guy. I look at Ojulari that's played for the Giants. I think Osai got re-signed by the Bengals. Look that up for me, White Brian, please. I don't know, Joseph Osai, if you want to talk yourself into that being something interesting. But the identifying a young edge player that maybe you can find and turn into something is really hard. Osai did re-sign with Cincinnati? Okay. Like, it's really, really hard to do, and the whole league is trying to do it. You know what they're trying to do in Seattle and Houston and the Rams and the Chargers and the Raiders is, we think this kid that's in the 3rd year of his rookie deal that we drafted in the 4th round, we think he might become something really good. We think he becomes a plus starter. Not a Pro Bowl player, but a plus starter.
Yeah.
You know what they're trying to do? Lock him up right there.
Totally.
So it's like, it's so easy to make these grand pronouncements of like, oh man, they got to find some young talent, lock them up to 4-year deals. It's hard. The whole league's trying to do that.
It's hard to do it, but I think the ultimate thing is these people are doing this 24/7.
Right.
And I know it's hard. And like you said earlier, it's fun. But sometimes you got to pump your brakes and allow the professionals to handle their jobs. And then once they get on the field, you have every right to say, well, he's not playing up to par. Because every year they sign people and we lose our mind if the guy has a name. And that guy never lives up to the hype. And they sign people we don't know, and they begin to come out here and make you believe in them sometimes. Just let it happen.
I think the key is to draft and develop, man. You got to draft and develop. And if you want to say it's going to be a lot harder to do that this year because they've traded away a lot of picks, you're not incorrect. But they traded for studs, and if they pan out, then it's going to work out.
Yeah.
And perhaps that's overly simple. I'm not trying to be overly simple with it, but
they're doing nothing no other teams don't do. Every team, when they got a chance to get a stud in a trade, they try and get them. Then they go and get people in the draft. and they hope that the draft picks can fill in some of those spots. And a lot of times you go and you trade for certain guys, and guess what? They play for the next 3-4 years with you. If they can do that, you win with it. If not, then you have somebody behind them getting ready to step in. That's how the bill for the draft, I think, throws people off, where most people take that as, oh, we only going to have draft picks. You still got to have some other guys that can play too. Can't just draft all young guys, throw them on the field, and think you're going to compete.
Now, the Joey Bosa thing would have been interesting. Obviously, he went to Buffalo. Like, there were some big players, but generally the biggest name players are coming off a second contract that has been somewhere between underwhelming and just fine, or dudes with a bunch of injuries.
Mm-hmm.
That's how Sweat gets there, Bosa gets there. Like, I don't know, the Bears. If you go to any website, ESPN, CBS, Pro Football Talk, whatever website you're into, the Bears, in their free agent offseason grade, they're going to be graded really high because they've been super active.
Yeah.
They made a bunch of trades. They signed a center.
Their need was protect our quarterback, and they did that.
But there's no way to know if it's going to work.
You don't know. No
Jonah
one knows.
Jackson got benched.
You got to find out once you get out on the field. If they improve, cool. But then again, on top of that, what if this offensive line gets good and Caleb still scrambles around before he throws the ball? You know what I'm saying? So they all that has to come together. But still, based off of their information and their research, every team believes that they got better when they bring in these guys. No one knows that you step on the field.
As somebody who has watched the Donovan McNabb trade and the Alex Smith trade pan out here in Washington, I'm pretty wary of trading with Andy Reid. So that Joe Thuney thing doesn't look like the slam dunk to me. It does to others. I do want to talk specifically at receiver position, kind of what is available for Washington, what they're going to do. Before we do any of that, though, I got to tell you about the great experience I had with Door Pro America. I had a really old, crappy, loud, clangy, just a piece of junk garage door that I had to like replug it and unplug it in all the time. It just sucked. Talk to the folks at Door Pro America. My guys, Shane and Vince, came out. They had this dope Photoshop thing where we got to scroll through all these different doors, and it's made a tremendous impact on my life. Here's a real story. Last night, Lauren was putting the girls to bed. You got to be quiet when you're trying to get a crazy 6-year-old to sleep. It's not a secret. You got to be quiet in the house. I am now able to sneak in and out of the garage, go out to my car, get my stuff. I went to go put my gym bag in there. Doesn't wake anybody up anymore. It's a whole different world. I used to be literally kind of a prisoner in my own house because I couldn't go out the front door because she'd hear it, and I couldn't go out the garage door because it sounded like an 18-wheeler coming up the street. That's the type of difference Door Pro America can make for you. They're based locally. They've been proudly serving the DMV for over 50 years. Their team can do it all. Maybe you just need some maintenance. Maybe you just need a repair, or you need a new installation. They do it all like seasoned pros. Call today. You can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO. Tell them JP Finley sent you, or check them out now at doorproamerica.com. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. And Stevie Nicks. Reports maybe yesterday or 2 days ago, Michael Gallup, formerly with the Cowboys, was visiting Ashburn, B. There was talk Gallup was going to retire. But I heard that. Gallup's got a 1,000-yard season on the resume. Back in 2019, went for 1,100, 6 touchdowns. Last couple of years hasn't been that. Last year, though, Dak goes down. I mean, that year looks funky. Played all 17 games last year, only 418 yards. 2022, 39 catches, 424. Gallup, though, had some real speed. I wonder if I can find his combine numbers. He was a legit speedster deep threat that I think with De'Ami Brown, Washington probably needs.
Big play guy.
What's your stance on Michael Gallup, Brian?
Kick tires.
Damn, his 40's a lot slower than I would have guessed.
I kicked the tires on him.
What do you think his 40 was? 3rd round pick by the Cowboys out of Colorado State.
His 40 probably was a 4.59.
4.51. Pretty much all these dudes coming out now seem like they're all sub 4.4 or at 4.4. 1.5, 10-yard split. Would you rather have, and I don't know that this is an either or, but would you rather have Gallup or have OZ back?
OZ could do a lot of stuff for you. I like the guys that can also fill in as a return guy. So I take OZ.
I think, I don't know. I think I liked this from Zach Ertz the other day. He said, I would say for us as an offense, we're not going to be starting in the rudimentary stuff when we get back here for the offseason program. For a guy like Jaden, we're not going to be on a day one install for multiple weeks just to get everyone comfortable, especially the quarterback comfortable. For us, there's just so many ways to improve. We've got to be the hardest on ourselves, and Cliff is one of the best offensive coaches I've been around. So I think it was huge for him to get to be back here. Based on that, like, if you think about where that offense was late last season, when they were really moving the ball well,
yeah,
I think I'd rather keep in-house guys. It makes me lean in-house. It doesn't mean that's the only way you can go, but if it's OZ or someone else, I just tend to lean towards keeping Zacchaeus. I liked him.
Yeah.
I thought, especially with a lot of the short intermediate stuff, he helps you there.
Yeah.
Had some struggles as a returner, but finished the season with.
We don't get that fixed, though. We don't get all that fixed.
I mean, he finished the season as their second leading actual wide receiver. Terry went for 1,100, then Ertz at 650, OZ at 506. Noah Brown is a much more interesting case because Noah Brown would have been the second leading receiver in 11 games. Noah Brown had about 450 yards, 453 to be exact. And with that, if you just extrapolate that, he probably gets you to 700-800, I would think. Does that seem fair?
I think so.
Which is really pretty normal, routine, second wideout. But the injury stuff is really interesting with Noah Brown. He suffered a pretty serious injury, an internal organ thing. And I don't know kind of where you go with that. I don't know that you can make an easy decision on that, if that makes sense.
There's something but like the internal stuff normally heals quickly. I think that's the thing about that. Is it healed? Is it better? Because I think you like what was the cause? What was it? I mean, like a lacerated kidney or something?
Yeah, it was something. It was.
I think you can get that healed quicker than you probably a damn messed up knee.
Sure, and what I did. It's important to point this out. I did see him late in the year. I saw he was in the locker room probably leading up to that Eagles game, walking around fine. I didn't see him running or certainly taking a hit, any of that. But, he was back in the locker room with the guys. I don't think the concern isn't that it heals. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. This is pure speculation. I wonder if the concern is if you take another hit on there. But they have now you've got Debo, Terry, Luke on your roster.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if they fill that out with Noah Brown and OZ,
yeah,
are you cool with it?
I'm cool with that.
I feel like a lot swings on McCaffrey, I think. I think if he could take a big step, it takes care of a lot of things, honestly. And I don't know that he can or will, but that's certainly what Washington is leaning on.
Mm-hmm.
Here's our plan. When we return, Neil Greenberg will join the program.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. Happy New Year, everybody. New league year in the NFL. The free agent frenzy has already been underway with a negotiating period. The official start is today at 4 p.m. When everything becomes official, we turn the page to 2025 officially in the NFL. Commanders got a safety yesterday, signed Saints free agent Will Harris to a 2-year, $8 million deal. Last night, Joey Bosa signed in Buffalo, 1 year, $12.6 million for him. Also today, four-time MVP Aaron Rodgers expected to be officially released by the New York Jets, which would then free him up to sign with another team for the upcoming season. Officially, the Commanders have $32.8 million right now in salary cap space before any moves that they may make today after 4 p.m. Capitals began their final West Coast swing of the season last night with a 7-4 win in Anaheim. Alexei Protas had the hat trick. First career hat trick for him. Caps notched their 5th straight win. No goals for Ovi, although Ovechkin did have 3 assists, so he's still 9 away from breaking Wayne Gretzky's all-time record. Wizards continue their road trip, lost 123-103 in Detroit last night. College hoops, it's a busy time, of course, tournament time in college basketball. Virginia taking on Georgia Tech noon today in round 2 of the ACC tourney. Tonight in the Big East first round, Georgetown and DePaul, 6:30 p.m. for that one on the Team 980. And Navy faces American, 7 p.m. Bender Arena tonight for the Patriot League Championship. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Our guy Neil Greenberg joins the program now. What up, Mr. Greenberg? How do you do, sir?
I'm doing super. How are you all doing?
We're great, man. Brother. We are great. Obviously, a lot going on in the world. I'm curious how much you are kind of paying attention to all things NFL, free agency, tampering period, blah, blah, blah.
I mean, I'm focused on it second most after March Madness. Get my March Madness covers together. But would I come on this show and not be up on the NFL comings and goings? Absolutely not.
I don't think you would, honestly, and I appreciate that. So what's been the best move to you so far? It can be league-wide.
I think the Tunsil trade for Washington was really strong. I think they get one of the most valuable left tackles in football. Certainly goes a long way in protecting Jaden Daniels. So I think that was really good. I think the Geno Smith signing I'm probably a little bit higher on that than most. I think that could be a decent fit. But I'm not being like a local guy here. I do think the Tunsil acquisition was one of the best that we've seen so far.
What is it just because of him being that left tackle that could be there for some years? Or
yeah, I mean, I think that when you look at, we've talked about this before, right? When you're looking at the teams that are in front of you, like Philadelphia, especially being so good in the trenches, being able to get help on the offensive line is certainly a big move. Obviously, that has a trickle-down effect, protecting Jaden Daniels. Also, helping out, Deebo Samuel do his thing. A lot of his work is at or behind the line of scrimmage. Not a lot, but a large part of his work is at or behind the line of scrimmage. So being able to, get those type of set pieces moving. I think a protection up front is critical.
I tend to agree with you, man. I think, I find it interesting, and I'm curious if you do. The Commanders' big moves have all been via trade, and I would say even going back to Lattimore trade at the deadline. I'd say league-wide, there's less and less good, certainly less and less great players getting to free agency, and honestly, even less and less young, up-and-coming players getting to free agency. Do you see, like, the importance of this stage of the offseason kind of changing?
Yeah, because there's a couple of things that are at work here. One, like you said, the NFL is doing a better job of keeping its better players. So you're not having as impactful free agent classes. Certainly not having like young impactful free agent classes. And also, I think the NFL as an organization collectively have figured out if you win in free agency, you're probably overpaying, right? Because you have to, more likely than not, you have to be the top bidder. So you're paying for services that you may not be able to get a return on in full. So I think the analytics have bared that out for a while. So I think that you have to you have to be very strategic with what you're doing. And then the third thing is I get the sense from talking to people that this year's draft is not as strong as years past. So using draft capital in a way that gets you a guy like Debo or gets you a guy like Tunsil is beneficial because you're not going to be able to get the same caliber of player in the draft based on what you gave up. So I'm interested to see, what transpires going forward. I will say these two things can be true, right? Washington has done a real good job of upgrading in the offseason, and they still have a lot of work to do to upgrade their team so that they're ready to take the next step.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
What do you think is top of the list as far as upgrades go?
Well, they need to shore up their run defense. I don't think they've really done much to get the run defense, even to an average level in the NFL. I know, Kinlaw as an interior defenseman is a decent signing. He wasn't a very good run defender, so we'll I don't know how much he's going to help in that regard. They brought in safety Will Harris, who is okay, but is kind of an average coverage guy. So I don't think that they've really done much to improve the defense. But there's still plenty of time. I mean, there's the draft. There's other moves that they can make. And, we may see these guys flourish in a system. That remains to be seen. Again, I think you have to give this front office, the benefit of the doubt based on what we've seen so far. And if they're not making moves, it's probably because there aren't moves to make yet that would be an impact acquisition, no matter what the route is. So I still think there's a little bit to go, but I would say the defense, looking at the defense, what they lost, what they put in, I think there's some more work to do there.
What type of move, like a defensive move, you think would help that? Like, I mean, they got Kinlaw, and he's whatever he is. Should they have to go after another guy interior or somebody do you think somebody that played last year could help out?
I think that now we wait and see what happens in the draft. I'm optimistic that they'll take an edge rusher in the draft at some point early. I think that goes a long way to helping the defense because, again, the quarterback, most important position, being able to stop the quarterback, the most important skill on the defense. So they could add some ingredients to that as well. And, again, look, this is a process. I mean, the timeline was bumped up so quickly, and now, we're not really looking at this team as how do they get to the playoffs. We're looking at how do they stay competitive in the NFC title game, right? Yeah. Like that's a big change of, expectations going in. So they not only have to kind of tread water and be as good as they were last year, but they also have to improve because I think it's pretty clear that they're well behind some of the top-tier talent like Philadelphia, Buffalo, Kansas City, et cetera.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. There's a lot of moving parts with this, but I tend to agree with you. If they haven't made a big move yet, it's because they're not entirely sure that there's one to be made. Talking with our friend Neil Greenberg here on the Ruud Guest Hotline. Ruud makes the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. You can follow Greenberg at @ngreenberg. Check out all of his work at the Washington Post. One thing I just try to caution this time of year, like I think the declaration of winners and losers is incredibly premature, and I think people will be way better off just waiting to draw any conclusions whatsoever. If you want to definitively say Jeremy Chinn's better than Will Harris, I think last year that's accurate. I think over the course of their careers, you could have a real debate. If you want to definitively say that John Allen's career has been better than Javon Kinlaw's, I think that's accurate. Allen's been the better player over the course of his career. But last year, Allen only played 5 regular season games. So I just think you could slice these apples up a lot of different ways. And to your earlier point, I think it's entirely possible Quinn, Peters have a vision for guys. This is kind of their first offseason where they have inherited less and they get to decide more. Last year, they kind of took over and had what they had. This year, they're making their own decisions.
Right, and they've also shown an ability to bring guys in, coach them up, and make them very valuable pieces of the puzzle. So who's to say that Will Harris can't have a career year, right? That's certainly within the realm of outcomes, and the same thing with Kinlaw. Who's to say he can improve and make an impact in run defense, depending on how they use him and how they teach him, et cetera. And I agree with you. The winners and losers thing, it's all subjective, right? We don't know what's going to happen. And even analytically, you can very well take the number one coverage safety from one team, put him on another team, and he could very well end the year at number 30.
Yeah.
Right? And just because of how he's used, who he's playing against, et cetera. So we won't know until we know. I think that the front office, the organization, has earned the benefit of the doubt, and this team will be improved in a lot of ways heading into game 1 of the regular season. Whether that's going to be enough, we'll have to find out, because there's still plenty of moves to make, plenty of time. But I do think that the areas that can be improved, as we've seen with Deebo Samuel and the offensive line, et cetera, will be improved to the best of their ability, and how far that takes them will remain to be seen.
Talking with our friend Neil Greenberg here. Greenberg, I obviously NFL is the focus of the day. We've been all NFL all day, but there's enough other stuff I want to make sure I get to with you. Let's start with hockey. Caps dropped 7 on Anaheim last night. Ovi passes up an empty netter to make the extra pass to Protas so that he can get his first hat trick, which is really pretty damn cool. Where are we at with the Caps? Where are we at with Ovi?
So I have the most likely games for Ovechkin to be April 4th and April 10th. Those are both home games. And then also April 2nd at the Carolina Hurricanes. I still do think that March 30th and April 1st games against Buffalo and Boston, respectively, are also among the most likely for it to happen. I think it's great what Ovechkin did. There's a lot of knocks on him as a player, and a lot of people are saying he's padding his stats with the empty netters, which Gretzky did also. But he to pass up a goal at this point when you're so close, because your superstar youngster can get his first hat trick, I think, just says a lot of Ovechkin as a teammate, as a person, et cetera. This is just a great story for the Washington Capitals from the beginning of the year. They are a legit contender. They're fun to watch. They have a lot of neat stuff happening. And I do think Ovechkin breaks the record here. But he's the consummate teammate, and he has been for forever. And, you want as many of him as possible, not because he's the greatest goal scorer, but because of everything else he does, on and off the ice. He is the quintessential player that you want in your franchise.
Absolutely. And how are we feeling? We're so focused on Ovi right now that I almost go back and remind myself of the standings, because they are just kicking everyone's ass at such a thorough pace. They had that little They lost 3 in a row and then had to kind of rally for some overtime wins. They have 94 points. They are 11 clear of the Panthers in the Eastern, and they're 12 clear of the Hurricanes in the division. Like, who are they going to play in the first round? They're tracking to be the Rangers?
It might be, because that's usually what happens in the playoffs, right?
I know, dude.
I
don't
but yeah, I mean, this is a really good team, and it's a team that isn't like the fun and gun team from the Bruce Boudreau era. It's not the grinded out team from the Hunter Oates era. I mean, this is just a good all around hockey team that can win in a bunch of different ways, and they have a lot of talent. And if a team wants to kind of focus on stopping Ovechkin, that's certainly fine. But, you also got to stop Tom Wilson and Protas and McMichael and Strome. And, you just have a lot of stuff that's happening in that lineup. And I think that's really the key. I mean, Ovechkin, amazing, right? Yeah. But he is still just a piece of the puzzle that skates 17 minutes a night.
Right.
And it really, you got to tip your cap to the coaching staff, but also the players for, really stepping up and making this more than a one-trick pony team, right? I mean, this is a team that has depth and ability up and down the lineup, in net, behind the blue line, etc. This is a scary team, and it's going to be, it's going to be a scary matchup for anybody once the playoffs start.
So you see them scoring 7 goals, you go, we had to have at least 2.
Right, that's the thing, right? Like, what would your bet be if someone told you Cap score 7? You'd almost take it as a lock that Ovechkin had at least 1, if not 2. But the fact that they can do that and he's giving up goals, like literally giving up goals, tells you a lot.
My research appears if the season ended today, and it doesn't, the Caps would play Columbus in the first round. But there's a whole bunch of teams kind of fighting for that last wild card spot. Columbus, Montreal, New York, the Bruins. So we'll wait and see on that. All right, Greenberg, last thing for me. Talking with our friend Neil Greenberg via the Rude Guest Hotline. Let's make some money. Give me now it's conference championship week. I think ACC started yesterday. Big Ten probably starts today. I imagine all the big boys, SEC starts today because they all have 800 teams in their conferences. Where do we have some winners? What do we like?
Okay, you ready?
I
like the women's Texas Longhorns to win the championship.
The women's to win the NCAA title.
On the NCAA title on the women's side, yep, I think that they are undervalued in that regard.
Is it Texas A&M?
No, the Texas Longhorns.
Texas Longhorns. Okay. And I also, if you're looking for value in like the ACC tournament, I think Louisville is an interesting pick. I know Duke is the overwhelming favorite, and that's fine. I do like Louisville as kind of someone else. And then the SEC, I am fading a lot of these teams. I like Florida to win the SEC. But in the tournament, I'm going to be fading like Alabama, Kentucky, Missouri, Ole Miss, Mississippi State. Like, I'm fading all of them. I know there's going to be a lot of SEC tournament teams in the big dance. I'm fading them. I think, though, if you're looking for value in that conference, I think Florida might be a pick to look at.
Now, Greenberg, are you aware of our guy White Bryan, a very proud Auburn Tigers alum? Yeah. You did not mention Auburn.
I am. And let me say it again, fade the SEC. I think that they're going to have a letdown in the big dance. Nothing personal.
Okay.
But
just business.
There's going to be no roar in that Tiger.
Oh, I love that line. Am I allowed to use that next week or whenever?
Of course.
Okay, thank you. What about the Turtles? Friday night, Big Ten tourney.
I've said this before. I'm a big Maryland fan. I think that they're one of these teams that could have a deep run in the tournament. I think right now they're a 4 seed, so they may not sneak up on a lot of people. But I think that Maryland is certainly a team that I'm looking at right now to pencil into the Elite Eight.
JP will lose his mind.
Yo,
We won't be able to deal with him, man.
I've made it clear. If they get to the Sweet 16, I'm going. I assume for work purposes. If they get to the Sweet 16 and they're playing Duke in New Jersey, I'm not going for work purposes. I'm going full college JP, everything I got. I'm going to be booing people. I'm going to be yelling bleep you at people. It's going to be everything I got, Greenberg.
Well, I think I said this before. I like the Terps. I think they're sneaky good.
Their guards
they're going to go under the
everybody
they're
talks
go
about
under the radar.
Their guards are good.
Yeah, I think Maryland could do some stuff in the tournament.
Now, didn't you win your overall post predictions thing last year? Don't I remember that right?
2 years ago.
2 years ago.
I did, because I had San Diego State in the final. Everyone thought I was nutso.
That's wild. They got there. And they got
yeah, of course
kicked.
they got there. Last year was chalky. Like, I don't really do well in chalky tournaments because I take risks, like calculated risks. But usually if there's a chalky tournament, the next year has a lot more madness to it. So I'm pretty hopeful that I can. We'll talk about it next week, but I got some things in the works.
All right, give me the madness. Thank you, Greenberg. Appreciate your time, bud.
All right, love you guys. Talk to you soon.
Think I agree.
That's our guy, Neil Greenberg. Give him a follow at @InGreenberg. Thank you for joining us via the Rude Guest Hotline. But it's fun talking to Greenberg this time of year because he's all about not necessarily long shots, but getting a little more value for your money. And if you're looking at who's going to be cutting down the nets this March, get in on all the tournament action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Fading the SEC is a hell of an idea when we get to next week in the NCAA tournament. I also really like that Texas Longhorns women's bet because everybody's going to be thinking it's South Carolina. A lot of good teams out there. And honestly, there's action right now with all these conference tournaments. You got plenty tonight if you're looking. Richmond Davidson. ACC's heating up in earnest. Virginia. UVA Georgia Tech is today. South Carolina, Arkansas. That means Coach Calipari's coaching 1 o'clock on Wednesday in the SEC tournament. Coach Cal ain't really used to that time slot, man. Notre Dame, Carolina this afternoon. Carolina is not a tournament team. Let me be clear about that. Minnesota, Northwestern tonight. I mean, the big boys are heating up. Ohio State, Iowa. I don't know if either of those teams have a chance to get in, but if they do, they need a win. The Hoyas, their only chance for an NCAA tournament is to win the Big East tourney. That begins today. They are 4.5-point favorites over DePaul. DePaul stinks. You like to think the Hoyas can at least win that one. And then B-Mitch, a classic ACC rivalry tonight. Stanford versus Cal. The Tree versus the Bears. I mean, everybody's thinking ACC when they watch that. Maybe you like Cal to pull off the upset. Plus 240. Whatever it is you're looking for, ESPN Bet has you covered. Plus, you bet $20 on the team you think's going to win it all. And if they do, you'll win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. That's awesome. You could also receive $10 in bonus bets for every win your team has in the tournament. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app to get started today. Make sure you're checking out Maryland and Virginia. Odds and lines are subject to change. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See the app for details.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're presented by PVI. Office furniture, fast, excellent, affordable business grows with PVI. Caps with another win. Late night Caps last night. 7-4 victory in Anaheim. Alexi Protas had his first career hat trick. Caps notched their 5th straight win. Anthony Beauvillier also scored his first goal as a new member of the Caps. No goals for Ovi. Alex Ovechkin did have 3 assists, though, so he's still 9 away from breaking the Gretzky all-time record. College hoops, big day. Virginia taking on Georgia Tech noon today at the ACC tournament. Big East tonight, Georgetown and DePaul, 6:30 in the Team 980. Navy and American, 7 p.m. tonight in D.C. for the Patriot League Championship. And the Commanders right now, $32.8 million in salary cap space with the new league year beginning today officially in the NFL at 4 p.m. this afternoon. Looking to upgrade your office game? Swing by PVI Office Furniture, where we've got everything you need to take your workspace from the bench to the big leagues. Mention the Fan to score 15% off your in-store purchase. PVI Office Furniture, where productivity gets a hat trick. Visit PVI.com because business grows with PVI. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. Your boy's on top of stuff today. In about 10 minutes, we're giving away Wiz tickets. It's going to be fun. In about an hour and 10 minutes, we're giving away concert tickets. Dropkick Murphys. It's their time of year. If you're into Dropkick Murphys, you like to see them in March. That's the vibe. The Wiz tickets are against the Magic. So if you're into Mickey Mouse or Paulo Banchero, you want to see that game. In about 25 minutes, Ed Werder will join us. Everybody remembers Werder from ESPN. It's going to be a lot of fun. Some shout-outs to handle here. My boy, Dr. Espinel, driving from D.C. to Olney, listening to the program. Appreciate you, Doc. Brian, I hate this news. I have long thought that Tiger Woods' competitive golf era was kind of over. Like real competing for majors, whatever it is. But I have enjoyed him just in this TGL stuff, which people have different opinions on. I've enjoyed it, man. It's something to watch. It's something to watch.
I like it.
In the season where there's nothing to watch. If you put TGL on during football season, probably not watching. But TGL in February, I'm in.
Mm-hmm.
I really like the shot clock. I kind of wish the PGA would have a shot clock, but Tiger
it supposedly has one.
Yeah, it's true. It doesn't get called very often. Yeah. Tiger announced that he ruptured his Achilles. And
what do you think he was doing? Like, I've been trying to sit here and think. He said he had ramped up his training as he started to get ready. What the hell was he doing to rupture his Achilles?
I don't know.
I know Charlie Castle was just walking and he ruptured his. He wasn't doing nothing like serious. So it could happen at any time.
Yang ruptured hers playing pickleball.
But all of the other injuries he's had, could that be just a factor where it got super, super tight? And
I think there is so much that has happened with Tiger's lower half. IRL is back too, but the amount of injuries sustained on that dude and the amount of training he did as a younger guy and the torque he put on his body, the way he swung. I mean, there's so much to try to
figure this out.
But B, I do think there's another part of this. I think he tries to maintain, whether it's swing speed or just, I mean, he's jacked, right? Like all the things he tries to maintain. He turns 50 this New Year's.
Yeah.
I think it's over for him as a competitive golfer. You think Tiger ever goes to the senior tour? I don't.
No. He doesn't have to go to the senior tour. That's the whole thing about it.
A lot of those dudes grind out the cash.
Yeah.
But it's also, I think those, you telling me, what's my man from Germany's name that just wins every tournament with the long putter? Won a Masters.
I know you're talking about.
Longer.
Bernard, yeah.
Longer enjoys that stuff.
He enjoys it, but
Ernie Els is out there.
Did you ever hear Bernard Longer when he was playing on the other tour?
Yo, he won a Masters. He was good.
But I think most of his stuff has come since he left. He wins like every other week.
Sure. But I think there was a time where I thought Phil would actually go on the senior tour. I think now with Liv and everything else, I don't know if that's happening. I'm honestly asking this. I don't know if you saw this book. It's like old school master stuff. Jack and Arnie. I don't know this. Did Nicholas ever play on the senior tour?
Not that I know of.
I can see maybe the senior majors, right? You play in the U.S. Senior Open or something.
I don't recall it.
But like,
I don't know either. So
I don't think Nicholas would have ever been grinding out the senior KitchenAid championship in Toledo, Ohio. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I definitely don't think Tiger is. And at this point, I don't think it just makes me sad because I was enjoying him in TGL. I love the clip a couple weeks ago. Did you see the clip of him in his daughter's soccer game? And they won the game and he just went nuts in the crowd. Like it seems like whatever happened in Tiger's life, I could kind of understand it, at least from afar. Like, yeah, of course he kind of had some demons and went crazy. He was arguably the most famous man on the planet for a while.
Uh-huh.
And I think it's hard to live with that spotlight.
And he's been doing that since he was a damn kid.
Right.
When he was, 3 years old, he went on someone's TV show. So it's been like that the whole time. And a lot of times when you put kids' mindset on one thing and they can't do anything else, there's something else in there.
Well, I agree. It felt to me, and I am nothing but an observer on the outside, that Tiger had finally settled into just kind of, he's a dad, he's golfing when he can, he's got a million business interests and all of these things, but like his main focus seemed to be the kids, and he seemed happy.
Yeah.
And I was just happy for him.
Well, he can just continue that.
Yeah, but a ruptured Achilles sucks, man.
It does. But, one thing about it, you need to be someone who knows how to grind it out to get things back healthy. Well, we know that dude knows how to do it. He'll be focused. He'll get. I just want him to get his stuff and walk, because you watch him, the way he was walking since he's had that accident. I've always felt that
a little funky.
He was carrying, like favoring, and that's when the injuries start to happen.
Agreed.
So,
this is bizarre. We mentioned Bernard Longer.
Uh-huh.
He, according to DC Sports Messiah, he recently ruptured his Achilles also.
Wow.
It's just odd. The random one senior golfer we brought up. They are going to have the senior.
But he's a workout nut as well.
Not like Gary Player, dog.
Gary Player's what? Gary Player damn near 80-something, and that dude's still fit, man.
Yo, fit.
That dude is fit.
I wonder, they're having the U.S. Senior PGA Championship at Congressional in May, I think. Does Gary Player still play in that?
Nah, he don't still play. He shows up a lot. I don't think he plays anymore.
Who's the favorite? White Brian, see if you track those numbers down for me. But I did want to wish somebody a happy birthday.
Who?
Guess. Somebody you know. Somebody you made mention of this week.
Bro, I know so many damn people.
Somebody, it's Wednesday at 11:42. You mentioned this person to me yesterday, I think.
Pete?
No.
Yesterday?
I think yesterday.
Male or female?
Male. Played for the Burgundy and Gold.
Played for the Burgundy and Gold?
Famous for the Burgundy and Gold. Super Bowl winner for the Burgundy and Gold.
I don't know.
The only person at his position to win a certain award.
Mark Mosley.
Mark Mosley. Happy birthday to Mark Mosley.
Yeah, I saw that. I actually mentioned his birthday was coming up.
Yeah, I'm telling you, you just mentioned it. Coming up at noon, Ed Werder joins the program. All right, folks, caller number 10. Right now, you win 2 tickets to see the Washington Wizards. Friday, March 21st against Orlando. The Wizards are celebrating Women's Night, presented by GDIT. Fans are invited to hang out post-game for all the Friday night concert series, the final performance of the season, presented by Sprite, featuring DJ Diesel, a.k.a. Shaq. Jeff, you going to Women's Night with Shaq there? Sounds right up your alley, dog.
Nah, I got something to do that day.
What do you got to do that day?
Not putting it all over the air, JP.
White Brian's married. I think Heavy Metal Chris is married. B, you want to go to Women's Night with Shaq there?
No.
Just saying. Look, but don't touch, Jeff. That's the rule. Caller number 10 right now, 800-636-1067. You win a pair of tickets to go see the Wiz take on the Magic. It's Women's Night, Ladies Night, presented by GDIT. Fans are invited to hang out post-game. Yo, is Shaq that good of a DJ that he gets to play?
Shaq gets it in, dog.
I remember when he was
Shaq
rapping
tough.
with Foo Schnickens.
I went to in New Orleans, not
Right.
New Orleans, in Arizona.
You went to Shaq's Funhouse.
Yeah, he was DJing too.
I flew home.
Yeah.
Good for Shaq. I never would have known that. That's a fun game though. I've been to 2 of those concerts, like when the concert comes on after the basketball game,
Uh-huh.
and they do a really good job of turning it over pretty quickly. Like it's probably like a 20-minute delay from the end of the game, but it's a lot of fun. They let everybody kind of come down in the lower bowl, or at least when I've been. Maybe this will be a bigger crowd, so I don't want to say definitively one way or the other. But it was a lot of fun, dude. I think, B-Mitch, as we inch closer and closer to the new league year starting up this afternoon,
Yeah.
it's
What's the exact time?
4:00.
4:00.
Are you surprised at all how the Vikings have gone from letting Darnold walk and now going kind of all in? The Vikes have spent a lot with knowing they have McCarthy on a rookie contract.
I'm not surprised. Not surprised at all because they were close, man. And when they decided to let Kirk go, I think they already had a plan and they felt things could happen.
2 years ago.
Yeah, but I'm saying once they let him go, they felt things could happen.
Well, dude, if you go back and look at it now, the reports were, and I wasn't in the room, but I believe these reports, Minnesota wasn't trying to let Kirk go. They were only just going to guarantee 1 year. And Kirk,
Well, like you said, Jay, when you start telling people about their money, you basically telling them you don't want them.
no, they were giving him a new deal, guaranteed 1 year. He said, I want both years guaranteed.
Yeah.
And they said, all right, well, good luck. Atlanta did it. In hindsight, who do you think's happier about their decision? Minnesota.
Minnesota's happy. Atlanta's happy too because they let him go too. He's since left.
No, he's still on the books.
He's gonna be gone.
Yeah, but he's going to, one, from a salary cap standpoint, Kirk's going to mess Atlanta up. 2, I'm still not entirely sure how that's all going to shake out. Right now, Atlanta only has about $6 million cap space. Kirk's sitting at the top with $28 million guaranteed and a $40 million cap number this year.
Uh-huh.
If they give him a post-June 1 cut, which is the best they can do, they have no cap savings and a $40 million dead money hit. So Atlanta, more and more,
they don't go back to Kirk.
Atlanta more and more, the fact that they haven't cut him yet, so you've already stunted at least free agency, right? Because this stuff's been going on for 2 days. He's a veteran. You could have cut him last week and let him start negotiating whatever he wanted. They haven't done any of that. I think there's a reasonable, are they keeping Kirk around to be Penix's backup? Or are they keeping Kirk around? You get to August and dudes start getting hurt. Then all of a sudden Kirk has value. Maybe you get a third or a fourth.
I would think that's more of the reason, and not to be his backup. You're not gonna have a dude making that much money being somebody's backup.
You know who can't be loving it?
Who?
Kirk.
Kirk likes to get paid, man. He don't care.
Yeah, but you don't think he'd rather be calling his own shots right now, knowing he's not the starter there?
Man. He probably want to be, but hey,
I think Minnesota's well run. I think they made the right call there.
Everybody gets to the point where they no longer call their shot.
I also think, especially now, maybe there was a slight window, but if you're acquiring Kirk, and this is what Atlanta did, you're acquiring a player that gives you stability at the quarterback position.
Uh-huh.
But I don't think he's a championship caliber player, right?
No.
And at some point, like that's what
it stops the stability.
It's what Ron did here. Like it got to a point where it was kind of obvious that championships weren't the goal, and it was like, let's just be pretty good, and maybe we get into the playoffs. And I don't know. I think
be happy.
Washington has found a North Star in that they're back in the championship conversation. We're checking in with the Dallas Cowboys and all over the NFL when we return. Ed Werder joins the program.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. All the football fans in D.C. get to celebrate a new year today. New league year in the NFL starts officially at 4 p.m. when free agency officially begins. We know it's been underway for a few days in the NFL. Commanders filled a need at safety yesterday, getting Saints free agent Will Harris to a 2-year, $8 million deal. Team has also re-signed running back Jeremy McNichols to a 1-year contract. Commanders right now, $32.8 million projected in salary cap space as we get set to start the new league year 4 hours from now, officially 4 p.m. today. Also, 4-time MVP Aaron Rodgers will be officially released by the New York Jets once things begin at 4 p.m. It's expected to happen very soon. That'll free him up to sign with another team. Capitals began a West Coast trip, final one of the season last night with a 7-4 win in Anaheim. No goals for Ovi, but Alexei Protas certainly had a few, 3 to be exact, a hat trick for Protas, first one of his career. Anthony Beauvillier scored his first goal as a Capital as Washington gets its 5th straight win. College basketball, big weekend coming up in D.C. Certainly right now, Richmond and Davidson in the A10 tournament, 5 minutes to go first half. Down in D.C., Richmond in front of Davidson 25-24. Virginia and Georgia Tech just getting underway at the ACC tourney in Charlotte. Big East tonight, Georgetown DePaul, 6:30 p.m. on the Team 980. And Navy takes on American, 7 p.m. Bender Arena tonight for the Patriot League Championship. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia, and we're going to jump right to the Rude Guest Hotline. Talk to Mr. Ed Werder. Of course, you can follow him on social media at WerderEd NFL. Ed, what's going on, man? Thank you for making time for us.
Good morning. How are you guys?
We're doing well, man. We're doing well. Long been fans of your work. Excited to have you on the program. I figure we should start the conversation with what's going on in Big D. Are the Cowboys getting better?
You said nothing.
The usual, nothing. I mean, there are 3 ways in the NFL to improve your team in the off season, and the first of those is through trades, then the draft, and also unrestricted free agency. And the Cowboys don't participate in large measure in one of those most important aspects, and that's free agency. In 3 of the last 4 years, they've been the last team in the NFL to sign an unrestricted free agent, including last year when Eric Kendricks was the only player that they signed of any real consequence. So they've been a little bit more active in the early phases of free agency this year, but really they haven't signed any difference maker, nor have they traded for a difference maker. And I think it's really incumbent on Jerry and Stephen Jones, the Cowboys front office, to bolster, to invest in Brian Schottenheimer, the only first-year coach in the division, in a way that they didn't with Mike McCarthy at the end of his tenure.
How different does everything feel in Dallas now? I know that CD and Dak kind of restructured their deals, and maybe that's to get Micah, but it seems like where there once was real hope in this collection of Cowboys, it seems to be waning.
Yeah.
Well, you just wonder, when they went 12-5 3 years in a row, and created opportunities to play postseason games at home, where in the last of those 3 years they've been the only undefeated team in the NFL, and instead the only team that they won against in the playoffs was Tampa Bay, a team that was 8-9 that season, and it was in Tom Brady's last game, so they had a very old quarterback, and probably only Brady thought the Bucs were capable of winning in the postseason that year. So yeah, you wonder if whatever window they had is now closed. I mean, Dak Prescott is coming off another major injury that cost him the majority of the season. They've made a coaching change in a way that they've never been successful with before. Brian Schottenheimer is 51 years old. He's never been a head coach in the NFL. He's worked for 10 different teams. I would judge him based on his performance and the results he creates, but Jerry Jones has done this 2 other times, promoted from within, and it has not worked out well either time with Jason Garrett and with Dave Campo. So nobody else in the NFL who made a coaching change this offseason promoted from within. The Cowboys are the only team to take that approach. And now they're sitting here in a situation where they really haven't taken advantage of any opportunity to improve their roster. I mean, there were 3 teams last year that had a single wide receiver responsible for all of the 100-yard individual pass receiving games. Washington with Terry McLaurin was one. Pittsburgh with George Pickens was another. And the Cowboys with CeeDee Lamb were the third. Well, the other 2 teams, Washington and Pittsburgh, both made a major trade. Washington, Deebo Samuel, the Steelers obviously making the move for DK Metcalf. And still the Cowboys don't have somebody to threaten the defense other than CeeDee Lamb at this point.
What's your opinion of Schottenheimer?
I like him. I mean, he seems like a real leader. He seems to engage well with the players. But he's got 2 jobs this season that he didn't have last year. He's going to be the offensive play caller, and he's the head coach for the first time. And that seems like an awful lot to ask of a guy who's never been in this position before and inherits a team that went 7-10 last year and starts this year as clearly the 3rd best team in its own division. Now, they're going to say that, hey, Dak Prescott's going to be healthy. When he's been healthy, they've dominated the division. I think he's 33-8 as a starter against the division. But we're talking about a division now that has the 2 teams that played against each other in the NFC Championship game, and an Eagles team that's the defending Super Bowl champs. And I don't see what the Cowboys have done to improve, to make up ground on either one of those teams.
Yeah, it's fascinating when you put it in those terms. Talking with Ed Werder here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can give him a follow at Werder Ed NFL. Let's zoom out a little from just Dallas, because that's one of those we're just gonna have to wait and watch, because if Dak hits the ground running and Mike is healthy, a lot could happen there, right? But
he's still 10 draft picks, including the 12th overall pick. And the last time they had the 12th pick, they got Micah Parsons.
That can
help. But I think you do have to say, and I said this is only one of 3 ways to improve your team, but so far it's the only one that they seem prepared to engage in at a high level, and that's been their recent history. And I think it's got to disappoint a guy like Micah Parsons, who at the end of the season said, look, I don't have to be the highest paid non-quarterback in football. I don't have to make $40 million a year. Let's do a deal before free agency so we can, surround myself with better players, and I'm not taking on 2 and 3 blockers on every play. And yet, again, they squandered that opportunity, or so it seems.
It sure does. One player I'm interested in, honestly, for Washington, as they kind of appear to not be willing to make a big move on the edge. What is the deal with Tank Lawrence? Does he really only want to stay in Dallas, or could that reach a situation where he heads out of town?
No, I think there's a high potential for him to sign with another team. I know his agent David Cantor has met with the Cowboys. He actually represents quite a few Cowboys players, including George Lewis, who just left the franchise for Jacksonville, and Rico Dowdle, who had his first 1,000-yard rushing season and remains unsigned, and the Cowboys seem to have replaced him with Javonte Williams as a 3rd down back and prepared to draft a back. I think Lawrence is open to the idea of leaving, and the Cowboys presented him with, or his agent presented the Cowboys with a number that it would take to keep him off the free agent market, and clearly the Cowboys did not respond favorably, and they allowed him to go out and see what there is out there for him. I think he's gonna, he's not like a young player who's, a free agent for the first time and is going to jump at the first opportunity. I think he's being very deliberate, as he's, toward the end of his career here, to make a decision that involves a lot of factors that might go beyond what's the money and what's the opportunity to play. It's like, how is this going to affect my family in terms of our quality of our lives and so forth? And, I mean, he's an older player who missed a lot of games last year.
Right.
Yeah. And he didn't ever come back from a week 4 injury because it seemed by the time he was healthy enough to consider playing again, they were no longer competing for a postseason berth, and he was shut down. Now, how involved he was in that decision, I don't know. Maybe they wanted him to play, and he chose, not to take that risk, given that there was, no incentives as far as the team making the playoffs, and he knew he was going to be an unrestricted free agent. So, but I think he's willing to move on. Obviously, he had a lot of success when Dan Quinn was the defensive coordinator here. He is an exceptional player against the run and as a pass rusher, and so he seems to fit the requirements of what DQ would want in Washington. And I know he has an offer from another team, and another team has told him that they're going to make a presentation by the end of today. So I think he could make a decision soon. But like I said, I think it's going to be a slow process involving a lot of factors that might not apply to other players.
I like when an older player, I mean, the guy's only 34, I believe, but
that's old in the football.
In the football world, but like he's made enough money and has accomplished enough that he is willing to take his time and look at all the options. Like I'm glad to hear that. Zooming out even more, then I saw you had some comments via your Twitter page on kind of what San Fran is trying to do, and they're trying to thread the needle. They're trying to rebuild and stay competitive at the same time. At least for me, looking from afar.
Yeah, I mean they've made some really significant changes on the roster, and it seems like the identity of the team is in transition as they prepare for having to account for a major quarterback salary at least as far as the guy who's playing. I guess they did have to account for Trey Lance's salary as a number 3 overall pick for a time. But they're expected to have to sign Brock Purdy to a major deal this offseason. They've indicated a willingness to do that. And it seems like with moving on from Deebo Samuel, Kyle Juszczyk, their fullback, that they're prepared to create a different playing style under Kyle Shanahan and build the team more around the strengths of Brock Purdy, rather than trying to have a supporting cast that sort of elevates his game. They're expecting him now to elevate the performance of the players around him as they create a system that plays to his strengths in a way maybe that we haven't seen to this point.
But they've been so good for so long now, and
until last year,
yeah, and those expectations for them now, could the wall be closing in on them a little bit?
Well, it's sort of an interesting division, right? I mean, we saw Seattle's obviously undergoing a major change. They traded Metcalf. They cut Tyler Lockett. They moved on from Geno Smith and signed Sam Darnold. So the whole division seems sort of in chaos or transition. The Rams are moving on from Cooper Kupp. They seem like they contemplated the possibility of playing without Matthew Stafford, although they've remedied their relationship with him. He's still their starting quarterback. But, I mean, the 49ers have been so competitive ever since Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch took over the organization. And then last year they failed in a way that they didn't expect. I think a lot of that, like in Dallas, injuries were responsible for that. Yeah. But they seem to be reacting in a far different way as far as at least a soft reset, if not a major rebuild. Whereas the Cowboys seem to just be believing that once they get healthy and they have their quarterback, they're going to be significant and be able to compete again for the postseason. But the 49ers seem more willing to change their entire identity going forward this year.
We're talking with Ed Werder here via the Rude Guest Hotline, National NFL Insider. You can give him a follow at Werder Ed NFL. One of the biggest things is Kansas City's period of dominance, and you still have Mahomes there, which keeps you incredibly relevant no matter what the season. They've lost a fair amount. Do you think they've done enough to try to rebuild that offensive line? They signed the dude that basically was Trent Williams' backup with the Niners to be their left tackle of the future.
Jalen Moore.
Yeah.
He's barely been a contributing player in San Francisco behind Trent Williams. And The Chiefs gave him a 2-year deal for $30 million to be their new left tackle. Obviously, they had a lot of issues on the offensive line last year. Mahomes was sacked 47 times, including 6 times in the Super Bowl.
Wow.
The most of any game in his career. He was hit 198 times and pressured on 36% of his dropbacks. Those are both the highest numbers of his career. And that all came despite him getting rid of the ball in 2.8 seconds on average, which is the quickest of his career. So, yeah, the Chiefs have a lot to do in that regard, but it's hard to really doubt the Chiefs. I mean, we've seen them, several variations of this offense. I mean, with Tyreek Hill, without Tyreek Hill, and yet they've been able to create success over a sustained period of time in a way that very few franchises have. That's the greatness of Mahomes and Andy Reid, and Brett Veach, the general manager, has been very creative. So, I think that's their challenge, is to create an offensive line that can offer better protection for Mahomes. But I think that team is capable of sustaining their success, even as there's more competition in their own division. Forget having to beat the Ravens and the Bills once you get in the playoffs to get to a Super Bowl, as they've had to do in recent years. Now to get out of the division, you've got to beat an emerging team in Denver, San Diego, or the Chargers. I'm sorry, the Los Angeles Chargers, and now you got Pete Carroll and Geno Smith with the Raiders. So the division is going to be more competitive with the Chiefs than they've experienced, I think, any time in the Mahomes era. So I don't doubt those 3 guys, because they've shown that they're capable of making significant changes, and Mahomes is capable of winning with almost any cast. But they are clearly more vulnerable, as they demonstrated last year, than they have been in recent years.
Yep. It's remarkable. And then perhaps the wackiest version of the quarterback carousel unfolding. Geno Smith goes to the Raiders, Darnold to the Seahawks. We're kind of waiting to hear what happens with Aaron Rodgers. It feels
Russ, we either one.
Russ. Fields goes to the Jets. Tell me who you think in the quarterback carousel cycle, who got better and who got worse?
Well, I think the Raiders got better. I think Geno Smith the last 2 years has proven he's a top 5, passing quarterback, and the Raiders had no stability whatsoever at that position and can't compete in the division without that. So I think the Raiders, of all the teams so far, have gotten better in that regard. I mean, it's not hard to say that Geno Smith is better than Sam Darnold, even though Darnold had, great success last year statistically and in terms of what he contributed to the Vikings winning 14 games last year. Cost himself a lot of money, I think, with his 2 performances, with everything on the line against the Lions and the Rams in the playoffs, having his worst games. But Aaron Rodgers, it's kind of crazy that the whole league is now holding its breath, waiting to see what this 41-year-old quarterback who didn't have a pronounced impact on turning the Jets around is going to do next, and how that will affect a guy like Russell Wilson, who played so well for the majority of the season for the Steelers, and then, like Darnold, played his worst football at the end of the year in an offense that just wasn't very dynamic. But now they've gone out and, like I said, they've got DK Metcalf. They still have Pickens. We assume they'll do something at the running back position, given the losses that they've just had at that spot. But, weird situation in Pittsburgh. And I don't know what Rodgers would be waiting for if he's choosing between the Steelers and the Giants. Sure seems like the Steelers are eons ahead of the Giants in terms of being competitive in their division. They were last year.
He's probably planning a trip when training camp starts.
Yeah, Tomlin won't let him do ayahuasca in the locker room. He's got to figure that out. Ed, I really appreciate having you on. Obviously, it is free agency, but the best thing here in Washington is that it finally appears they have figured out the quarterback position. I fear Commanders fans are getting too down in the weeds about what they've determined maybe isn't the best free agency cycle so far. What do you think Laramie Tunsil does for Jaden Daniels?
Well, I mean, I think what the Commanders are showing they're doing is they're trying to build upon the great success, unexpected success they had in year one under Dan Quinn, and with Jaden Daniels, are trying to take full advantage of having a quarterback on a rookie contract, as they should. They've added talent with Debo Samuel creating, a physical option, one of the most versatile players in the NFL coming off a down season, but he's going to be playing for his next contract. He'll be a very motivated player. Tunsil's one of the top 5 tackles in football. We just saw what average to below average. I mean, the Titans signed a left tackle who gave up the most sacks in the league to a ridiculous contract. That's how desirable tackles are. So I think Washington made a great move with Tunsil. I think he's a top 5 player at left tackle. I really question what the Texans are doing coming off a bad season, where they couldn't protect their quarterback and didn't function as an offensive line and got C.J. Stroud sacked 52 times. I think Washington's totally in go-for-it mode. I mean, they know they were close last year. They beat one of the top teams in the conference on the road in the playoffs, Detroit, the number 1 seed. So they've got their eyes firmly set on taking down and challenging the Eagles in the division, as they should.
Ed, thank you very much for the time, man. Appreciate it.
Good to talk to both of you guys. Respect both of what you do and how you do it, and covered a lot of games when Brian Mitchell was back there returning punts in a way that nobody wanted to see on the other side of the field.
I appreciate that.
Thanks, Ed. Take care, man.
Thanks, guys.
All right, man.
Ed Werder, calling from Dallas, covers the entire NFL. Give him a follow at Werder Ed NFL, one of the greats to do it. I want to dig in a little bit more on some of his comments, specifically on, hey, Washington's going for it. That's good news, people.
Hell yeah.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. Conference tournament time in college basketball. That's what's happening. Certainly in D.C., it's going on. Lots of college hoops today. Virginia leading Georgia Tech 15-12. That's down in Charlotte, round 2 of the ACC tourney in the first half. Local teams, Big East tonight, Georgetown, DePaul, Madison Square Garden, 6:30 p.m. in the Big East tournament. That's on the Team 980 tonight. At Bender Arena in D.C., Navy facing American, 7 p.m. for the Patriot League Championship. And right now downtown, Richmond trailing Davidson 34-32 at halftime, first round of the A10 tournament at Capital One Arena. Caps start their West Coast trip last night with a 7-4 win, late night Caps in Anaheim. No goals for Ovi. He did have 3 assists, though, and Alexei Protas, his first career hat trick. The new league year begins in the NFL in about 3.5 hours from now, 4 p.m. our time. That's when things officially start for free agency, even though it's been underway for a few days. Commanders right now with $32.8 million in salary cap space. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 106.7 The Fan. There is a lot going on. We got college hoops heating up. Our very own Hokies got eliminated from the ACC tournament last night. Who'd they lose to? Cal? Stanford? One of them. Cal, I think. Remember last year when we thought we had an early show because Virginia Tech, and then they found out late we did not? We were grumpy.
Yeah, very.
Big game tonight. American versus Navy in the Patriot League title. That's going to be fun. Maryland doesn't even know who they play. It's nice to have that double bye. I know that much.
Yep.
But B, circling back to...
keep it moving, though. They can't get out what's wrong, though, Jay. Can't get rusty.
I agree. Circling back to 2 things Ed Werder said, Brian. If you missed any of our interview with Ed Werder, check him out. He just joined us at noon. Get on the podcast or however you ascertain your information. Plus, with Max standing there, see if we can book Rooster for 12:45. Ed Werder saying 2 things. One, he thinks Tank Lawrence is ready, prepared to leave, and that he has an offer on the table from one team. I have no idea if that is Washington, but it could be.
It could be.
I think Tank Lawrence could help. I really do. He played for DQ, knows what expected. The guy's a pro. He can do everything Washington needs. He can be a really good edge defender against the run, and he can pressure the quarterback as needed. I'm not saying that's the ideal hire, the ideal signing, but I think he helps.
He helps.
The other thing he said is clearly Washington is looking at Philly and trying to go after him.
And that's what they should be doing.
Hell yeah.
You don't compare yourself to the teams that aren't good. That's the team that you felt if ball bounces different ways, you could be right there with them. You want to compete against them every time.
Well, dude, I'm lucky enough to have talked to Gary Clark a number of times, and you a number of times, about that 91 team and other players that were on that 91 team. And you all talk about how important it is, how important that was to get the win in the Meadowlands against the Giants, because the Giants had become your problem. You couldn't get past them. They'd won like 8 straight games up there or something, right? Washington, yes, they were able to beat Philly in the regular season last year. You know, there was that memorable Philly win on Monday Night Football a couple years ago in their Super Bowl season where they lost to the Chiefs. But Philly last year, if you look at the combined score of the 3 games, Philly beat, it was belt to ass, as Jeff likes to say. In the NFC title game, they gave up a 50 burger.
Yep.
Going at Philly makes the most sense. Like, folks should not be upset about that.
Not low.
And I just think if you're looking at what Washington is and what they're trying to become, I think Washington has the best quarterback in the matchup. I think Washington's going to try to protect him even more. And I'm with that, B.
Yeah, totally. I am totally with that.
Jeff,
That's the most important person on your team. You want to make sure you damn protect Jaden and begin to move forward. And the way you protect him, you have big boys in front of him that can stop that defensive line from having the success they've had. And then you got to be able to also stop them.
I am really curious how people feel about Washington trying to go at him. You know, I think it's the right move, Jeffrey. As a hardcore Burgundy and Gold fan, how do you feel so far? We are 3.5 hours removed from the new league year starting, and we kind of know what Washington's trying to do.
I can tell you one thing. Y'all may have thought my Ashburn syndrome was running high before, and I hate to bring that word back, but we using it as a term of endearment right now, and it is running high. Well, I'm gonna say my optimism, because I don't want to bring Ashburn syndrome to a good thing, but my optimism is running high, and all we can do is wait and see till next season. But I'm still behind them 100%.
What do you think? What has been your favorite move so far?
Even though we had the reporter that was trying to kill him and all that, I like Larry Tunsil. How can you not like protecting your greatest asset on the team? You know, the guy, I forgot his name, that we had on the other day. He was trying to play with him. I didn't like how he was describing him, but this guy has been a
John
pro.
McClain?
Yeah, this guy's been
he's a pro. McClain's not messing around. I mean,
but the dude has been a Pro Bowl left tackle for the last 3 years, and he has been a 5-time Pro Bowl tackler. But that's my most exciting piece, because I feel as though with him right there on the left side, we don't have to worry about much on Jaden's blind side, because with his level of play at the quarterback position and now in this upgrade at the left tackle position, it will keep him out of danger, keep him healthy on the field.
Heavy Metal, how you feeling about kind of all the moves so far?
Yeah, I'm with Jeff on this one. I think Tunsil's the most exciting one right now. And like I said yesterday,
Debo's more exciting. I love the Tunsil move, but like Debo's going to be a more exciting player than a left tackle.
Well, this is what I was saying yesterday, though. I wanted to see Jaden throwing the ball downfield more last year, like big bomb throws, and I think Tunsil's going to open that up. So while he himself may not be the most exciting, I think it is going to open up some more exciting play to players like Debo and Perry and everyone.
B, what's your favorite move so far?
Tunsil, left tackle. And I think what happens is I'm still on the best 5 offensive linemen on the field. And I know a lot of people look at they're like, oh, why are you gonna move Coleman? Because this dude's a Pro Bowler. Coleman gets into another position, makes the offensive line even better. So I think that move right there has made them be able to move people around. And then when you get Cosme back, you should have something very, very promising up there.
In the short term, do you go? I think this helps you short term too. I think you go Brandon Coleman at right tackle, Wiley at right guard, right?
Possibly, yeah. Because you still got Allegretti on there.
I thought Allegretti played pretty well.
I did too.
Gives you definitely a real sense of strength. I think. I don't know. It's maybe I'm on an island. I just think Debo in this offense, you need a guy to stay healthy, but he's 2 years removed from 1,100 yards. Like Terry has never played with a dude like Debo. Yeah, Kingsbury getting a dude like that. I don't know, man. Maybe I'm alone.
Listen, I like the excitement of Debo, but you know me, Jay. I care about the big dudes, because if you don't have big dudes, he don't have time to get the ball to those guys. So I'm with the big guys.
Yeah, that's what I was going on with, JP, because we seen the Chiefs have weapons on the outside.
Yeah,
weapons in the backfield.
Couldn't get to them.
Couldn't get to him because their O line was getting punished at the point of attack. So I'm not gonna lie. I think I'm in where I'm at with football with the Commanders. The glitz and glam, I know that's going to come. I know we're going to have playmakers that make the ball. I'm ready to just make sure the foundation is right with that line. So that's really why I'm leaning towards Tunsil.
It's hard to argue against the trade for the 5-time Pro Bowler and one of the 5 best at his position being the best move. So I'm with you there. I think nobody's saying Kinlaw. Are any of you guys nervous about the Kinlaw thing? Because I can say this. It's become rather kind of trendy to – I was listening to Russillo this morning, and the dude Sheil Capita from The Ringer was completely knocking the Kinlaw signing. Are you guys nervous about it?
I'm not nervous. I'm tell you why I'm not nervous.
I know not you, but go ahead. Please.
I have watched them coach people up, and they play better. Am I guilty? Am I wrong for thinking that they could do the same thing with him? You know what I mean? I have seen people now. This group showed me a lot last year, and hell, I'm falling hook, line, and sinker for it just to see what can happen.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little nervous, and the reason why I say that is, even when you look at from what I'm seeing on the field, it's like John was a big boy. And when you look at Kinlaw, he looks big, but he looks like more so tall.
He's bigger than John.
For it,
tall and weight.
It just don't look like it. I guess because he's shorter.
6'5", 320.
Yeah, John's thicker because John's 6'2", 315 or whatever.
Yeah, and John is like a tank. Like he's compact. You know, that's why I think it looks. That's why I think he looks bigger. But
John's listed 6'3", 300. He's listed 6'5", 320.
Yeah.
Now 6'5" for an interior D lineman is tall.
It's real tall.
But I also think they view him as more of an edge player against the run than maybe we're expecting.
Okay, now if we move him to the edge, I'm not worried. But I just being that tall, he looks.
I would be
slim
whatever
in the
your
middle.
concerns are. I would have the same ones at the edge because if you go and watch enough, and I've been trying to watch enough over the last couple days here, he can rush the passer, but he does get moved off the ball too. Like there's reasons. There's reasons San Fran let him go. There's reasons you only got the 1-year deal last year with the Jets.
Yeah, I just think my D tackle, I need him to be a strong meatball in the middle.
You know who is that? And I think this is where it gets confused.
Who?
Johnny Newton.
Wasn't even thinking about him.
I think that's kind of the portion of this that gets a little mixed up. When we return, giving away concert tickets, Dropkick Murphys.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. This week, FanDuel is bringing you a Dog of the Day Profit Boost tokens. One of the best parts about the tourney is when an underdog takes down a powerhouse. And right now, those upsets can get even better because as your underdog bet wins, you'll land even more winnings with a profit boost. This is your chance to ride with the long shots, the scrappy teams, the ones that refuse to go quietly. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you'll get paid instantly. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to download America's #1 sportsbook. That's FanDuel.com/Brian. Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel is bringing you a Dog of the Day Profit Boost tokens. One of the best parts about the tourney is when an underdog takes down a powerhouse. And right now, those upsets can get even better because if your underdog bet wins, you'll land even more winnings with a profit boost. This is your chance to ride with the long shots, the scrappy teams, the ones that refuse to go quietly. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you'll get paid instantly. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your Dog of the Day with a profit boost because after all, anything can happen in March. You have to be 18 years old and present in D.C. Opt-in required. Wager of at least plus 100 odds required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. 1:30, Matt Paris joins us from New Orleans, talking Will Harris, Chase Young. 1 o'clock, I found some interesting audio. Fellow that works for Sports Illustrated had some interesting comments about Jaden Daniels.
Really?
Which,
Good? Bad?
We'll let you decide. Right now, though, you heard the music. Chris Russell joins us. Also, you know what? I will wait and let it go through the process. There is news, Jeff. But right now, Chris Russell joins us. What up, Bruce?
Cock-a-doodle-doo, boys. How are we?
Cock-a-doodle-doo to you. You're very tired. You're drinking coffee.
Yep.
Because you stayed up watching the whole Caps game.
Black coffee?
Black coffee.
No sugar?
No, the one package of sweet and
No
low.
sugar, no cream? That's kind of good. You like that on your team?
I was up late last night watching the Caps. What a last 10 minutes, man. I mean, it sucked that it came at like 12:45 at night or whatever, but my goodness, between Alexi Protas putting the finishing touches on the hat trick, Ovi, could have had a chance at a goal, gave it up to Protas, which was the right
I love that.
called. My goodness, back and forth they went. Nick Dowd crashing the net, Tom Wilson getting it was just, it was just such a fun hockey game all the way throughout, but especially the last 10 minutes.
That's great. Caps are just kicking everybody's ass.
Yep.
They're on again tomorrow night, still out in Cali. They got a 3-game roadie in California, 2 more to go. I guess they play the Ducks, then they play the Kings, then they play the Sharks, right?
Yeah, Saturday afternoon is the Sharks game. So,
5:30.
People get, a little more normal. I think it's 5 o'clock out here or whatever it is. But tomorrow night's going to be another late night with the Kings. But, who knows? If they have a big lead or if they're down early, people can go to bed. But I stayed up last night and, short night of sleep. That's okay. It was
yawning all day.
Yeah.
Old ass man.
How are you guys?
We're good, dude. It's been pretty much nonstop.
Yeah.
NFL free agency for us. A little bit of news emerging now. I saw Nikki with it. I don't know who had it first. Commanders safety Derek Forrest agreed to a 1-year deal with the Bills. Defoe's gone.
That's not a surprise.
Dude, they didn't play him.
Yeah.
So they're going to let him walk. Of the moves Washington's made so far, and it's easy to get caught up in the fact that they haven't signed that many free agents, but the biggest moves have been via trades. What do you like best, and what are you worried the most about?
Obviously, Tunsil gives them what they felt they didn't have. That was very clear when they were chasing around Ronnie Stanley, right? And don't forget last year, right? We all thought maybe, possibly, they would trade back into the back part of the first round for a bunch of those tackles like Guyton, who wound up, is it Guyton? Wound up in Dallas.
Yeah.
And they didn't do
Oklahoma
that, right? And then, Brandon Coleman had a decent year, solid year, depending on your expectations. If you look at just the PFF numbers, 10.5 sacks in not even 17 full games is a lot, but he was a rookie, right? So clearly, I think, look, the Tunsil deal, if Tunsil is Tunsil, and there's no reason to think that he won't, improves not only left tackle, but it improves the rest of the line. Presumably, you slide Brandon Coleman in at left guard. Allegretti probably starts at right guard, but for Cosme, or at least it allows that to happen, right? So you're improving the whole line. I'll tell you the move that, with thinking about it, I didn't know enough about it right in the moment yesterday when we got the news. The kid that they signed from New Orleans, Will Harris.
Yeah.
I kind of like him. I think he's going to be better in coverage than Jeremy Chin. I think he's a ferocious hitter based on some clips that I've seen. And Lance Newmark had him in Detroit from the time he was a rookie, right? So he's very familiar with him, and I would imagine was probably very instrumental in bringing him over here.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Roost. Some upbeat roosting.
Yeah. I'm not always negative like everybody thinks. Because I killed the Kinlaw contract, everybody thought, sometimes. But because I didn't like the Kinlaw contract, everybody, there you go again, being a nasty, negative Nancy and all the crap.
When you get about 9 sacks next year, you got to eat that.
What do you not like about it?
If he gets whatever, what can I do?
No, don't say that.
I don't want to make any crazy
every
bets.
Time you say something like that, you end up having to do it.
Can I take you out to dinner?
It.
Can I cook you a brisket? What do you want me to do?
If he gets over 7.5 sacks,
no,
take us out to dinner.
9 sacks. B said 9 sacks.
Yeah, you can do it. Yeah.
What do you want me to do for?
Yeah, I'll take some 4 fish shack.
All right, we can
Not
do
far
that.
from your crib.
All right, we can do that.
I bet Roost is not ready for what B orders at Ford.
Wow.
I get the
what are you going to do? Lobster king
the
crab
3
special?
fried lobster tails. Yeah,
he likes 3 fried lobster tails.
3?
Yeah.
3?
Yeah, it's 3 of them.
What is that going to set me back? About 1 to 50?
No, I end up about $54, $60, something
Per.
like that. No. It's not that much.
No, you got
Really?
it. You got it.
Yeah.
9 sacks, Javon Kinlaw.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm going with it.
All right. Mark it down, Jeff. You got the tape.
The only person that keeps track, we've They have finally hired someone that keeps track of stuff for us. Your only hope is White Brian. He's the only dude that keeps track
Write
of
it down, White Brian. If Javon, what's his name? Javon Kinlaw gets 9 sacks, I owe Brian Mitchell 3 fried lobster tails.
Yeah.
Is that what it is?
I tell you what.
Okay.
I don't know how the hell they pull this off. 3 fried lobster tails and at Ford's Fish Shack.
Yeah.
Now I'm looking at the one in Chantilly, $49.
Yeah.
That's not bad. That's not bad at all. It's got to be
Farm
they're not very loaded with crab meat. I mean, with lobster meat.
They're lobster tails.
They are just the tail.
I know, but not every lobster tail is made the same, JP. It's just not like you're different than me.
Bruce,
we're not all made the same just because we're dudes.
Bruce, saying we got different tails.
They're huge, dog. I'm telling you, they're big.
Okay.
Greg brought them for us once. I've had them the one time you asked for them from Greg, and they were really good. What is your beef with Kinlaw? Too much money?
Yeah, too much money, and I don't think he's. There's no reason to suggest that he's been productive enough stopping the run. And look, is he a penetrator? Is he a disruptor? Absolutely. Sure.
So I broke this down this morning, and I'm curious if you agree. I think we're seeing a tiering of interior defensive tackle costs.
Yeah.
And I think Chris Jones makes so much money that's almost in its own ring, right?
Sure.
But Milton Williams just signed for 26.
Yeah.
I think anything north of 25 per is tier 1.
Yeah.
And then I think you've got a bunch of guys that are kind of landing between 20 and 25. John Allen landed.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's tier 2. I think the next tier down is 15 to 20. And I think Kinlaw barely makes tier 3 at 15. I think if you only look at that contract, it seems like a lot. When you look at it in context of the market with an exploding cap, I don't think it's that crazy.
Here's what I'll say.
You don't think he's a tier 3 player?
15 million per is not that much for a starting defensive tackle. I guess it was 15 million per on average, and I realize the cap number for year 1 is lower. For him, a guy who has been a perennial disappointment, to me, was too much. I was thinking when I saw him as a free agent and knowing his history and talking to some people out there even before, and over the years, I was thinking a 1 year, $6-7 million deal for him,
which is what he got last year with the Jets. I think
that's
it was
what
one at 7. All right,
I mean, maybe 8, 9.
You have an hour's worth of prep to do.
Yes,
show starts at 2
a lot of
o'clock.
black coffee to drink.
A lot of black coffee to drink.
Thank you, boys.
That's
all right, brother.
Chris Russell. Matt Paris joins us at 1:30. Got some interesting audio to play next. Nobody go anywhere.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're presented by PVI. Office furniture, fast, excellent, affordable business grows with PVI. So we are 3 hours away now from the official start to the new league year in the NFL. That deadline is 4 p.m. when all the signings we've heard about for a couple of days, the cuts and the signings become official. We did get word on one recently concerning the Commanders in the last few minutes. Another free agent for them is moving on to a new team. Safety Derek Forrest, fifth-round pick in 2021, reportedly leaving Washington. He gets a one-year deal in Buffalo. Commanders right now project to have around $32.8 million in salary cap space before any moves are made today, once a new league year starts at 4 p.m. College hoops, it's a big day, of course, a big weekend for college basketball, especially locally. Down in D.C., Richmond trailing Davidson 56-55. Just over 7 minutes to play right now. Opening round of the A-10 tournament at Capital One Arena. Navy and American play 7 p.m. tonight for the Patriot League Championship at Bender Arena in D.C. Big East action tonight. Georgetown and DePaul at Madison Square Garden. 6:30 p.m. on the Team 980. And right now, Virginia and Georgia Tech tied at 25. Halftime round 2 of the ACC tournament in Charlotte. Looking to upgrade your office game? Swing by PVI Office Furniture, where we've got everything you need to take your workspace from the bench to the big leagues. Mention the Fan to score 15% off your in-store purchase. PVI Office Furniture, where productivity gets a hat trick. Visit PVIPVI.com because business grows with PVI. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. A number of things I need to address briefly. This court at the Big 12 basketball tournament is wacky. Look at that court, B.
It's weird.
It's weird. That was one. Two, I think I just about blew Poet's mind. You know how they're playing music from different stations in the men's room now?
Uh-huh.
An Overnight Scenario came on, and I was hyped to it, and I went by the PGC studio and told her that, and she just died laughing. I don't think she was prepared for me to drop that on her. And then lastly, caller number 10, right now, you win 2 tickets to go to a concert. You get to see the Dropkick Murphys and Bad Religion Summer of Discontent Tour, Tuesday, August 12th at Pier 6 in Baltimore with special guests, the Mainliners. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. 800-636-1067. Jeff, you got a band called the Mainliners in Baltimore? Isn't that kind of poor taste?
Don't sound too good.
All right. Speaking of things that don't sound too good, I just want to play this audio and let everybody draw their own conclusions. The first person speaking here is a fella by the name of Connor Orr with Sports Illustrated.
I did not like Washington's free agency at all. I hate the idea of microwaving this process, just being like, oh, okay, we made it to the NFC title game. Let's get Deebo Samuel and Laramie Tunsil, and let's trade away all of our picks for veteran guys. And it's not 2010 anymore. Like, it doesn't necessarily work that way. And now you're putting a lot on Jaden Daniels' plate. And for everybody that's telling me, well, you have to strike while the iron's hot, that's what the Jets said with Mark Sanchez. That's what the Eagles said with Carson Wentz. And it ended up just overloading these guys, and then they were never the same.
And this is going to be like what's fascinating about it is we'll get to watch it. You know, are you going to be better off your Kansas City holding on to your draft picks and signing Jalen Moore and projecting him to play left tackle for you? Or are you going to be better off if you're Tennessee overpaying Dan Moore to play left tackle for you and holding on to your picks? Or is Washington going to be better off getting an established guy and, you know, draining draft picks not just from this year but next year too?
So the second voice there was Albert Breer with a much more reasoned response. Let me get the beginning of that again and just stop it when Connor Orr finishes. You can stop it right there, Jeff.
Like Washington's free agency at all. I hate the idea of microwaving this process, just being like, oh, okay, we made it to the NFC title game. Let's get Deebo Samuel and Laramie Tunsil, and let's trade away all of our picks for veteran guys. And it's not 2010 anymore. Like, it doesn't necessarily work that way. And now you're putting a lot on Jaden Daniels' plate. And for everybody that's telling me, well, you have to strike while the iron's hot, that's what the Jets said with Mark Sanchez. That's what the Eagles said with Carson Wentz. And it ended up just overloading these guys, and then they were never the same.
And this is
Brian?
Carson Wentz was on his way to winning an MVP.
Yeah.
And was playing terrific. And that wasn't his first year, right?
No.
Mark Sanchez just proved that he won. He went to 2 AFC championship games, didn't he?
Yeah.
But he proved that overall, as it went on, that he wasn't that guy. Jaden, I think, is ahead of both of those guys already in his mental preparation. So it's not 2010 where you allow guys to just sit forever. Okay? So he's playing. If you got a quarterback who can handle it, and that's what he's about, you go with it. So I don't understand, like you say, giving up all your draft picks. They had 8 of them when they started, but they got now 6. But you do have players on your squad now that can play. So it's not one way to do this thing. I don't think back then everybody did it the same way. I don't think right now everybody does the same way. But if you're in a position to go get something that's going to help you, speed this process up, you go get it.
I also think the settings around free agency have just changed dramatically, man. I just don't think it's at all the same. And I think because of that, you have to be more aggressive in trades.
Yeah.
I just saw this. Mike Giardi, I think, is where I saw it from. One of the Boston guys, Doug Kayed, pardon me, writes for the Boston Herald, covers the Patriots. One assistant general manager on Milton Williams, who looks like a good player, but he's young. Very few of these dudes that were available in free agency were young, truly coming off a rookie deal.
Uh-huh.
An unnamed assistant general manager on Milton Williams' 4-year, $104 million contract with the Patriots. The Milton deal is a tax on him being the one young, good player on the market. Free agency has changed. You can't, dude. The question is, would you rather have Laramie Tunsil that you end up giving up a 2nd and a 4 next year? You paid some freight on that. Would you rather have Laramie Tunsil, who is a known commodity star, or pay Dan Moore $50 million guaranteed, 4-year, $82 million? Right? Dan Moore gave up the most sacks as a left tackle in the NFL last year.
Uh-huh.
He finished with 12 sacks allowed, recorded 21 penalties, 11 holds. So if you prefer to build this way, you sign Dan Moore, and you're probably going to, it sure seems like, considering Tennessee has done nothing at quarterback this cycle, they're about to draft Cam Ward. Or you're signing Dan Moore to protect Will Levis, whatever it is. You prefer that avenue to trading for Tunsil when you've got Jaden Daniels, and you still allow yourself the cap flexibility in 2 years when Jaden's number comes up to make more moves as needed?
Hey, man. Some people are going to find stuff to go at. What did he want?
The Deebo trade, to call that microwaving something.
That's not microwaving anything.
You have to pay the roster bonus. I understand that. But if you just get Deebo's production from last year, that's worth it.
Hey, man. We have that all the time.
Jeffrey, what do you think when you hear that dude?
I think he can't make this. He can make the assumption, but you can't. Well, you should not hold what happened with other teams under different regiments against a guy with his team now, because Dan Quinn wasn't on none of those teams. Dan Quinn wasn't the head of any of those teams where they did any of that, and you don't know if it's going to work or not.
But he's saying they were never the same. Like, Sanchez went to 2 AFC championship games.
You can point that out all you want.
I'm going to point it out.
I'm not saying quarterback wins. I am all the way out on making a comparison between Mark Sanchez and Jaden.
And Jaden, yeah,
all the way out.
No,
Regardless
but
of how
I'm saying,
many title game trips.
I am directly. I'm attacking his mindset. When did Carson Wentz just go in and not act like he can play at first? He was playing terrific when he got hurt. What year was that? Second or third?
Carson's second season is when he appeared to be on his way to an MVP award.
So, but
that was 20. I think the Eagles ended up winning the Super Bowl anyway. That was 2017.
But what he's saying makes no sense. He named guys that were not.
Yeah, when did they overload Wentz?
Because it was not in the same.
Injury.
It was not in the same situation. So this is what I'm saying. See, this is what happens on radio, happens on TV, happens on podcasts. People just say a lot of stuff, and they're never questioned on it. I would love to ask him directly, where the hell did they overload those two dudes? And I promise you he won't have an answer. But see, no one is calling him to say that.
I have a tough time with that one on a lot of different levels. I don't know, man. I just don't get the comps whatsoever. And I just think it's silly. If you don't like Washington's free agency thus far, I think you can make a pretty rational argument. Like, there's some logic to that argument. If you think they gave up too much for Tunsil and you got to build long term and you give up that many draft picks, okay, I can get that. If you think Kinlaw's too much cash, I can wrap my head around that. I don't necessarily agree with it, especially the Tunsil part, but I can conceptualize that. But an argument that you're concerned that Jaden Daniels will go by the way of Mark Sanchez and Carson Wentz. Sanchez, they just never moved the ball in that offense. And Rex Ryan, as the boss of the Jets, was okay with that because the defense was so nasty. Wentz was quite good. Then the injuries stacked up. Then all the weird stuff continued to happen. Like, that was its own unique track. And I don't know. I don't know. White Brian, what do you hear there? Because to me, that just is an egregiously bad take. You can not like the performance in free agency thus far, but the quarterback comparisons I just find ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a very bad take. And I think it's just one of those things where it's easier to have a hot take and say something's going to go wrong and that be right than say something's going to go extremely right and be proven right.
Yeah, I think you're right. I've followed some of that dude's work, and it's always it rarely is close to kind of conventional wisdom. There's usually a lot to it. But I don't know. I have a tough time with that one. I almost want to open the phone lines up. I know we don't have time because we have Paris, but let the world hear my guy Connor Orr one more time, and then I'm gonna let
Connor Orr, one finger salute.
I did not like Washington's free agency at all. I hate the idea of microwaving this process. Just being like, oh, okay, we made it to the NFC title game. Let's get Deebo Samuel and Laramie Tunsil, and let's trade away all of our picks for veteran guys. And it's not 2010 anymore. Like, it doesn't necessarily work that way. And now you're putting a lot on Jaden Daniels' plate. And for everybody that's telling me, well, you have to strike while the iron's hot, that's what the Jets said with Mark Sanchez. That's what the Eagles said with Carson Wentz. And it ended up just overloading these guys, and then they were never the same.
And this is going to be like,
Let me ask you a question. This dude sounded like he was 10 years old in 2014 or 2010.
I don't know how old he is. I do know this. If any of our audience wants to tweet him at Connor Orr, CONORORR. I don't buy that whatsoever. I think the free agency kind of stinks now, and you generally build through trades and the draft. And I think
he's 2 ends, 1 end.
CONOR, just 1 N, and then ORR. I don't think the only microwave I would say is if you think they gave up too much for Tunsil, because then you won't be able to draft him later. And that's just not how I view that, because what if you answered left tackle for the next 5 years? What if he plays well this year? You're able to get a deal done next year that you can afford Jaden with. Like, isn't that what allowed Purdy to have so much success, is that they found Trent Williams and Sam Fran?
Mm-hmm. Hey, man.
I mean, dude, whatever you think about Jalen Hurts, you know what helps him a lot?
Maybe if he had
offensive line is
maybe
excellent.
if he had just looked at some other teams that's doing it right now, he would have never said nothing about 2010.
Is that a shot at the previous way the Skins were ran?
I don't know. You don't have to go all the way to 2010 to get that.
Right, but I just wonder if that's where he's going, like, oh, like Washington doesn't need to do it like they used to in the old days. That's the only real thing I can think of.
Brian Coleman's just we say that guy's an idiot. Middle finger to him, just like you said.
Monty Coleman?
No, Brian Coleman.
Oh, all right. I thought you said Monty Coleman. I was like, damn, Monty's listening. When we come back, I'm excited to talk. We're going to New Orleans because I'll be walking in New Orleans. Matt Parrish joins the program next.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. This week, FanDuel is bringing you a Dog of the Day Profit Boost tokens. One of the best parts about the tourney is when an underdog takes down a powerhouse. And right now, those upsets can get even better because if your underdog bet wins, you'll land even more winnings with a profit boost. This is your chance to ride with the long shots, the scrappy teams, and the ones that refuse to go quietly. Listen, every year we always see the favorites, but there's always going to be some of those smaller teams, mid-majors, come in and upset them. I think ride with the mid-majors early on, it'll make you some money. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you'll get paid instantly. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your Dog of the Day with a profit boost. Because after all, anything can happen in March. You have to be 18 years old and present in D.C. Opt-in required. Wager of at least plus 100 odds required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-426-2537.
I'm Earl Forsey. This update sponsored by Door Pro America, garage door service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. So the new league year starts 4 p.m. today, 2.5 hours from now in the NFL. Another Commanders free agent is moving on. Safety Derek Forrest, 5th-round pick in 2021, is leaving Washington. He gets a 1-year deal in Buffalo. Commanders right now, $32.7 million in salary cap space before any moves are made today. Ian Rappaport, NFL Network, is reporting that there's going to be a very strong market for wide receiver Cooper Kupp when he is released, probably at some point today by the LA Rams. College basketball, Virginia trailing Georgia Tech 42-35 second half, round 2 of the ACC tournament in Charlotte. Richmond trailing Davidson 65-62, under a minute to play. Downtown D.C. Capital One Arena at the A10 tournament. Big East tonight, Georgetown DePaul at Madison Square Garden, 6:30 for that one on the Team 980. For all of your garage door and opener needs, go to the pros at Door Pro America. From maintenance and repair to new installations, Door Pro America has been serving the DMV for over 50 years. Call 877-DOOR-PRO or visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Excited to bring on our friend, Mr. Matt Paris from New Orleans, Louisiana. Paris covers the Saints. A lot of folks probably remember him from his work here with the Washington Times covering the Skins. What's up, Paris? How are you, buddy?
Yeah, man. Thanks for having me.
Two guys of note I really want to talk to you about. Let's start with the guy that Washington signed in Will Harris. What did you see from him last year in New Orleans?
Yeah, he was a pretty solid signing. He was one of those minimum type guys who really exceeded expectations. I mean, safety looked like it was going to be a disaster for the Saints in training camp because they couldn't find a starter opposite Tyrann Mathieu. They even explored signing Justin Simmons during that time. But as camp progressed, Harris emerged and he kind of locked it down. Once the season started, he really, had that starting spot. The only time he missed was because of a hamstring injury. Versatile, was mostly of their box safety, but the way the Saints use their safeties, they kind of play both positions, free and strong. So really solid, good hitter. And there's obviously some familiarity with Harris in Washington's front office with Lance Newmark, who drafted him in Detroit. So I think it's a real solid fit.
That's great. As you compare him to Jeremy Chin the year before, Harris seems to have a lot more versatility. He's played all over in Detroit. I mean, it seems like his role was pretty locked in with the Saints, but prior to that, what did you think of his ability to play multiple positions?
Yeah, I mean, that was the thing that, was he going to do that in New Orleans? And they did at times, but he wasn't like their nickel corner, for instance. His Detroit, what made his progression in New Orleans so interesting was because in Detroit, by the end of his tenure, he was mostly a backup. He went from a starter, kind of was phased out of it at the end, and he had kind of a nice career resurgence. So while I think he can do multiple things, I wonder if maybe he's just best at safety rather than cornerback.
What would you say is the strongest part of his game? They say the versatility, but what if they say this is the one thing he could bank on?
Yeah, Dennis Allen always described him as rangy. That was the thing that stood out, was he had a lot of range. Mentioned his speed as well too, but the range, to cover ground, pretty hard tackler. But the range, I think, would be the number one thing.
All right, and that obviously helps on the back end. The solid tackling really helps. It's crazy what so much of defensive backs, and I know this drives you nuts, B. What the tackling is such a lost art on the back end of defenses, where there's hitting. People try to hit, but there's no wrapping, I would say.
Right.
Does he actually get guys down on the ground?
I have to go back and look at it more. I mean, the Saints as a team were terrible tacklers last year. It was one of their biggest issues on defense. So I think he's individually okay. Like, he doesn't come to mind when I think of, like, the Broncos game, for instance, was just horrible last year from a tackling standpoint. But, they did have a lot of missed tackles, but I think he was okay in that area.
All right, there you have it. Talking to our friend Matt Paris here, writes for New Orleans Times Picayune down there in the Big Easy covering the Saints. You can give him a follow at Matthew_Paris, Paras. Chase Young gets a big deal from the Saints. He was pretty good when Washington played them last year. I think he's kind of learned who he is as an NFL player, and it doesn't appear that he's ever going to have that really high ceiling pass rusher 17 sack season, but he's still a really helpful player. Tell us about the deal, and were you surprised to see it?
Yeah, I mean, I think the contract kind of reflects what you just said. It was 3 years, $51 million, $17 million per year. I think that makes him the 19th or 18th highest paid defensive end. Like that's solid starter money, and that's what he was for New Orleans. He didn't come in and blow the roof off. Still only finished with 5.5 sacks. Like, wasn't the best year for him sack production wise, but his pressure rate was 16%. That was a career high, ranked top 6 in pressures according to Next Gen Stats. Like, he had a solid year, and I think the biggest difference from covering him in Washington is he just fits in a lot better than maybe he did. There's weren't those expectations for him to be an absolute game changer. He didn't necessarily frustrate coaches as much, with freelancing and those sorts of things. And so he had kind of a solid year. And I think, to your point, JP, is, he kind of knows who he is now and is a lot more comfortable with that.
How was the when he got that contract? Are a lot of the fans down there happy with it? Happy with the fact that he got the deal? He's coming back?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, they pretty much, I don't know this for absolutely certain, but Paulson Adebo left and signed with the Giants, and he's making $18 million a year. And with Chase Young making $17 million a year, it looks like they prioritized edge rusher instead of cornerback. And that, I think, people are okay with. And, maybe they would have liked to see a bigger splash there, but, I think they're okay and happy with the contract, all things considered, because they didn't break the bank for him. I mean, it's pretty reasonable money.
All right.
So, there was some, I think to call it news is a little overblown, but basically New Orleans was the only job left, and Kingsbury said he's sticking around in Washington for a year. That made it pretty clear he didn't want the New Orleans job to me. And yet you start fresh with Kellen Moore there. This Derek Carr thing makes it impossible for anything else to happen. When is this god-awful Derek Carr deal over, and who the hell signed him to that?
Yeah, it's Mickey Loomis did, and he's still the general manager here. The reason why, I mean, when they signed him originally, it was 4 years, $150 million. Like, that's reasonable money for a starter. It's middle of the pack. The problem that the Saints get themselves into is because they're so up against the cap is they've had to restructure a lot of these deals. His is the easiest to restructure because it creates the most room because it's the biggest number. So because they've done that 2 years in a row now, he's facing a $69 million cap figure next year. They can move on from it technically, but it would leave like $59 million in dead money, and it is entering the last year of his deal, in 2026. So, the big question was down here whether they were going to get rid of him just to eat the money all at once, but that's not really this organization's philosophy. They want to push it. They want to try and compete for the division, and they were so hurt on offense last year, they kind of looked at it and said, okay, well, I think these players are good, and it was the coach's fault and the injuries, and so they changed the coaching staff. They made some changes on the sports science side, but they're still betting on the players themselves.
So, I mean, I know they had that hot start, but like, I was listening to, I think it was Russillo's podcast this morning, and he kind of just described the Saints have become this just irrelevant NFL outpost. And that just sucks because when they had that thing cooking with Drew Brees and Sean Payton, it's such a cool city, and the life and the culture that surrounds football down there is so great. But I mean, I guess maybe they're competing for the NFC South title. Like, what do they have? Like, what are they telling their fans to buy season tickets for next year?
I mean, yeah, I guess a lot of fans here are frustrated. I mean, it kind of reminds me of, I mean, it's not nearly as bad as it was under Snyder, but it reminds me of, that general like apathy where people start kind of tuning out. You could just tell when the city is really locked in. Like when they started 2-0 last year, there was just a buzz around the city. Like I was at a concert.
Believe me, I heard.
Well, hell, when the Skins started 2-0 after the Denver game, and they went 4-13 runs last year.
Yeah, no, it's like it was like that. I mean, people were so excited, and it just kind of, people need to see a major change, and they thought they were getting that with Kellen Moore. Like that hiring went over pretty well here, given the process. That coaching search was really dragged out. But I think people here are very mixed, to put it politely, about Derek Carr, and I think him coming back did no favors to some of the fans who are already really fed up with the team.
Well,
dude, how does Taysom Hill make this roster? He's got an $18 million cap hit with no guaranteed money. Are they actually keeping Taysom Hill at $18 million?
Well, the $18 million part, we'll see if that will be addressed. I mean, maybe they reach an agreement with him. I don't have the figure in front of me now, but the problem with a lot of these Saints contracts is because they've restructured them so many times, it actually, even though there's no guaranteed money left, they're still like, they've pushed money into the future with void years and those sorts of things. So I don't know what the dead money would be if they had just outright released him.
I'm just using over the cap numbers, and they may be wrong, but if you release them post June 1, you get on the right side of the equation.
Okay,
if
yeah,
you release them pre June 1, you get crushed. But like, I guess my bigger position is
get out of that Taysom Hill deal.
Taysom Hill has
they were paying him money to be like a utility player.
Was that Loomis also?
Yep.
Yeah.
Clearly,
look, I grew up down there, Paris, and believe me, the Drew Brees years was good. The rest of them, not.
Right. No, it's people are finding out how hard it is to find a quarterback in the Drew Brees era. I mean, it really does remind me of I mean, even though Derek Carr will be the starter third year in a row here, it does feel like, I mean, even Spencer Rattler played a lot last year. I mean, he played 7 games, and so there were you're writing quarterback profiles every week, and it's.
Hell, Rattler almost came back and beat the Commanders.
Well, that was because of the referees.
Who was the other dude that started? Who's the dude that started with a weird neck?
Jake Hayner.
Yeah, that guy is not an NFL quarterback.
A weird neck.
I feel bad, Paris. Like a lot of fans feel bad for John Allen because he endured so much junk here, and now is leaving. Now, hopefully they win in Minnesota. I like John. I root for John. John also made a lot of money to endure the junk. You just worked for a newspaper and endured the junk. And then you left before the going got good, and now you might be back in the junk, dog.
You're saying that newspaper money isn't the same as NFL?
No, it's not.
That's, yeah.
I don't know what to say there. Isn't Mickey Loomis is the GM of the Saints and the basketball team, right?
I think he is.
He's not necessarily. No, he's not the basketball team. At one point he was, but they've kind of now separated that. Dennis Lauscha is the team president, who is basically like the Jason Wright. He kind of has, some influence over the Pelicans as well. But I mean, in terms of general manager stuff, it's David Griffin on the Pelicans side. But yeah, I mean, those two franchises are connected, and God, I mean, the Pelicans are a mess too. It's not a bright time to be a New Orleans sports fan here, I guess, unless you count LSU, but they're in Baton Rouge.
Well, you got good food.
Yeah.
If you got to be in a city with bad sports, New Orleans has plenty of distractions.
Good food, man.
Absolutely, man.
I fear is the only hope down there that the woman sells the team. Like, is that where we've reached for the Saints?
No, I don't think so. I mean, not yet. I mean, some fans maybe want that, but it's not nearly to that. I haven't seen like sell the team chants or bags over their heads like it was near the end of Snyder.
Yeah. Well, the Snyder thing, I don't know.
Well, they used to wear bags on their heads down there before, but I have a text thread with nothing but people from Louisiana. That whole text thread want her to sell the team, believe me.
Sure, yeah.
They wanted to sell it.
So you like the Will Harris move, though, in short?
I do, yeah. Yeah, solid signing, good money. I mean, it was, nothing crazy. He's a solid player. If they open that spot up in training camp for a competition and he gets beat out by somebody, okay, maybe not. Maybe that happens, but it's a worthy, let's take a flyer on this guy at a reasonable price.
There you have it. Paris, thanks, buddy. Appreciate you making time.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thanks.
Hi, Paris. Take care, man.
At Matthew_Paris, Paras. How about that, Jeffrey? Little optimism starting to surround Mr. Will Harris. Rooster and Paris in on it. Nobody go anywhere. We got to make some bets. Shout out to Coolio. R.I.P.
This was actually dedicated to Heavy Metal Chris's daughter because this is her favorite song.
Really?
I love that. How old is she?
Hip hop song.
5? Wow.
That's awesome. Maybe I'll play this for my daughters this afternoon. They've heard it. We're on a Chapel Roan kick at the crib. Pink Pony Club, hot to go. Maybe we'll have to break in a little Coolio. What do you got going tonight, B?
Nothing, man. I'm chilling.
You playing golf?
I have 3 friends that are asses. They all backed out. They all came with some fake reasons to back out of stuff.
Doug, mine is not fake.
You did something because somebody else backed out. That's what you said.
You tell me to go get paid. I'm going to get paid.
But he backed out because somebody else backed out, and then Jeff came up with some.
No,
whatever. I just think Jeff don't want to lose by 50.
No,
strokes.
my car part came in, bro.
50 strokes. That's all I'm saying.
I would have been working on that tomorrow. We rescheduled for next week.
Don't ever ask me to play golf with y'all no more. I'm done.
Oh my
Seems
God!
like
Stop it.
Overreaction, I would say, bro.
I don't want to play with y'all no more.
Ever.
Y'all Bammers.
Okay, we're done. Jeff, you want to play next week?
I'm down.
All right,
Have fun.
just you and I.
Yeah, y'all go.
It'll be a much more pleasant afternoon.
Yeah, I'll probably
we
have a
won't have
chance
as
to
good
win.
music or drinks, but it will be pleasant.
It won't be pleasant
It'll
because
just be nice.
next
to
week is gonna be cold. Have fun.
No, it's not.
That's what they just told me.
They wrong.
I gotta work. I'm gonna be at AU looking for David Aldridge, and then I got all ears tonight. Should be a fun night. Lot of free agency, obviously. Official league year opens at 4:00. Do you think there is? Last time we said this, you and I both thought another big move was coming. A small part of me, Brian, can't get past the fact that the trade for Tunsil was very complicated. Picks this year, picks next year, picks coming back.
I think they're saving something for something.
Dude, 61 is sitting there, and the initial report about Hendrickson was a late second might get it done.
I think they're saving something.
It's hella interesting. It is just sitting there, and I don't know with Hendrickson. We'd have to maybe I could text my boy Charlie Golds, but with his contract, since he doesn't want to pay him, I am sure some of this gets paid out like the first week of the league year. And okay, here we go. $10 million bonuses, roster bonuses on the 5th day of the league year. So assuming that structure remained, the clock is ticking on that one. I don't know what the hell is going to happen, but I find it very, very interesting. Speaking of interesting, let's make some bets. Jeff not prepared to play
Jeff
that
been
sound.
doing great till the last few. Gather around.
White Brian.
Me and JP got wins yesterday. Everyone else lost.
Bang. What I have?
The Caps.
CAPS. All right. Who wants what today? I'm not calling on anyone. Just shout.
Baylor -5.5.
Whoa. Bang. White Brian's on the board.
Give
Damn.
me the Celtics tonight.
Okay.
To beat
Who they playing?
OKC.
I'm going against that. I'm taking Thunder.
Ooh, I like it.
Take y'all L's
You guys
together.
want some side action?
I'm
lunch bet?
riding with Chris.
Yeah, how about this? One of the worst years of UVA basketball recent memory. Obviously, Tony Bennett quits. Can't expect a good season. Looks like the Cavaliers are about to call it quits on the whole year. They're down 59-46 with 2.5 minutes left at Georgia Tech.
And just to tick Landfill off, I want to parlay that Calgary Flames win.
Jeff getting that all over the place.
Damn, Jeff.
Arkansas Razorbacks beating the hell out of the South Carolina Gamecocks. Coach Cal ain't no fool. 2.5. Do you have a parlay coming, Brian?
Not today.
I don't believe you.
I'm telling you. Not today.
DePaul is very bad. Is that correct?
Yes.
Man, I don't like where the money is in that game. Take the under. DePaul, Georgetown. Boys are on at 6:30 on Peacock if you want to watch it. Getting closer to my Turtles. Actually, you know what? I don't know what to do. I don't want to do that. I don't want to make DA mad. Navy's 15-18 against AU, 21-12 tonight. AU 3.5-point favorites. Let's all make an AU Navy pick. This is not our official bet. We're just
Give
making
me AU.
AU, baby. Let's go for the home team.
Heavy metal.
Home team, yeah.
I think they're kind of home. They're kind of both home teams. AU's closer.
Yeah, I don't know. You know what? Let's go Navy. Let's go Navy. My dad went to the Naval Academy. What am I thinking? I gotta go Navy.
There you go, Chris. White Brian?
Navy plus 4.5.
I'm going to be in the building, so I'm taking AU. I don't want David Aldridge to yell at me. Thank you to everyone that listened to the program today. Thank you to Neil Greenberg. Thank you to Ed Werder. Thank you to Matt Paris for joining us. Tomorrow, we're going to have them phone lines open and ripping. Plus, London Fletcher will join the show.
Fletch.
A fun day today. Jeff almost got through without any mistakes. Almost only good in horseshoes and hand grenades. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. Oh, you beer.
With breaking sports news on the Fan, I'm Earl Forsey at the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk. Some Commanders news here as the new league year is about to begin in the NFL. Adam Schefter, ESPN, putting out on social media just a minute ago that free agent quarterback Marcus Mariota is returning to Washington. He will re-sign with the Commanders as a backup to Jaden Daniels, getting, according to Schefter, a one-year contract. Now, the free agent frenzy continues around the league today. Commanders did lose one of their free agents as safety Derek Forrest, fifth-round pick in 2021, is leaving Washington for a one-year deal in Buffalo. All the moves, all the trades, everything becomes official today in the NFL at 4 p.m. Also, Ian Rappaport, NFL Network, says there's going to be a very strong market for wide receiver Cooper Kupp once he's released, probably at some point today, by the L.A. Rams. College basketball, Virginia trailing Georgia Tech 62-55. Final minute of play, round 2 of the ACC tournament in Charlotte. So UVA season looks like it's about to end. Richmond today fell to Davidson 69-65. First round of the A-10 tournament at Capital One Arena. Big East action tonight, Georgetown and DePaul. That's 6:30 p.m. over in the Team 980. And Navy and American 7 p.m. tonight for the Patriot League Championship at Bender Arena downtown in D.C. We're brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000, 800-763-3000. Again, the breaking sports news is Adam Schefter reporting Marcus Mariota will return to the Commanders, signing a one-year contract. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
A good Wednesday afternoon, and welcome into Grant and Danny. You're locked into 106.7 The Fan. Danny's out sick today, so you can expect sizable news. And we're already off to a pretty good start with Marcus Mariota agreeing to a one-year extension to come back to Washington to play for the Commanders. Toby Altizer is in. You will hear from him in just a moment. Let me lay out the road ahead for you very quickly. Albert Breer, who reported that Washington actually offered Ronnie Stanley $24 million a year to leave the Ravens, who he once was great with and an all-pro with, went back to this offseason and re-signed with for only $20 a year. Washington actually made him a bigger offer to come play left tackle. He said no thanks. We'll talk to Breer about that at 2:30. We've got Volbeat tickets at 3. We've got Caps tickets at 4. Jacob Chychrun of the Capitals, who won last night 7-4 in Anaheim, will be on the show at 5:30, and we're giving away Wizards tickets at 5. If that's not enough, now we got some breaking news. Toby, how are you?
Oh, it's great. I mean, it's good to be in for Danny. Obviously, hopefully he's feeling better soon as we head down to West Palm tomorrow. So hopefully he's feeling better. We're hoping that he can make the trip.
I, right now, am skeptical. I am dubious about that. There's a few things you generally don't want to do when you're dealing with some type of bug or flu or virus. One of them is get on an airplane.
Correct. It's obviously miserable for the people around you, but it's also miserable to constantly be getting up to go, relieve yourself.
Hopefully, though. I mean, if he's still in that mode, he will not be on the airplane.
Correct.
But hopefully he's feeling better. We haven't gotten an update here the last couple hours, so we'll see what kind of progress he can make overnight. But we are flying to West Palm Beach in the morning. The Grant and Danny radio program will be at spring training on Thursday, Friday, and Monday. We've also got live shows planned for you on the weekend slate as well. There's a lot coming up.
A lot of stuff going on. So excited about it. Good to be in for Danny. I don't know, is Mariota big enough news, though? So are we expecting a bigger bomb today with Danny being out?
So this does not qualify as the Danny Rouet curse.
Okay.
This is news, to be sure, and it's a big deal, I think. We'll get into it in 1 second. But no, Danny's out, so Trey Hendrickson's going to be acquired in about an hour. That's kind of where this has to go, I think. It's going to have to be a bombshell to qualify as keeping the streak alive. And he is Cal Ripken Jr. 26-32 in a row, baby. We've got numbers hanging from the warehouse for Danny Rouet's absences with something huge happening. So if you can go place a bet right now on Trey Hendrickson being traded to Washington, maybe today is the day. But let's get into the real news, and that is free agent quarterback Marcus Mariota back to DC, a 1-year deal. We don't have terms yet. Looking forward to seeing what those look like. But Mariota wanted to test the market, and I totally get it. There were a few landing spots where if he would have gotten there, he probably could have started games this year, maybe even right away in week 1. I think the gig that everybody was looking for in that bridge quarterback tier was the Colts job. Anthony Richardson at one point last year asking out of a game, teammates in the locker room kind of turning on him, it seemed like, after that, and his coaching staff maybe even deciding in that moment, I'm not really sure if this is going where we need it to, in addition to the fact that he just hasn't played very well and he's been hurt a lot over the last couple of years. So there is a very clear path, a runway that is wide open for you to taking that job from him. But Daniel Jones at $14 million, who has won a playoff game for the Giants, who has had one really good season over the last 3 or 4 years, got the gig. Marcus Mariota did not. And so if you're Marcus and you start looking around and you're going, okay, the Raiders is a place maybe I could go compete, and then somebody ends up there, and then you go, well, the Colts would be nice. I could start there. And then a quarterback's landed there. Now you're looking at being a backup again. If you're going to be a backup, you like it here. You know Jaden Daniels well. It's a comfortable situation. The coaching staff loves you. Kingsbury sings your praises. Why go learn a new offense?
Yeah, I think he was super comfortable here. And I think, I was wrong. When they acquired him to be the backup quarterback, I think we kind of knew then there was going to be Jaden Daniels. It just, the styles matched. You could have him mentor him and kind of help him along. But I did not think that he was going to be someone that was going to be as good a mentor as he was for Jaden. I did not think, we watched that quarterback series on Netflix and he quit on the Falcons, at the end of the season when he was no longer the starting quarterback. And normally when you do something like that, you don't just immediately get a redemption tour, but he did a really good job of coming in here and he played well too, Grant, which is obviously a huge part of this. And he was able to step in and, some of the games where Jaden didn't play well or Jaden got injured, Marcus stepped in and played probably better than Jaden did. You look at that Cowboys game.
Phenomenal. The last time we saw him was the Cowboys. His numbers, if you look back, that's Daniels in a good half. 15 of 18 for $160 and 2 touchdowns without turning the ball over. And if you remember, he had that 30-yard run on a fourth and a foot or two to set up a 1st and goal for them to put the game back in reach, where they scored the game-winning touchdown. He threw it to McLaurin in the closing seconds. That was Daniels making that play with his feet and making that throw to Terry at the end of the game all year long. And it's how he became a folk hero in this town.
Yeah.
Well, the one time they needed to do it without Jaden, they still did it.
Well,
which I think speaks to Cliff. It speaks to the offense, everyone around him. Everyone acted like Jaden Daniels was just Sisyphus pushing a boulder up a hill. How does anyone ever move 1 yard in this offense? They all can't walk and put pants on and chew gum. Bunch of losers. And thank God for Jaden Daniels. Yes, Daniels is great. Also, can you give him a little bit of credit, please? When he wasn't in there, Mariota lit up the Panthers. They scored 40, and he lit up the Cowboys.
Yeah, and I think when you look at that Panthers game, we talked about this with that Eagles game where Jalen Hurts was out, and we're talking about the legitimacy of the win and did it count or not. Obviously, the Eagles are a much better team than Carolina, but Washington went without their quarterback and still hung 40.
Yep.
Right? So, there's still ways to go around it and do things. So it was really impressive that when he went out, you didn't feel like the offense fell off hugely. Mariota could execute still. And that's something that's really nice to have. And on top of that, the thing that really pushed me over the top in favor of Mariota is the clip from the Falcons game where in overtime, Jaden's keeled over. And the thing about that is Jaden's fine. He knows he's fine. But the important part of this, and I think Mariota understood it, is I need the other 52 people on the team to know you're fine. Because if I'm Sam Cosmi at right guard, if I know you're fine, we're going to win this game.
Maybe not even just your own team, but the opponent is seeing you doubled over. For people that don't remember the clip, Daniels, it was when he was in hero mode. So he's putting the team on his back, and he's doing this high school football bit, like he's playing in West Texas, and Dad's watching for the first time in a few years because he's been traveling,
Yeah.
But now he's here, so I got to show him how good I am. So Jaden was out there, and he's just doing this thing where, Cliff called the play. That's funny. I'm getting the ball, and I'm running left, and then I'm running right, and then I'm running left. And I've honestly, at the NFL level, really haven't seen anything like that in terms of the play has never mattered less. This is just straight up backyard football at this point in overtime. And Daniels is just doing some Lamar Jackson wacky, where I'm going to the goal line. If you guys want to go down there too, you can. But that's where I'm going to be. And so he gets clobbered trying to get in. And they call timeout. I'm sure he lost his breath or whatever, and he's just gassed. But he's doubled over like on a knee as if he looks spent. And Mariota comes over and he just kind of very calmly and quietly in his ear. And to your point, Toby, it's kind of the opposite of what you would have imagined for a guy that we all saw on that Netflix series quarterback just walked out on a team and quit, and he seemed like a bad guy.
Yeah, I mean, he just randomly disappeared for the last couple of episodes. Like, they're finishing week 16, 17, 18, and Mariota's gone.
And he did that to the team. He basically said, like, I'm gone. See you guys later.
Yeah.
Because he'd been benched. And how dare I sit here and watch Desmond Ridder play? I'm not going to watch that loser. I'm going to go hang out with my baby and my kid and my wife. So anyway, so he comes out onto the field, and he's like tapping Jaden. He's like, stand up. He's like, get your breath. Go back in there. You got this. And it was just this little pep talk that if Dan Quinn said it, he's yelling. That's fine. But a quarterback who's won a Heisman, who's gone number 2 overall, who was you at one point.
Correct.
Never quite as talented as Jaden Daniels. So you take the faders from Daniels and you turn them all down a little bit. Whereas Daniels had 50 touchdowns in the SEC. Nobody's ever done that. He ran for 1,000 yards. Marcus Mariota was a dude. Like, people sleep a little bit. Go back and watch the tape at Oregon. Go back and watch highlights of him with the Ducks. He was a badass. And before Jaden went to as a Heisman Trophy winner, he did. And I do think because of that, when he is talking with Jaden in the room, it probably matters a little more.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, that's the thing is you bring in a guy that is essentially Jaden before Jaden. Like you said, not nearly as talented as a passer, but as a runner, he's really good. Similar play styles, number 2 overall picks, expected to kind of turn over a franchise that wasn't very good before they got there. Obviously didn't work for Mariota in Tennessee, but he even had some good moments there, right? You remember the play that he had when he threw the ball, or what was it exactly? Did it get batted up and then he caught it and ran it in for a touchdown in a playoff game? Like, he's had some good moments as well, but to see that leadership, and like you said, you know, when you talk about coaches, they talk about this all the time for good football teams, it's player-led, right? You have to have the buy-in from the players and those guys kind of helping each other. When you have a guy like Mariota who's gone through what Jaden has gone through, obviously not nearly as successfully, but it means a little more because there's not many guys you can bring in. Like, they had Jeff Driscoll. Jeff Driscoll can't relate to what Jaden's going through, where he's got everything on his shoulders trying to fix a team.
Here's what they have in common. They're both quarterbacks, and they're both kind of in the NFL.
Exactly.
You know?
Yeah. And so having Mariota there to say, hey, man, I've gone through this. This is what I learned. This is how I can help. And I think the good part was you can tell just by that interaction, Mariota's not pushing it. He's going to let Jaden do his thing when he feels like he needs to step in. He understands that he's a better football player than him. He understands that. So he's not going to say, hey, do this, do this, do this. I just helping out.
This to me is a sneaky big deal. Like, we joke that it's not on the Danny Rouillet missing work threshold of a bombshell, but I do think this is significant for 2 reasons. One, they needed a backup quarterback if he left, and that means someone's got to come in here, obviously, and learn an offense, right? But on top of that, I know Daniels proved durable last season, and that was amazing. I am not ready, as I sit here today on March 12th, 25, to tell you that I fully expect Jaden Daniels to be a durable quarterback. After watching how he plays last year, I think it is stunning that he played in every single game. I think I would take the under on 16.5 most seasons for him. And maybe, hopefully, it's 15 or 16, and it's a concussion protocol or, you know, sore ribs here or there. The fact that he played through what we now think was probably a broken rib or a cracked rib or whatever, he probably should have missed a game or 2. It's actually strange looking back that he didn't. It's a little bit odd to me that they didn't have him sit against the Chicago Bears. And he ended up in that game, obviously throwing the Hail Mary to win it. So it's a pretty good thing that they didn't. But there was a stretch there where he was not Jaden Daniels like. There was that month where he was playing at a lesser level, where he was very pedestrian, and it probably cost him a chance at the MVP, if we're being honest. Because let's face it, Tobes, if he played those few games like he had the rest of the year, I think he squarely would have been in the most valuable player conversation, and Washington probably would have even had a better record. But your backup's probably going to play. And the way Mariota played is the second part here. He was amazing.
Yes.
He was 33 of 41, 4 touchdowns, no picks, completed 80% of passes, and he provided playmaking with his legs.
Yeah, and I think, you know, the nice part is when you make a guy like Mariota your backup, when you have Jaden as the quarterback too, it makes it easier on Cliff. He doesn't have to change the offense. There are some aspects of Mariota that he's not going to be able to replicate Jaden, obviously.
They ran the same stuff.
But they run the exact same stuff. And if anything, you almost feel more comfortable. You don't want to go to your third quarterback, but having that third guy, you almost feel more comfortable running some of those quarterback powers and stuff. You're like, you know what? If this guy goes down, we have another guy we can step in, but we can be a little more aggressive in some ways with that. So they're not having to change anything major versus, if you had someone back there like, Colt McCoy for years, you'd have to change things up a little bit. He's going to play a little more from the pocket versus having Mariota step in. It's seamless, not only for, Mariota stepping into Jaden's shoes there in the field, but it's easier for Cliff. The offense doesn't have to change everybody else. So it's kind of a nice way to have where that backup just steps in, and for him to play at the level that he did, you almost, a lot of times when the backup steps in, you're like, oh no. But with Mariota, it was like, okay, we're still good.
Yeah, you didn't feel that way. And that's the greatest compliment I think you can give a backup quarterback. I also think that your QB2 just matters more when you've got a QB that is one of the leaders in the league in rushing. You're the weight of Daniels, which I think he partially put to bed last season, although I think even that's debatable because of the injury that he suffered.
Well, look at Lamar. Tyler Huntley, we talk about how much of a joke the Pro Bowl is. Tyler Huntley went to a Pro Bowl because he had to fill in when Lamar got hurt.
I think he played like 2 games, and then 11 quarterbacks said they didn't want to go to Orlando, so he made the Pro Bowl.
I know, it's ridiculous, but the point is they have to have a good backup quarterback in Baltimore because every single year the discussion is, can Lamar stay healthy? Jaden's proved it for a year. It's still going to be something that follows him around just because of his size. Maybe in 3 or 4 years, if we're down the line and he's only missed, a couple of games, maybe the discussion kind of goes. But just looking at a dude that size, you still you feel better now than you did when they drafted him. There's no doubt about that. But it's not like you feel like, oh, Josh Allen's back there like it's Tank.
So that's a good way to put it. I feel better about the chance that Jaden Daniels can be a durable quarterback than I did 1 year ago at this time, unequivocally. But I am not willing to say that after last year I am confident or that he proved that he can stay healthy. He was compromised for a quarter of a season because he took a really big shot at the end of an awkward fall while running for 40-plus yards against Carolina. There was basically a 4-game run there where he was compromised. That's about 25% of the season. So if that is the season people are pointing to saying, I told you he could play a whole year, he kept playing.
The only reason,
but he was not Jaden Daniels for several weeks.
The only reason I feel better, like long-term than probably you do, is the reason he got hurt was kind of fluky. Like he's
but it's
running,
always going to be fluky.
But that's my point. Like if he's running around and he gets hit and it's because he's not protecting himself, then that to me is something that if you can't get that out of him, then he's going to get hurt. Like that.
But Robert Griffin was fluky.
But fluky injuries happen. I get that. But that happens to anybody. That happens to
it happens
just
more
about
when you run more than every other quarterback.
Sure. But I just feel like if it's fluky injuries, there's nothing you can do. It's going to happen.
See, I disagree because I think when you run as much as he does, the chance of what you're calling fluky, which is just being tackled in the open field, that's what we're calling fluky. When Griffin's diving and his leg wraps around Haloti Ngata, that doesn't happen when you're standing in the pocket. So you can also get hurt there, by the way.
Sure.
And Tom Brady did, who had cinder blocks for feet, and he missed an entire season with a torn ACL. I'm not suggesting that's not the case, but you do have a much better chance, just generally, of being durable if you stand in the pocket. My actual fear for Jaden last year was more him getting basically swallowed up by a 340-pound defensive tackle and landed on in the Tony Romo collarbone thing.
Sure, yeah.
Because he's a slender guy, and that never really happened because nobody could really catch him when he can see you. He does a good job avoiding contact in that way. But I'm not willing to say after last year, because he played in every game, that he proved that, A, that's going to happen every year. I think each season's different. I mean, how many times the first home game against the Giants, he came to the sideline, got treatment, Mariota's warming up, he goes back in. What I learned last year is that he's unbelievably tough. What I learned last year, that it's going to be hard as hell to get him off the field. Not that he is above injuries.
What scares me is that maybe he's just that lucky guy, and at some point that luck is going to run out. Because the one that always sticks in my head, and I have no idea how he just ran back out on the field and kept rolling, is that Falcons hit.
The Gumby leg play.
He's bent backwards, and I was in the stands with your brother watching the game, and it was like, oh no, here we go again. It's the same stupid thing again, and he just popped back up and was ready to roll again. I don't know how he was fine from that, and there are a bunch of hits where I think for the most part, you didn't have too many of the crazy LSU hits where he's jumping over the line and he's getting blasted out of, like, he didn't have as many of those. I thought he protected himself much better, but the fluky ones are what's going to scare you. And to your point, when you have a quarterback that is going to run the ball as much, if not more, than anybody else in the National Football League, you open that risk up. But I also will take that risk with the ability of him being able to just be so much more explosive and so hard to stop compared to every other quarterback.
I also think that scrambling, and this is just a theory, right? I have nothing to back this up. I'd have to study it. But like scrambling, which he did at a rate that far exceeded anybody else, like not even close, is actually more dangerous maybe than the designed run when it's outside. Like Cliff Kingsbury, I think he toned it down. But early in the year, they were doing the design stuff between the tackles at the goal line. And those were some of the biggest hits he was taking.
Yeah, no doubt.
And thank God they stopped doing that. But generally, when you design a run, meaning you've got some blockers in front, oftentimes it's into space. You can use the sideline as your friend. You can get down on the ground easier. When you're scrambling, there is a suddenness and just a spontaneity to that. There's guys in different positions on the field. You don't have a lead blocker with you. Like that can be a little bit scarier too. But the fact that they bring Marcus Mariota back, who in one off the bench opportunity for 3 quarters, and then one off the bench opportunity for the second half against Dallas, played the majority of 2 football games and was just outstanding in them, I think it's a big win for this group. You don't have to now go through your backup learning the offense. And I think if in week 2, week 3, week 4, he has to come off the bench and play, you expect him to play well. Now, I also think it has to be said that if he had to play for 7 or 8 weeks,
totally different.
Eventually, he's getting exposed for not being a starting caliber quarterback. There's still a reason why he got benched for Desmond Ridder in Atlanta. There's a reason why he was watching Jalen Hurts play in Philly, why Washington brought him in on the cheap last year when no one wanted him to start, and why Daniel Jones just got chosen over him for Indianapolis. But it is very possible that he's a really good fit with what they do. We've seen that. I'm also fascinated, we should talk about this later, about how they used him in the playoffs when they would bring him in short yardage under center and move Jaden out and do some trick stuff. Did they have enough success for Kingsbury to want to do more of that in the regular season, or is that something they might table? We'll get back into that. Marcus Mariota, 1-year deal back with the Commanders, the breaking news on Grant and Danny. Next, though, Tobes, let's talk to Albert Breer, SI and MMQB. He reported today that before they traded for Laramie Tunsil, Washington tried to sign the best left tackle available, Ronnie Stanley, for $24 million per year, which is actually $4 million more than he got when he signed with the Ravens. He turned them down, took a discount with Baltimore. So we can ask why, but I want to have that conversation. Everyone's saying they gave up too much for Tunsil. Pretty clearly, they were desperate at left tackle.
Yeah, big time.
They obviously didn't see something in Coleman that they felt like they were willing to move forward with. So we'll talk to Breer about that next on G&D. Hey guys, it's GP. This week, FanDuel's bringing you a Dog of the Day Profit Boost token. One of the best parts about the tourney is when an underdog takes down a powerhouse. Right now, those upsets can be even better than they used to be because if your underdog bet wins, you're going to land even bigger winnings with a profit boost. This is your chance to ride with the long shots, those scrappy teams, the ones that refuse to go quietly. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time than right now. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you get paid instantly. Go to FanDuel.com/GP. That's FanDuel.com/GP to download America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel.com/GP to get your profit boost. Got to be 21 and in Virginia. Opt-in required. Wager of at least even money odds required. Bonus issued non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the Commanders are re-signing quarterback Marcus Mariota on a one-year deal. The Bills signed former Commanders safety Derek Forrest to a one-year deal. Astros taking on the Nationals in spring training. The Nats lead 2-0 in the top of the sixth inning. Mackenzie Gore with a solid outing, 5 1/3 innings, 2 hits, no runs, 3 walks, and 6 strikeouts for the young lefty. College hoops tonight, American taking on Navy in the Patriot League Championship at 7 o'clock. Georgetown in action taking on DePaul in the Big East Tournament at 6:30. Can hear that game over on the Team 980. In hockey last night, Capitals beat the Ducks 7-4 in the first of a 3-game California road trip. Alexi Protas with his first career hat trick. The Capitals will stay out in California taking on the Kings tomorrow night. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan.
Accolades to Alexi Protas. How Toby just told you in the update. The hat trick last night for the Washington Capitals. Goals 26, 27, and 28. The Caps hung 7 on the Ducks, got a 3-goal win. A little sloppy in the defensive end, especially early. Couple of stretches they went back in their own zone. But I will say, man, is the firepower fun to watch. They've already far surpassed last year's goal total. They've still got almost 20 games to play this season. No Alex Ovechkin goals, so he remains 8 back of tying Wayne Gretzky's all-time record, 9 back of becoming the all-time goal leader in National Hockey League history. But the story last night was Alexi Protas was become a star. He is playing like an elite player. If you look at minutes on ice and the point per minute played, he's number 1 in the NHL. He is tied for 6th right now with Connor McDavid for even strength points.
Incredible.
And goals in the National Hockey League. This is a guy last year that had 6 goals, that was paid $3 million a year, Toby, in the offseason, and that the Caps got crushed, lambasted by national people going, what do they see in this guy? Well, now he's one of the better, more productive, and efficient players in the entire NHL. It's crazy.
Yeah, he's such an impressive player at his size to be able to do what he does, and he's the biggest surprise this year for the Capitals to see him come through. And the thing I like about this Caps team, Grant, is they can win in tons of different ways. You want them to just outscore you where they have to put up 7, they can do that. You want them to play in a grinded out sort of game for you're going to win with 2 goals on the board, they can do that. And you can see it change in game. Like last night, off to a quick start, then it was kind of grinded out in the middle, and then it was back to bang, 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 and then they pull away at the end and win. It's crazy how good they are.
When you play the Caps, you got to answer one question. How do you want to lose tonight?
Yeah.
You want to get into a little bit of a shootout, and the first 1 to 6 wins? We can do that.
Mm-hmm.
You want to see we can push each other around, have a rock fight, and first one to score wins? 1-0, 2-1? They can do that too. By the way, Jacob Chychrun of the Caps on the show today at 5:30. We're giving away Volbeat tickets coming up in a half hour. And we do have a pair of Caps tickets to an upcoming game where Ovi's hunting down Gretzky at 4. Make sure you're listening then. It's a Wizards Wednesday, so we got tickets to the Wiz at 5 o'clock. But let's not waste time. Let's get to the Rude Guest Hotline. If it ain't rude, it ain't right. And talk to our guy, Albert Breer, SINMMQB. So I saw an attribution to you, Albert, and I wanted to get you on to ask about this today, that you've been told the Commanders offered Ronnie Stanley, the left tackle who signed with the Ravens, for $20 million a year, 24 per. And he stayed in Baltimore for less money. What can you tell us about that?
Well, I can tell you that obviously they couldn't officially make an offer, but, I know a couple of teams were at 24 or more, or were over 24 million per. I think the Commanders and the Patriots were 2 of the teams that were there. The Chiefs, I think, were a little bit closer to where the Ravens were. At about 20 million per. And these things sort of get around over the course of a couple of weeks leading up to free agency. So that's all it is. I mean, I think, again, like the Commanders and Patriots were planning pretty big swings at Ronnie Stanley. So, they sort of got left where they got left there after Ronnie makes the decision to stay in Baltimore. And then they turn around and they're able to get their left tackle in Laramie Tunsil.
I mean, it's obviously a great culture in Baltimore, something that you're hoping to change around here in D.C. It's something we talked about after the season they had last year. If the perception around here has changed that guys wouldn't come play here, do you feel like that has changed? Is this just a case that Stanley wanted to stay put, or was it something that he was still a little bit miffed at what Washington is?
I mean, I think Stanley and Chris Godwin are sort of similar in the sense that, like, they're both third contract guys, right? And, like, they both have made a lot of money. And when you already have a lot of money in the bank, doesn't mean you're not still chasing the next dollar. You are. I think you always are to some degree. But you might be willing to give up a little bit because you've already made some money, So I think that's probably what it was, and it's not like I haven't talked to him directly about this, but I think that's probably part of it for Ronnie is, he's got a comfortable situation in Baltimore. They've been really good. They're going to continue to be really good. Being able to stay at the number he's able to stay at, he can trust that they're going to be able to take the savings there off of what he may have been able to make in a Washington or a New England and make the team around him better. So, really, I don't think it's any knock on anyone else. It was just, he's got a good situation. He's made a lot of money. And so, if it meant taking a little bit less, I think he was willing to take a little bit less to stay in that good situation. That said, I mean, I think Washington is a very attractive destination for teams right now. I don't think there's any question about that.
Albert Breer, senior NFL reporter and lead content strategist at the MMQB. So what they ended up doing at left tackle is actually maybe even better in terms of production, but man, did they pay a lot, right? Laramie Tunsil, and I mean comparatively speaking, they give up a 2, a 3, and a 4 with a 7 over the next 2 drafts. They did get a 4 back to help cushion the blow. And then they get Tunsil at 21 per against the cap for the next couple of years. He'll probably want an extension after this season, presumably. But if you would have gotten Stanley in this hypothetical at 24 and kept all your picks, I would have taken that. I do think Tunsil's a better player, but I want to get your thoughts on what they tried to do and what they ended up having to do, because Peters, who works in the shadows, seemed to go outside the box here.
Yeah, and I think it's like honestly, I think it's sort of reflective of how hard it is to fill that position if you don't have one. I mean, you see what the Chiefs had to do, which was bring in a guy who wasn't ever a full-time starter in San Francisco at $15 million a year. Dan Moore, who was about to be replaced in Pittsburgh, got $21 million a year in Tennessee. So it's a supply and demand thing. And that's one position where it's just really, really hard to find a guy who can be your long-term answer. And it's rare that they become available. So I think that the fact that they were able to get him at the price they were able to get him at was actually pretty good. I think if you do like the draft value chart, whatever, it winds up equating to a low first-round pick, what they gave up to get him. And the opportunities the opportunity presented itself because of some stuff that happened in Houston, but I don't think he's a bad guy. Like, I think he'll come in and as long as you have the right culture around him, he'll be fine. It's a little bit like Trent Williams, and you guys can obviously relate to this, where there were a ton of questions about Trent when he was in Washington, right? And then he gets to San Francisco. We haven't heard anything bad about Trent Williams. So I think if you're Adam Peters, you sort of look at your own experience, having gone through that in San Francisco, where you traded for Trent Williams in early 2020, and Trent's going on 6 years now of all-pro play out there in a really good environment. Now that the Pitt Commanders have that sort of environment, I think it gives them the freedom to take swings on opportunities like this with guys that, not a bad guy, but might not be the leader of your program when you bring him in.
What have you made of their moves overall so far in free agency, some trades that they've made? I've probably been fine with just about everything they've done, except for maybe $15 million a year for Kinlaw. But what's your take on what they've done so far?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Kinlaw thing is, again, just sort of a guy who you view as a scheme fit, and a very specific role you're going to have for him. And, he hasn't lived up to his where he was drafted, of course, but he's still a good player, and you have an idea of what you're going to get from him, which is, sort of the way that they built the team last year and bringing all the guys that they had background with. And, I don't need to go through every name for you guys. You guys know all the names. But I think it's another one of those. You know what I mean? Like where you do have an idea of what you're getting because Adam Peters was with the guy before and has experience, and there is some system familiarity there in what Kinlaw has done in the past. Outside of that, like I think this is a good example what the Commanders have done. And it goes back to November when they traded for Lattimore, which was really a move for 2025 more than it was a move for 2024. Bringing in guys at premium positions in Lattimore and Debo and Laramie Tunsil. And that happens because you did a good job in year one under Adam Peters and Dan Quinn and building the roster up and creating an environment where you don't have to press needs now. So when an opportunity comes along, you are loose enough to be able to take a swing on a guy like this. I think if they don't draft as well as they did last year and beyond just Jaden being able to get a Brandon Coleman, a Mikey Sanders-Still, a Johnny Newton, who they think is going to be something, a Luke McCaffrey, it does give you the freedom to take more chances and to do different things with some of your draft picks because you don't need, the margin for error where you've got 10 or 12 picks and you need to fill 5 positions with starters.
Albert Breer getting us up to speed on the Commanders as we are now about an hour and 20 minutes away from the official league year starting.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the shelves are already bare, I think, right?
I was going to say, I don't even know if that means anything anymore, but we're an hour and 20 minutes out. Before we let you go, we only have about 30 seconds, but I just want to get your thoughts really quickly as best you can sum it up. Is Trey Hendrickson still an option for Washington, and what would that market look like?
Yeah, I mean, the Bengals want a one, but I don't think the one's going to be out there for him because he's 31 years old and he's going to require a new contract. So I still don't think they would move him for anything less than a 2, though. So you have to make that determination if you're Washington, where you've already. I mean, I don't have it in front of me, but they got what, a 1, a 2, a 4, a 6, and a 7, or something like that,
exactly
right?
Yep.
Right. So, you're looking at it if you're them and you're saying, do I really want to deplete myself of another draft pick? I think that's a question. And I think the other thing about it is, if you are the Commanders, you're probably looking at it and saying there's a really deep draft at that position. So we could draft guys with our first 2 picks and potentially hit on starting level players at that position at a much cheaper rate than flipping the 2 for Hendrickson. So I think it's something they consider. But I think there's a case to be made for just drafting and developing your own at that position too, based on what's in the draft class.
Albert, always appreciate your insight. Thanks for the time, man.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Be good. There's Albert Breer, SI, and MMQB on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Next, I want to get to our poll of the day from Metropolitan Moving and Storage that we just posted over on the 1067 The Fan Twitter account, and it's based on the return of Marcus Mariota. That news broke just as we were coming on the air about 45 minutes ago, as we close in on the start of the league year at 4 p.m. Of the veterans that Washington has retained, which signing are you happiest about? Bobby Wagner, Zach Ertz, Marcus Mariota, or John Bates? All of those guys staying put in D.C. You can answer that on the phones next at 800-636-1067, or go vote on our Metropolitan and Moving Storage poll of the day on Twitter for Grant and Danny.
touchdown teams in the NFL this year. Has Mariota taken off and sprinting into the red zone. Down by 3, less than 30 seconds left.
G&D without Danny today. Toby is in. I'm Grant. Thanks for making the show part of your Wednesday. Tomorrow we'll be coming your way live from sunny West Palm Beach, Florida, as we hit the road for spring training baseball. The Grant and Danny poll of the day is brought to you by Metropolitan Moving and Storage, local, long distance, residential, or commercial. 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. Of the veterans who have been retained by the Commanders this offseason, who are you happiest that they brought back? Bobby Wagner at linebacker, Zach Ertz to play tight end, quarterback Marcus Mariota, or blocking tight end John Bates. Right now, Wagner running away with it, 60% of the vote. Zach Ertz at 21%, and then Mariota 14%. And poor John Bates, just 3% of the vote. You guys sleep on the blocking tight end. But I also did not vote for him, so I will not be talking down to anybody. How about Zach Ertz for me is who I'm going to say. The safety valve for Daniels. I think bringing in Deebo Samuel is nice, but they still need to add weaponry, and it's a big, big deal to get him back. Lest we forget, he caught 11 balls in the NFC Championship game. It was kind of what they had through the air against the Eagles.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Bobby Wagner, second team All-Pro. And the leadership that he brings to the team is huge. And I think the impact that he has, I think Ertz can do this a little bit, but not maybe as much as a guy like Bobby Wagner, where, I mean, he has an impact defensively where he's helping out Luvu, he's helping out the defensive line and teaching them the tricks of the trade. But I remember in preseason last year in training camp, Sam Cosmi was telling him that, yeah, you knew that I was running and we were running a pull or we were running the counter the other way because of how I lined up and just the little nuances of the game, his relationship with Jaden. So on top of the fact that he played really good football last year, and maybe he takes a step back this year, who knows, but he played really well last year. Off the field stuff was more important to me. That's why I go Bobby.
So one more thought on the Mariota return. And I brought this up, but we had to get to Albert Breer. I want to bounce this off of you really quick. If you remember, we did not see this until the playoffs, and I think Cliffy was holding this deep in the bag.
Cliffy.
Right? Kingsbury did not want to show this in the regular season, but Clifford went hard in the paint with this look in the playoffs. 4th down and very short, where they were automatic almost all year with Jaden Daniels behind center with the direct snap runs and any of the other stuff that they were doing off of that. They started to bring in Marcus Mariota under center, and then they would have Daniels behind him like a running back or split out like a receiver. They got 2 yards on a conversion against the Bucs. And then they had a play that completely blew up in their face against the Lions, if you remember, where he took the snap. It was actually going to be awesome, I think. They were going to have him pitch it to Jaden Daniels. But Brian Robinson ran right into Mariota and basically tackled him for a loss of 1 with the help of some of the Lions. So they didn't get it. And at that moment, I thought, I never want to see this again as long as I live. But what I really meant was until the end of this playoff run, there's a lot that they could do there. They were so successful this season with Jaden Daniels that I felt like it was unnecessarily creative and cute because they were like 23 of 26 at that time on 4th downs. Daniels is a cheat code. Please just keep your best player on the field with the football. But you're not going to go 23 of 26 again next year. People will figure some things out. It's going to be way harder. So you need to have some tweaks to the way that they defend you. And I do think it might actually be a benefit to have a Mariota package on short yardage. But I'm going to let Daniels get stopped a bunch first before I break it out. But I wonder if Kingsbury learned the hard way, I got too cute, or if by it working 1 out of the 2 times, if that's something we'll see more of next year.
Well, and to me, if you can run a quarterback sneak effectively, just more so the traditional quarterback sneak with Mariota, I'm totally fine with it. If you run some of the gimmicky stuff like you're talking about in the playoff game, I think you can run that once in a while. That's one of those, though, if it doesn't work out like it didn't, you're going to get criticized like heck.
When you say once in a while, though, don't you feel like one time doing that when it doesn't work is too many? And I know you can't work back from the result. That's nonsense. But I just know how I feel knowing that Jaden Daniels is your quarterback. He never gets stopped on a 4th down as a ball carrier. And then he's split out as Marcus Mariota gets tackled by Brian Robinson or whatever.
Sure. I mean, it's inexcusable. You can't have a miscommunication in a big spot like that. So yeah, I totally understand. But I think if you can run the quarterback sneak play where you're just going yard ahead, even if you want to get tush push involved there, where you're running Philadelphia-esque style play there with Mariota, I'm fine with that.
By the way,
I think they should. I'm totally fine with that.
And I don't want Daniels doing the traditional quarterback sneak.
No, not at all.
Not worth having a rugby scrum and 18 bodies on top of him.
I mean, remember, they tried that even before with Logan Thomas when he was here. That didn't necessarily always work, but I don't mind that because it's a yard. You should be able to get that.
That was my favorite play that was run in that regime. That was Scott Turner mostly, but he would send Logan Thomas, a 6'4.5" 278-pound tight end, in motion behind the line of scrimmage in a shotgun, and then he would get right up under center and take a direct snap. Love that. By the way it worked, and the reason it worked was because he was a quarterback in college.
Yeah.
So he was good at getting the snap. You can't do that with John Bates, maybe, because it's just not as natural for him to get that snap. We do have Seth Payne, who does morning radio in Houston, joining us at 3:30. He's actually not seemingly a huge Laramie Tunsil guy, and actually has reservations about what kind of player he could be moving forward. I have not really heard anybody saying that, so I want to pick his brain and maybe push back a little bit on some of what he has to say, but we'll hear him out at 3:30 on Grant and Danny. Next, though, we've got those Volbeat tickets, so if you want those, you better be listening. Line up right as soon as we return at 3. And Connor Orr thinks that Washington's offseason plan doesn't make sense. A national NFL analyst. I want to play some audio for you. We'll react to it next on G&D.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. Big news in the NFL. The Falcons are expected to keep quarterback Kirk Cousins through Sunday's deadline and pay him the $10 million he's due, according to Charles Robinson. Also in the NFL, the Commanders re-signed quarterback Marcus Mariota on a one-year deal worth $8 million. The Bills signed former Commanders safety Derek Forrest to a one-year deal. The Nats in spring training action taking on the Astros right now. They lead 4-0, headed to the 8th inning. A good outing for Mackenzie Gore, 5 in the third innings, 2 hits, 3 walks, and 6 strikeouts, no earned runs. In basketball, the Wizards fell to the Pistons last night, 123-103. They'll stay in Detroit to take on the Pistons again tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. College hoops, American taking on Navy tonight in the Patriot League Championship. That'll tip off at 7 o'clock. Georgetown taking on DePaul in the Big East tournament tonight at 6:30. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. In hockey last night, the Capitals beat the Ducks 7-4. Alexi Protas with his first career hat trick. The Capitals will stay in California as they have a 3-game road trip. They take on the Kings tomorrow night in LA. You don't need a degree or years of experience to land a 6-figure job. Project management is in demand across all industries, retail, tech, healthcare, and more. Register now at pgcc.edu today to get started and boost your career. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Thank you, Toby. Welcome back to Grant and Danny. Tobes is hanging out today on The Fan. The show's brought to you by our exclusive sponsor, the law firm Kandori & Murad. They'll help you draft a will, set up a trust, and put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today. Visit kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Let's give away those tickets I promised you to Volbeat at Jiffy Lube Live. Congrats to the winner right now. Caller 10-800-636-1067. You're seeing Volbeat, greatest of all tours worldwide. Thursday, this is August 7th this summer. It'll be hot at Jiffy Lube Live. Special guest Hailstorm will be there. Tickets on sale Friday, March 14th, coming up in just 2 days at 10 a.m. If you want to win tickets, we're your show today. I'll tell you that. We got Caps tickets at 4. We got Wizards tickets at 5. We'll be joined by Jacob Chychrun at 5:30. Late night Caps last night, the way I like it, the 10 p.m. start for the boys. I wanted to go to bed, but they just wouldn't let me.
No.
They kept sucking me back in. I'm like, oh, they'll put this game away. Ducks score a couple of goals. Oh, it won't be that exciting down the stretch. Super exciting. And my guy, Nick Dowd, 4th line center, really their 3rd line center. He's awesome. Scores the goal on a rebound off a Tom Wilson shot. So my bid is, I don't know if you know this, Tobes. I've done this for like 3 years now since we had Dowder on every week on Grant and Danny. He's now on with the Junkies each week. But I send him a pie emoji every time he scores. So my thread with Nick Dowd for years is just pies and him being like, thanks, dude. That's it. There's really no other interactions at all.
It's a great interaction, by the way.
Doesn't matter if it's at 7:07, a minute into a game. Doesn't matter last night if it's 12:22 in the morning. I send him a pie the moment he scores. And when he gets back to his phone in the dressing room, he thanks me. That's our entire relationship at this point. Last night, I sent him a pie close to 1 a.m. He did get back with his typical thank you. But what's funny about this is he had gone a long time without scoring. It was his 12th goal last night of the season. So about a week ago, I have to look up the games. I would guess it's 20-some games or whatever. But it's been several weeks since I sent him a pie. So out of the blue, on an off day, I just sent him a pie. He's like, what's this? And I was like, figured I would just change up the mojo a little bit. You've got to earn the next one, but I wanted to give you this one as a motivation.
I like it.
So I'm not saying I got him off the schneid, but a few days later, he tickles twine. It was only a matter of time. But love him. Love that line. Love the team. Last night, by the way, Ovi had a chance at an empty net goal. I don't know if you guys saw this. So Ovi's got the puck. He can skate it up ice and score very likely and get to within 7 of Gretzky. Instead, he passes the puck to Protas so that Pro could get his first ever hat trick. And if that doesn't tell you everything you need to know about this team, Ovi is a leader, why I love this group, then I got nothing for you.
By the way, all the goals last night were sexy.
They were.
Stromer with the first, Bavillier with his first as a Cap. Doubters put back, 3 for Alexi Protas. Like, sexy goals for the Caps last night.
But Villier's goal was really impressive. I didn't think he was as fast as he showed. And then he went forehand, backhand, basically a shootout type move to beat a goaltender. That was awesome.
Oh, and PLD's goal, sneaking it behind the net. Little pass from Matt Roy.
Those types of goals that they score are why I think they're going to have playoff success, by the way. It's always, it's a lot of stuff from behind the net or those ricochets or guys that just find crevices and then it's a slap pass off a stick. Those are playoffy goals. Even when this team was winning President's trophies for years, they didn't score those types of goals. It was like, Semin and Mike Green and Alex Ovechkin or Backstrom or whoever, in transition scoring those fun offensive goals. This is a grittier offensive setup. And I think it's going to
translate. They play really well together. Really well.
I just love them. I wish they played every night. I know they'd get tired, but like it stinks when I have to watch something else. It stinks. Seth Payne, Houston, covers the Texans on the radio on our sister station. He will be with us at 3:30 to talk Laramie Tunsil. Let's get into this audio from Connor Orr. We have had him on the show many times. He is a NFL analyst who's pretty respected, I'd say, for his opinion, and he's not a hot taker. This is not some like Stephen A. Smith shouty show type guy. He talks football, and he has opinions, and normally they're pretty reasonable opinions, but he does not like what the Commanders are doing, I will say. This was him and Albert Breer on the cast that they were doing together. We just talked to Breer, so you may hear his voice here again. But Orr's thoughts on being out on Washington's early offseason plan, which seems to me to have been a success. They have retained Mariota, Ertz, Bates, Wagner, Way, and Gonzalez. They have gained Kinlaw, Harris, Samuel, and Tunsil. And they have now lost Diami with Jeremy Chin, John Allen, Lucas, and Derek Forrest today to the Bills. This is what Connor Orr had to say.
I did not like Washington's free agency at all. I hate the idea of microwaving this process, just being like, oh, okay, we made it to the NFC title game. Let's get Deebo Samuel and Laramie Tunsil, and let's trade away all of our picks for veteran guys. And it's not 2010 anymore. Like, it doesn't necessarily work that way. And now you're putting a lot on Jaden Daniels' plate. And for everybody that's telling me, well, you have to strike while the iron's hot, that's what the Jets said with Mark Sanchez. That's what the Eagles said with Carson Wentz. And it ended up just overloading these guys, and then they were never the same.
And this is going to be like what's fascinating about it is we'll get to watch it. Are you going to be better off if you're Kansas City, holding on to your draft picks and signing Jalen Moore and projecting him to play left tackle for you? Or are you going to be better off if you're Tennessee, overpaying Dan Moore to play left tackle for you and holding on to your picks? Or is Washington going to be better off getting an established guy and draining draft picks, not just from this year, but next year too?
So a few takeaways from that audio, but I'll give you the first crack at it. When you hear that, what do you think?
So I think his points is reasonable. I think his examples are horrendous. Like Carson Wentz, when they tried to fix, like Carson Wentz was going to potentially win MVP in his rookie contract.
33 touchdowns with like 3 weeks to go when he got hurt.
He was going to win MVP. They went on to win the Super Bowl without him with Nick Foles, but that was a good football team. I think that's a bad example. Mark Sanchez, they were one of the best teams in the AFC so I think those are bad examples because first of all, the Eagles won the Super Bowl. So I think they were totally justified in whatever they did.
I was going to say, not long after.
Sanchez, they were a game away. They
made it to 2 straight AFC title games.
Yeah, and I don't hate his idea of saying it feels like they're microwaving it, but I don't also feel like they really are because the moves that they've made, yes, it's a lot of ones. I think this is kind of similar to the discussion you and Danny had last week a little bit of going into free agency with, are you fine with the 1 years versus long-term and some of are you building through the draft versus free agency sort of deal? This is kind of that same discussion, just framed another way. I don't feel like they're microwaving it, though, outside of a move like a Debo. Like going and getting a Laramie Tunsil, that's not microwaving it. You're trading a lot of picks, so that's kind of what he's alluding to. But you're getting a guy that's going to be here for 4, 5, 6 years, right? He's going to be the long-term left tackle for this team. So anytime you get a long-term asset, to me, that's not microwaving. Microwaving is a fifth for a Debo, which I think a lot of people are fine with, right? If he's only here for a year.
If you rent Debo, by the way.
Yeah.
Which they may not. I mean, they may be the team after he has a great year and gets in shape and is motivated, hypothetically, that says, we'll give you 3 years and, $54 million or whatever.
Sure. And even when you go back to Lattimore last year, when they make that trade, it's not like Lattimore was a half-year rental. He's here for the next 2. At least he's under contract for the next 2. So I don't know that it's super. I get his point, that you're trading away a lot of picks. There's still a lot of needs. But the other thing, too, when you look at what the moves that they've made, and then you start thinking, okay, they need draft picks, which is important. They need to be able to build. But then you start thinking, okay, they've plugged the left tackle hole. So suddenly Coleman can move around the line. You feel good about Biotish. When Cosme comes back, suddenly that's 4 offensive linemen you feel good about. You didn't feel good about probably more than 3 before. Now you have 4. You probably need 1 more.
Yeah, it was way better. Just with Tunsil, because you kick Coleman inside, you've now upgraded 2 spots like that. That's 40% of your offensive line. A couple of things here, but I want to throw out the number and see if anybody has a thought on this as well, because we do have a few minutes before we get to Seth Payne. If you guys want to hop in, do you agree with the premise that they are microwaving this? Or it feels like, I guess, what he's trying to say is that they're going all in.
Sure.
I don't necessarily think that is what's happening here, but the number's 800-636-1067 for you to react on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. Do you have any problems or take any issue with their philosophy and plan in free agency, like Connor Orr, who seems to think that they are being too aggressive? I would say 2 things. If his take is they're misevaluating what they are and they're acting like a Super Bowl caliber team that isn't one, because yes, they got to the NFC Championship game last year, but they're not actually a team that anyone should expect to be there this year. I don't have a problem with that take.
Sure.
That's not what he said, and if it's what he meant, he didn't say it well.
Correct.
But if someone out there is going, hey, yes, we got to the championship game in the NFC, that was awesome. We also gave up 60 and got annihilated, and if you played the Lions again when they were a little healthier, maybe you don't win. The Bucs game was a doink field goal that if it was 3 inches the other way, maybe you lose. If the center doesn't snap the ball on the wrong count, or if Baker Mayfield doesn't have that weird exchange where Bobby Wagner recovers a fumble that Washington did nothing to get, maybe they're eliminated in the first game. Like, I can hear all of that. I don't think, though, that they're going all in. That's not what I see. If they were going all in, I think you probably would have just paid a cornerback $20 million a year. I think you would have already extended McLaurin to get more money, or cut Wiley to get more money. You probably would have offered Stanley 26 instead of 24, and there'd be more overpays than we've seen. The other thing I disagree with is this thesis of overloading Jaden Daniels, because I don't really get that or know what that means.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's where I'm with you 100%, that the examples didn't make sense, which you've already hit on, so I won't waste any more time on that. But did Daniels do anything at any point last year? Did he have a single moment where you felt like you have to worry about, quote unquote, overloading him? I don't even know what that means, but what are you doing to overload him? You've given him a left tackle to make his life a little bit easier. If Deebo Samuel's who they think he is, you've given him a weapon that far exceeds the non-McLaurin weapons that he had in the passing game last year. You are going to continue to try to supplement and add around him. Are you saying that there's going to be more pressure because you're just adding pieces? It's the NFL, man. Sorry. They should do nothing because they don't want Jaden to feel more pressure that he's got to win right now? That doesn't make sense to me.
If anything, he has less pressure this year because he has more weapons and a better O-line. Last year, his O-line wasn't great. It was better than it had been the previous year, but it wasn't great. And his number 2 receiver was take your pick of 5 guys. Like, it wasn't
Alameda Zacchaeus,
Diami, Noah Brown. So I don't get how suddenly them getting Debo and Laramie Tunsil, bringing back Ertz, and having a very similar offense is somehow overloading him.
Well, also, how about this? So he's talking about like the Tunsil trade, I think, largely with the picks that they gave up. So you would have rather than paid an egregious amount of money for a guy that doesn't have a resume to warrant it, which is what happened with Morgan. You would have rather just overpaid substantially, say, for Stanley, who's not as good as Tunsil, and not given up the picks. I mean, that's the one that I probably would rather have done in a world where you could have. And they tried it first, supposedly, according to Breer, who was just on the show. Like $24 million per year for Ronnie Stanley and keeping all your picks. Probably a better solution than all the picks you gave up for Tunsil. But Tunsil's better than him. He's better than all those other guys. So it's hard for me to get really upset that they got the best left tackle available, and he wasn't even really available. They just kind of got creative and made him available. But it's not like they made that trade for Morgan Moses 2 years ago or something. You know what I'm saying? Like this, I don't want to pick on Big Mo. He's my guy. But they traded for one of the best left tackles in the sport.
Yeah, top 5 guy that's going to be here for probably 5 years. Take that every time.
Let's see what people think about this. Scott's in Silver Spring. You're on Grant and Danny. What's up?
What's up, fellas? How you doing?
Good.
Grant, you said a lot of what I was going to say, but I mean, I don't understand how we're overloading Jay Daniels. I mean, we improved the offensive line. Laramie's a much better offensive lineman, left tackle than anything we had. We added Debo Samuels, and like you said, he's a better weapon outside of Terry than anything we had. And I mean, Jaden was unshakable last year. So the defensive moves we made are questionable. But last year at this time, we were questioning everything they were doing. And we were picked by Vegas to win 6.5 games. And I know this year is going to be different. It's going to be tougher. And you know, things may play out the way they played out last year. But if was the fifth, we'd all be drunk.
Scott, I mean, the schedule's harder. It's really hard to get to the NFC Championship game. They hadn't done it from 91 to 2024 rather. So, yeah, it's going to be difficult. You are stating something that is factually accurate. I'm not going to sit here and defend every move they made. I don't think the Javon Kinlaw contract makes a ton of sense.
No.
I'm not going to sit here and say they're better on defense. I made the case yesterday they've gotten a little bit worse. But to say you don't understand their plan and or like they're being too aggressive, if they want to sustain what happened last year, they have to get better. If they're the exact same team this year, instead of going 12-5, I would think they would go at best 10-7 and maybe 9-8.
Yeah. I mean, when you look at what they've done so far in terms of additions, not just guys that they re-signed like Wagner and Ertz, like they've added a receiver, they wanted another weapon. Well, they did that, right? You wanted to improve the O-line, Laramie Tunsil, they did that. I don't think they improved the D-line, but you wanted to address it because you were going to move off John Allen. They brought in Kinlaw. I don't necessarily love the contract, but they've done that. There's still some glaring needs, but that's what a first-round pick, that's what a second-round pick, that's what some of those things are for. So, you know, they're looking at it a little bit differently than maybe what we were thinking, but they've addressed some of the needs that we had for them about 3 weeks ago.
I like draft picks too, guys. I swear I do. I really, really do. I like the draft. It's my favorite day of the year. But the obsession over these picks, the point of the picks is to get a great football player if you hit the lottery. You know, if you're drafting early in the first round, you got a really good chance. Beyond that, you're just hoping. They're trading them, in the case of Tunsil, for a great football player. Like, what is the point? What is the objective of the picks? Just having them is not more valuable than having a great player at a premium position. Let's go to Desmond in Temple Hills. What's up?
What's up, man? Hey, I've been waiting to talk about this since JP and Brian Mitch was on. They brought him up and they wasn't accepting call. This guy is crazy. First of all, with the overload to Jaden is just strictly ridiculous. He acting like we went out and got T. Higgins and Debo and 2 more offensive linemen and just said, all right, Jaden,
yeah,
go ahead,
and then they met with him and they said,
face.
if you don't win a Super Bowl, we're not giving you a second contract.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly. Like, come on, man. We literally got the best left tackle in the league. It's not named Trent Williams. And Trent Williams is probably going to go down as the greatest to ever do it. Then on number 2, on top of that, like, with his whole what was the last part that he said again? What was the last thing that he was trying to say?
The overloading
about,
or the idea that they're going all in, you mean?
No, not the going all in.
I'm not sure. It's a good phone call, though. I appreciate you. Let's go to Jimmy in Fredericksburg. Connor Orr said that the Commanders are acting as though they're ready to win a Super Bowl. He doesn't get their plan, doesn't know why they're putting this much on Jaden Daniels' plate. What do you think?
Hey, Gwen, it's me, Jimmy. I totally disagree. I don't think they overloaded Jaden at all. I think they're doing the right thing. They're not being too aggressive. We got one of the best left tackles in the game for cheap. You're not going to draft a guy like him with those picks they gave up.
Appreciate you, buddy. Eric's in Charlotte, listening on the Odyssey app. What do you got?
Hey, Grant, how's it going today?
Good, man.
My issue is I got no problem with what they're doing because Adam Peters hadn't made a wrong move yet. And why is it no one complained when the Rams did this, 4 or 5 years ago, and they brought home a Super Bowl?
Yeah, stars and scrubs, right? I mean, they brought in pieces. They went bleep them picks. They got a bunch of dudes, not quite like Tunsil, but elite players and really high-end players at their position. Now, it's really tricky because all those guys got to stay healthy. You don't have the depth necessarily, but that was the approach. They called it stars and scrubs. They didn't really have a middle class, so to speak, on their roster. And they did win a title doing that. It's not easy to do, but it's not easy to win a title doing anything.
Yeah, I think, I'm probably somewhere in the middle of loving this approach and hating this approach. I'm kind of down the middle on this. I don't necessarily love everything they're doing or hate it. But to your point,
when you say this approach, do you mean being more aggressive
being more
and trading
aggressive
picks?
Yeah, because my thing is when you're a team like the Rams were when they said bleep them picks, they were pretty built. They had a lot of the foundation. And then they understood that over the next couple of years, they weren't adding talent that was a first round talent. They were going to have to find dudes in the 4th, 5th, and 6th rounds to help out fill out the roster. To me, the thing is, this roster was not built because Ron left a dump, right? And so there's still some things where, there's going to be some depth issues, but they are plugging holes. And I think when you have a guy like Jaden, you can understand that he's going to be able to overcome some of those things. So that's, I think, what they're going to bank on as well.
I want to sneak in Greg and rest and be quick, buddy. What's up?
Yeah, they didn't microwave this process. Jaden microwaved this process. And when you're in that position, the quarterback is going to go through cycles. This is the 2 to 3 year cycle. You go for all the draft picks, you get all the instant talent, and then he hits cap hit in 2029. That's when you start reloading your draft picks and you get ready to take on that huge cap hit and you go young talent. Jaden did this to the team, and we're ready for it. I think they're doing the right thing.
It's such a good point that
100%.
It's one of those things where, like, they weren't planning on buying a house, getting married, and having a kid this year. But they fell in love, and a couple things happened, and now they're looking for a house, and they're getting engaged, and they're making phone calls saying, what are we going to name the baby? I think when they took over, they meaning Peters and Newmark and the whole group, they probably felt like it's going to take a couple years to get where we want to go. They certainly didn't think they'd be in the NFC title game last year. And then whoopsie daisy, Jaden Daniels had a year nobody's ever had before. And now you go, well, if he's this good, and they think he's Lamar, Burrow, Allen, right there, then why the hell wouldn't we go for it? They're not going all in, but help him try to sustain what we're doing. Let's get back to the playoffs next year and see what happens when we get to the dance. Let's talk to Seth Payne next out of Houston. He's one of the few guys I've heard that's been pretty adamant about some Laramie Tunsil issues, despite how great a tackle he's been throughout his career. We'll get into that next on G&D here on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the Commanders are re-signing quarterback Marcus Mariota on a one-year deal worth $8 million. Other NFL news today, the Bills are signing former Commanders safety Derek Forrest to a one-year deal. The Seahawks are signing wide receiver Marquez Valdez-Scantling to a one-year deal worth $5.5 million. The Bills are trading cornerback Kyer Elam and a 6th-round pick to the Cowboys. The Bills get back a 5th and a 7th-rounder. In baseball, the Nationals in spring training action taking on the Astros. They lead 8-0 in the bottom of the 8th inning. A good outing for Mackenzie Gore, 5 1/3 innings, giving up just 2 hits, no runs, 3 walks, and 6 strikeouts for the lefty. Tonight in college hoops, American taking on Navy in the Patriot League Championship. That'll tip off at 7 o'clock. Georgetown taking on DePaul at 6:30 in the Big East tournament. You can do that game over on the Team 980. In hockey, the Capitals beat the Ducks last night 7-4. Alexi Protas with his first career hat trick. It's the first of a 3-game California road trip. Caps off today. They'll take on the Kings in LA tomorrow. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
If you want Caps tickets to a home game when they get back from their road trip, OV closing in on Gretzky. They are the hottest ticket in town. By the way, Cap seats are getting really expensive down the stretch. Not surprising, but just something that is a side effect to the great chase. But we've got free tickets in the good seats for you if you can win them. We're giving them away right at the top of the hour in 30 minutes on Grant and Danny as we welcome you back to the Fan. Let's right now, though, go to the Rude Guest Hotline. If it ain't rude, it ain't right. We'll talk to Seth Payne, Odyssey Houston, our sister station, does mornings on the radio station that we set up next to on Radio Row during Super Bowl week. Seth, it's always good to kick it with you during the Super Bowl. Normally, I don't see you or talk to you again until the following year, but that is not the case when Washington takes your best left tackle away.
Oh, I thought we were going to talk about the Nationals. Okay. Yeah, we can talk about Laramie Tunsil.
We could talk about Game 7 of the World Series if you want to back in 2019. It's one of our favorite topics around these parts.
Me with that enough. That's like 70% of what we talk about every time we see each other. Yeah.
That's true. That's true. But it is good to catch up. So the reason we got you on, I saw a couple clips kind of making the rounds with you talking about Laramie Tunsil. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but most people that we've had on, beat guys, have basically just said he's a beast. They don't know why the Texans got rid of him. Washington's getting, one of the better players in the league at his position. And it seems like there's a little more gray area where you're coming from.
Yeah, and a lot of it has to do. It's not that Laramie Tunsil is not a really good football player. He is, but I think first and foremost he's a really good pass protector, and the run game is not something that he's ever really shown much attention to or seemed to care about much at all. He's a haphazard run blocker. He's capable of doing it. So he's been frustrating for me to watch because I feel he genuinely could be an all-pro caliber player. But the run blocking, the attention to detail and screens, and some of the other stuff that fans and the advanced stats and the PFF grades don't really show, he lacks when it comes to comparing him to a Penei Sewell or a Trent Williams or somebody like that. So it's not that it was a bad trade for Washington. It's a really good trade for Washington. I think that protecting Jaden Daniels is fundamentally a thing that they should care about in Washington. I think where the difference is, I guess, is the way the trade was perceived, I think, by our fan base and a lot of, I guess, non-beat writer types, is that, and myself included, is that I'm not going to cry a million tears over the loss of Laramie Tunsil because he made a lot of money and was at various times the highest paid offensive tackle in the league, but never genuinely lived up to that salary. And the Texans are at a point right now where they get very little out of having a really good pass protector at left tackle. What they need, without having 4 other good offensive linemen, and they don't have the cap space that Washington does, the Texans need to rebuild that entire offensive line. They've gotten rid of 3 of their starters from last year's week 1 already. And between Laramie Tunsil's salary and his style of play, which is, it's very finesse. And you guys will see. It's not that he's bad, and but depending on what your preferences are, this is not a Washington hog. This is a white collar offensive tackle as opposed to a bloody bruise him up. Hey, this is the guy I want in a barroom fight with me. He's not that kind of guy. And in fact, I mean, there have been times where C.J. Stroud was getting into it with an opposing team's player, and all offensive linemen, except for Laramie Tunsil, have rushed to C.J. Stroud's defense. He's a finesse player, and when you add to it the false starts and the pre-snap penalties, and I know people like to diminish this. You have to put yourself in the mind of a fan who maybe your team just converted a third down, and it was a brilliant play by Tank Dell in the Minnesota game, for instance, and all of a sudden you see Laundry on the field, and you know immediately, oh yeah, it's Laramie Tunsil. It's like that's the stuff where the fan base just grew really, really tired of, and then Laramie Tunsil would continually, over the course of many years, insinuate that it was the center's fault, even though it didn't seem to be an issue with any of the other offensive linemen. It was the center's fault, the cadence was off, or the league was out to get him. So there's the financial side, which makes sense for Washington, and he's a good pass protector. The emotional side of it is that, man, we watched this guy for multiple years really play a version and a brand of football that's not a tone setter and not something that you can really rally behind.
So this almost reminds me a little bit of Washington's D-line a couple of years ago, where we would talk about, and nationally people would always talk about the 4 first-rounders and Young, Payne, and Sweat, and Jonathan Allen. And around here, it never felt like they fully played up to that potential. Is that kind of what you're saying with Tunsil? And then off of that, like you say that he's, maybe not. I think here we view him as getting in a top 5 left tackle in football. Where would you have him if you're ranking him as a left tackle right now?
It's really hard because if you want to really have a genuinely tough rushing offense, he's not good as a run blocker. He had a stretch this year, and it was after, you guys got to understand, he'd committed like 12 pre-snap penalties in the first 5 games. It was really bad. It was getting bad. He cleaned it up, and he also, I think, for a longer stretch of time than he had in his entire stay here, it looked like he was more genuinely committed to being a run blocker. But it's not a physical style of play. You're going to see how athletic he is. It's incredible. He is really, really gifted as a pass protector. The way he uses his hands, athletically, he's very gifted. It just doesn't show up in the run game. So as a pass protector, I'd say he's certainly top 5. As a run protector, or as a run blocker, I think the ESPN run block win rate had him as the 37th best tackle in the league, and that matches the eyeball test.
Seth Payne is with us from Houston to talk Laramie Tunsil. So have they not given up on now 2 of their best linemen from last year? And it was a big problem. It was a bad line. What is their actual plan?
Wait, who was the other one you'd say was one of their best?
I saw that Shaq Mason left and was one of their top.
Oh, yeah, he was awful. Yeah,
okay.
It was a mess, man. It was really bad. I think they basically got rid of anybody with tenure or who's had a few years to prove himself and said, all right, and again, it's different with Laramie. I'm not trying to paint Laramie out like he was a cancer or something. He wasn't. But if you're going to have to rebuild the entire offensive line, there's only so much money you have to spend, and Laramie's got a big deal. The Texans got a pretty good package back for him. It wasn't like the DeAndre Hopkins trade where they just completely screwed it up. So I think they just want to start from the ground up and build more of a blue collar physical offensive line. And Laramie Tunsil wasn't necessarily going to be the tone setter in that regard. And I want to put the pass blocking stats or PFF grades and everything into a little bit of context, because I know people like to diminish, well, it's just a false start, it's just 5 yards. He had 15 pre-snap penalties this year.
It's funny you're saying. I'm looking at the Minnesota game. I'm pulled up all their penalties. So he had 2 false starts in each of the first 2 games against the Colts and the Bears. But in week 3 against the Vikings, and I love the trade, I love the player, but he had 6 penalties in that game. False start, illegal formation, false start, illegal formation, false start. How is that possible?
It was unbelievable. And they knocked themselves out of field goal position with 4 consecutive pre-snap penalties. at least one of which was Laramie. It might have been 2 on that same drive. It was unbelievable how bad it was. And just to put the pass blocking grades in perspective, because I know people don't really just, like, oh, okay, whatever, 5-yard penalty. So he had 15 pre-snap penalties this year. That includes when you line up too deep because you're trying to get a jump on the edge rusher. Trent Williams, in the last 5 years, has had 16 pre-snap penalties total. So, like, he committed penalties that help him out as a pass protector at 5 times the rate of a guy like Trent Williams. Penei Sewell gets 3 or 4 false starts a year. So the issue that I have with it is that at the end of the day, it's a selfish maneuver. Like, he's more concerned, and a lot of these come on 3rd downs, or they knock you from 3rd and 6 to 3rd and 11. They're drive killers. And it's because, hey, when you get a false start, your PFF pass protection grade doesn't get hurt by that. As long as you, and meanwhile, when you don't care about run blocking, hey, 2nd and 10, no big deal for Laramie Tunsil. He can handle it. 3rd and 15, because there was a tackle for a loss, no big deal for Laramie Tunsil because he can handle it. He can pass protect on those plays. But for the other offensive linemen on the team, it really puts them in a bind. And it really puts C.J. Stroud in a bind when you don't run block well as a unit, and when you're just constantly getting put in these bad situations.
Seth, appreciate the time, man. Thanks for joining us.
But overall, it's a good move for Washington. I'm cool with it. I'll tell you what. If you haven't looked at Tunsil's Instagram yet, him and Cliff Kingsbury are going to get along awesome. Cliff's going to get all the best tickets to Coachella and all the music festivals and everything. They'll have a grand old time.
They'll be together in the front row. We're excited because they'll kick Coleman inside, and pass pro is important, but it's certainly going to be worth monitoring. I'm just looking at the compilation of 19 penalties here is definitely nerve-wracking.
I really want. I think he has it in him to clean it up, but I want to regroup with you guys at the end of the year after you watch him in real time for 17 straight games, and probably for you guys the playoffs, obviously.
Radio Row, we'll have a nice powwow over Laramie Tunsil's first year in D.C. Thank you, Seth. It's good chatting.
No problem, man.
All right, be good. You listen to Seth Payne, Odyssey in Houston. 19 penalties. Does that concern you? Is that something that bothers you as you hear Payne and some other people who covered the Texans say, hey, he's a really good pass blocker, but he's not nearly as good a run blocker? And he went as far as to say he's bad at it at times. And it's a lot of penalties, man. 19.
It's a lot.
I mean, there weren't players, Washington had offensive linemen that had 3 for the year.
How many did you say illegal formation in the first couple of weeks?
Remember, he had 2 illegal formations in week 3. So I can just give them to you really fast. He had 2 false starts in week 1, 2 false starts in week 2. In week 3, he had 6 penalties by himself.
Gross.
False start, illegal formation, false start, illegal formation, false start, illegal formation. So he had 3 illegal formations and 3 false starts. Week 4, he had 2 holding penalties. Those are new. Week 8, he had a false start. Week 9, he had a false start. So weeks 5 through 7, he was cooking. Week 11, ineligible downfield. Week 11, unnecessary roughness. I'll take that one. That means he's getting a little dirty. I like that. Week 12, false start, and then 2 false starts in week 18.
So I'm only counting 3 that aren't procedural, right? False start or illegal formation.
To me, those can be cleaned up.
They can be cleaned up because that was an emphasis last year, remember? So maybe they can fix it here.
Are you guys concerned about that? 800-636-1067 MGM National Harbor listener lines will also get you a double play next on The Fan.
He'd committed like 12 pre-snap penalties in the first 5 games. It was really bad. It was getting bad. He cleaned it up, and he also, I think, for a longer stretch of time than he had in his entire stay here, it looked like he was more genuinely committed to being a run blocker. But it's not not a physical style of play. You're going to see how athletic he is. It's incredible. He is really, really gifted as a pass protector. The way he uses his hands, athletically, he's very gifted. It just doesn't show up in the run game. So as a pass protector, I'd say he's certainly top 5. As a run protector or as a run blocker, I think the ESPN run block win rate had him as the 37th best tackle in the league, and that matches the eyeball test.
Seth Payne just a few moments ago, right here on Grant and Danny. Danny is out. The Commanders have made a move today, bringing Marcus Mariota back, but with Danny out, presumably that wasn't going to be their final move. And there is some breaking news into us right now at the Fan. Washington going outside of the organization to add some defensive line depth. Let's get to it.
I'm Toby Altizer with Sports News on the Fan. Eddie Goldman is headed to the Commanders. He was a defensive lineman, a defensive tackle that played with Atlanta last season, played 17 games for them, had 1 sack on the year, 16 combined tackles on the season. The Commanders are signing Eddie Goldman, defensive tackle from Atlanta.
Thank you, Toby, for the update on the news. Jeremy Fowler of ESPN first. Eddie Goldman, not a pass rusher, as you heard with the 1 sack there. He did way back at the beginning of his career as a rookie with the Chicago Bears, as a nose, have 4.5 sacks. But this is a bigger interior defensive lineman, a space-eating type. Hopefully it helps you stop the run. 325-pounder. Atlanta last year, I exclusively remember him as a Chicago Bear, honestly, mostly. From his first 5 years, he did not play in 2020. He opted out for the COVID-19 pandemic, which not a lot of players did, so that's interesting. Then in 2021, he came back for the Bears and started 10 games and played in 14 games. Then he retired in 2022. Then he didn't play in the NFL in 2023, still out of the NFL. And then he came back last year. So it sounds like he's 50, but he's actually 31. But he left the league because of COVID, opted out. Then he retired, according to Pro Football Reference, for what looks like 2 seasons. So he was with Chicago from 2015 to 2019. Then he was back with them in 2021. And then after a 2-year respite, having missed 3 of 4 seasons, he was back with Atlanta last year. 325-pound defensive lineman added by the Commanders. That is depth for their D-line. Well, let's go to the phones. A couple of you guys want to hop in after you just heard Payne talking about the 19 penalties from Laramie Tunsil. He had a 6-penalty game last year. Washington had 10 games where they had 6 or fewer as a team. Let's go to Mark in Largo. What's up, Mark?
Hey, Grant. How you doing? Eddie Goldman is kind of a dear to my heart because I knew his dad. So
no way.
He grew up in this area.
Well, you know what? I'm looking at this now. You're right. Friendship Collegiate High School in D.C.
He grew up over in Montgomery County. So him and his dad, real
looks
close
like
with dad. So, but that's not.
He was born January 6th, 94.
Oh, yeah. I was
in
over
DC.
there when all the stuff happened. Little did I know this was going to happen. Now, his father's a Steelers fan. So that's going to be a problem. That's already a problem right now. His father's a Steelers fan. So, yeah, this will be interesting. But anyway, look, I think as far as Chanel, the guy we traded for the other day, look, him and Debo are playing for contract extensions. So they're going to be on their best behavior. And I think they're aware. Not anybody's going to cut them, but it can affect your extension. So they're going to try to do whatever they can to make everything better. It's a new team. Plus, here's the other thing, too. C.J. Stroud is a better pocket passer than Jaden, but not a better athlete and runner than Jaden. So I think it's different with Jaden than it is with C.J. Stroud. Maybe he was a little anxious because he didn't know what to happen. I think once he gets used to Jaden and how Jaden plays, I think it'll work itself out.
Well, and
by the way, Grant, go ahead. I was going to ask you something.
Yeah,
but I'll
quick.
go ahead.
Go ahead.
What do you got?
Have you come on over to the Jaden Daniels fan club now? Because I know this time last year you were a huge Drake May fan. I just wanted to know.
I still love Drake May. I think he's going to be a superstar.
I know you do.
Yeah.
I know you do, but go ahead.
Never disliked Jaden Daniels. Think he was outstanding. Happy that he was great. But yes, do I still like Drake May? I absolutely do.
How different do you think it is? Obviously, two totally different quarterbacks in Stroud versus Daniels. How different do you think that makes it when you consider the run blocking and you have to consider the quarterback? If they're going to run some of these read options and different things, it's a totally different run scheme that you're going to be working with here in DC. So when you think about Laramie Tunsil and struggling as a run blocker, it sounds like, Payne's issue is not necessarily that he's a bad run blocker. It's that maybe the effort wasn't always there more so.
He called him a white collar. I thought that was a hilarious line, like a finesse. He's basically saying he does the sexy stuff. He doesn't do the dirty stuff. When everyone's trying to get into the fight after the big hit on the quarterback, he's not going to be over there doing that. And Payne's a former player in the trenches. That's one of those things that can grind on guys like him a little bit, I'm sure, that a lot of fans aren't going to notice. But I would rank pass protection with the exceptional Jaden Daniels. I hope Mark's okay with me calling him exceptional. With the terrific rookie becoming a sophomore that you have, probably priority one. Run blocking can come after that. And getting into fights can come third for me. Yeah. Let's go to Joe in LA on the Odyssey app. Be quick, Joe.
Hey, yeah, I'm just not too worried about the penalties because the prevailing wisdom with that Texans offensive line last year was just that it was poorly coached because of how much disarray they played in despite the lack of talent, which is why Bobby Slowick got fired, and their offensive line coach got fired immediately. So I think that's the thing that's maybe the lowest hanging fruit as far as improving his game.
Appreciate you, buddy. I don't think he can have 19 penalties in over 2 years, but obviously he's one of these guys that starts early. The Lane Johnson bit, which for some reason he never gets called for. Tunsil must have gotten called for every time. I think you rewire that. You say, we can't do this.
Yeah, you just tell him it's not acceptable. You figure out a way to make it so that he's not doing it. Whatever it has to be. Remember, the illegal formation stuff isn't going to bother me as much. That was a huge focus last year, especially at the beginning of the year. Remember how many dudes were getting flagged immediately because they're just, their helmet wasn't up with the breaking the bell to the center, whatever. That time, the false starts are probably going to continue. There's going to be more penalties because of that. But if you can get him to tune it down just a little bit, and you get an elite pass protector, sign me up.
With this baggage, if we want to call it that, he's considered widely a top 5 player at the league, at the position in the league.
Yeah.
What do you think we'll be saying if 19 penalties becomes 8 next year, right? Becomes 9. By the way, Sam Cosmi, who everybody in town loves, a dozen penalties last year. So if it's 10 to 12, there are really good Pro Bowl caliber players who do that.
Well, and I know this sounds stupid, but when do these penalties happen? If it happens like randomly in the first quarter, I can live with it more than 3rd and 8. You got to have it in the 4th.
Caps tickets, we'll give those away as soon as we return ahead of the Beltway Blitz next. On Grant and Danny, Eddie Goldman, the D-tackle, former Bear and Falcon, signs a 1-year deal with Washington. More on that next hour.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan, and this update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. In the NFL, some news today for the Commanders. They're re-signing quarterback Marcus Mariota on a one-year deal worth $8 million. Just a couple of minutes ago, the Commanders are going to be signing defensive tackle Eddie Goldman. Last season, he played with Atlanta. The Jets are officially releasing quarterback Aaron Rodgers. They're going to take on a $40 million cap hit and dead cap. The Bills are signing former Commanders safety Derek Forrest. The Seahawks are signing wide receiver Marquez Valdez-Scantling on a one-year deal worth $5.5 million. And the Bills are trading for cornerback Kyer Elam, also getting a 6th-round pick. The Dallas Cowboys, the Bills getting back a 5th and a 7th-round pick. In baseball, the Nationals beat the Astros today in spring training 9-3. Mackenzie Gore going 5 1/3 scoreless innings, giving up 2 hits and walking 3, struck out 6. In basketball, the Wizards fell to the Pistons 123-103 last night. They'll take on the Pistons in Detroit again tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. College hoops, American taking on Navy. Patriot League Championship tonight at 7 o'clock. Georgetown taking on DePaul in the Big East tournament at 6:30. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. Last night in hockey, the Capitals beat the Ducks 7-4. Alexi Protas with his first career hat trick. Capitals stay on the West Coast, taking on the Kings tomorrow night. Power up your future. Enroll tuition-free in the Sustainable Energy Program at PGCC. Start your career in renewable energy today. Visit www.pgcc.edu to get started. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
At 4:25, we'll take a deep dive into the defensive line with DC native Eddie Goldman now signed, coming over from Atlanta. What's the rotation going to look like up front defensively? We'll do that coming up in about 20 on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Getting ready for a Beltway Blitz. First, caller 10 at 800-636-1067. As promised, we've got Caps tickets against the Florida Panthers for you right now. These are in the good seats. The OV Great Chase is on. You're going to be in the best atmosphere, smack dab in the middle of it in DC sports right now at a Caps game Saturday, March 22nd against the Cats. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/context. Your next chance to win is at 4 o'clock tomorrow ahead of the Blitz. Caps got another win last night, 2 more points. Hard earned on the road with 7 goals in a shootout. Jacob Chychrun joins us today at 5:30. But before we talk to him, let's talk to Mike Vogel right now on the Blitz. Washcaps.com, Vogue's no OV goal, so I guess that's the lead at this point. But man, oh man, is this team good offensively. And how in the hell did Alexi Protas become whatever he is? 28 goals now. He's going to score 30 Vogues without any power play time.
Yeah, so a couple of things there, Grant. Number one, Ovi had 3 assists, which is he's done now for the second time this season. So he was definitely part of that attack. And Protas is quite a story. I mean, he's the best kid you can imagine, honestly. So coachable, so absolutely driven to improve himself, improve his game. He's one of the last guys off the ice every single day. After practice, he is just relentless, his drive to get better. So now you look at this kid had 3 seasons in the league before this year, played 169 games, had 13 goals, had 53 points in 65 games this year. So more than 100 fewer games than he had his first 3 seasons. He has absolutely obliterated those totals. He's doubled his previous goal total. He's passed his career point total in 1 season, and he's in the first year of a very economical 5-year contract. I mean, this is just a home run of a pick for the Caps in the 3rd round of the 2019 draft, the same draft that they got Connor McMichael in the 1st round. So I wrote this yesterday. Every single guy in the Caps top 6, including Ovechkin, is from one standpoint or another having a career year this year. Even Ovi at age 39 at 2.3 goals per 60 minutes of ice time. That's the highest goal rate he's had in 20 seasons in the league, and it's by far the best goals per 60 rate of anyone ever in the league age 39 or older. It's not even close. If you look at that list, the distance between him and number 2 is greater than any other 2 players anywhere on that list. So what's happening here is just remarkable with the number of guys up and down the lineup that are having career seasons this year.
The thing that impressed me most, Grant and I were talking about this a little bit earlier about this Capitals team, is that they can beat you in a number of ways. You want to get in a rock fight and win 2-1, they can do that. You want to put up 5, 6, 7 goals, they can do that. And they can change on the fly like last night. Early, looked like it was going to be a high-scoring game. Then it looked like it was going to be a rock fight in the middle. And then all of a sudden, the goals opened up again in the third period. They can beat you in so many different ways. What impresses you the most about their adaptability as a team?
I mean, what you just said is to me due to the goaltending. When you look at that, they've won 43 games now this year, and in 23 of those 43, they've had to come back to win 7 times when trailing after 40 minutes of play. But those 20 games where they didn't have to come back, they never trailed in any of them. That tells you that the goalies are absolutely refusing to give up goals late in games when it matters most. And if you look at their third period goal differential, it says the same thing. They're outscoring teams 86-43 in the third period going into last night's game. It's really top to bottom. And I do agree with what you said that they are able to win any kind of a hockey game that's presented on a given night, or to even pull points. And for me, and this is the thing that stands out the most. Last season, they lost 24 games. They lost 24 games by a margin of 3 or more goals. Only 2 teams in the league got blown out more often. It was San Jose and Chicago. Bad company to be in. This year, they're at the exact opposite end of that spectrum. It's happened only 3 times all year, and each time by exactly 3 goals. They have yet to lose a game by more than 3 goals. They're 65 games deep into the season. They've been in every single game. 2 of those 3-goal losses, there was an empty net goal at the end that accounted for that 3-goal loss. So the only legit 3-goal loss they had was back in October.
Crazy. That's wild. Vogues, always excellent. Thank you, buddy. Enjoy some late night caps on the West Coast trip.
Thanks, Grant. Talk to you soon.
Be good. Vogues Caps on social media if you want to follow him. Let's talk football. Mike Jones of The Athletic to get us started. Jones, before we pivot to the rest of the National Football League, your thoughts on Washington so far, the big splash move, a lot of picks for Laramie Tunsil. They just made the Deebo Samuel trade official with a press release, gave up a 5th for him. How do you feel about what Adam Peters has done?
Well, I mean, he's met 2 of their most pressing needs. Obviously, the work is not done. They still need things, but you got a very talented left tackle. And you've got another wide receiver to go with the Terry McLaurin for Jason Daniels. So, yeah, I think they've gotten off to a good start. Yes, they are trades and not really free agency, but they're finding ways to meet their needs. And the thing that's really impressive is that there were no rumblings at all that they were sniffing around Tunsil, and Adam Peters found a way to slip in there, get a deal done, and get him here without any competition.
It looks like, the Russell Wilson's going to be meeting with the Cleveland Browns, and Aaron Rodgers was released earlier today. Where do you see those guys ending up?
I mean, maybe Wilson winds up with the Browns. It doesn't sound like, it's going to be Pittsburgh, unless maybe if, something happens and they don't get Rodgers, then maybe they will try to run things back with Russell Wilson. I don't understand what Pittsburgh is doing. If it was me, I would have held on to Justin Fields and continue to work with him and develop him, because then if it hits, you have a guy for the long term. If it doesn't, then you just have a bridge quarterback and you can draft somebody next year. Aaron Rodgers is not going to make you better than the Bengals or better than the Ravens, and so I don't understand why they would go after him.
Mike Jones of The Athletic is with us on the Beltway Blitz. All right, so then let's talk about some of the other big splashes that are being made here. The Vikings are throwing money around, dude. I saw they just brought in Javon Hargrave. They already got John Allen on the D line. They brought in the best guard available as well. Will Freeze just got a deal. It seems like they're going for it, even though they're pivoting to a rookie quarterback, which is kind of interesting. What do you make of their strategy?
Yeah, well, the thing is I think that they were planning on starting J.J. McCarthy before he got hurt. And now that he, is healthy again, they also feel like, okay, he was injured, but he was sitting in all these meetings. He was studying. He was watching film, and he has a better understanding of the offense than he did last year. If we can surround him with talent, look, we got the best wide receiver in the game in Justin Jefferson. We've got a good run game. We've got, a very good offensive line now after several moves. And then we upgrade the defense as well. They have all the support they need around this young guy to go out there and contend in a division where we don't know what's going to happen with the Lions. They could take a step backward having lost all their top coordinators, the Packers, we'll see as well. But I like what the Vikings are doing.
With the Rams releasing Cooper Kupp, how much do you think he's going to cost if you want to go get him in free agency, and how real of a option do you think Washington is for him?
It's not going to cost nearly, I don't think it's going to cost a whole lot for him. Yes, I think he can still play in the league, but he's a guy that's coming off of several years of injuries. And I think that teams were content that, okay, the Rams are going to cut him. We don't need to trade for him. They're on the hook for some of his salary still. And so, I don't know about Washington, but he's obviously going to find work.
All right, circling back to the QBs, let's get some predictions before we let you go. So you mentioned Wilson. He's visiting with the Browns, then the Giants over the next couple of days, and then Aaron Rodgers. So if you had to guess, Russell Wilson, week 1 starting, yes or no, and where? And same question about Rodgers.
Yes, I think Russell Wilson will be starting. I don't know where he's going to be because I think a lot of it, I think he's the backup plan for okay, if the Giants can't get Aaron Rodgers, then maybe he's there in the Giants. If the Steelers can't wind up getting Aaron Rodgers, then maybe Russell Wilson's back there. Or, possibly maybe it winds up with the Browns there. But it's definitely going to be interesting musical chairs here.
Thank you, Mike. We appreciate you, buddy.
All right, see you guys.
All right, be good. Let's localize the combo. Our guy, your guy, everybody's guy. He's not your Vitas Sabonis. He's our Vitas Sabonis. Johnny Cakes Allville, ladies and gentlemen. That's Cakes' music. Cakesy, how's about your Commanders going out and getting themselves a big left tackle in Laramie Tunsil? Love the move like you do, but we did just have a guest on from Houston who was killing him for his penalties. He committed 6 penalties in one game this year and 19 on the season.
Yeah, that's not great. That's not what Laramie Tunsil is going to want on his if he gets inducted into the Hall of Fame. That he had a crazy spurt. I think in the last 2 seasons, I've heard he's had like 26 or 27 false start penalties. So that will definitely have to be tidied up. But there's no doubting his prowess as far as protecting the quarterback and not allowing sacks. So look, this is the sort of bold move that we've seen Adam Peters. We've grown accustomed to. He traded for Lattimore. He trades for Deebo Samuel. He comes out of nowhere and trades for a premier left tackle in this Jaden Daniels rookie contract window. So, I don't think we should be – I know we were surprised by it, but Adam Peters' 13 or so months here in D.C., they've pretty much been characterized by big, bold trades, and Tunsil's the latest.
Are you in favor of that more aggressive approach where they're trading their draft picks and they're willing to go get guys like Tunsil, like they did with Lattimore, going and getting Deebo? Or would you like to see them be a little more conservative and try to keep some of those picks?
I think it's relative to what each draft class looks like. I heard Neil Greenberg on with Beamich and Finley earlier because I'm just a big station mark and just listen to all the products all day long. And Neil Greenberg was talking about how the draft is down. So if the draft picks are down and their relative value is lower, then I certainly have no problem trading away some of that draft capital to get established players to pair up with Jaden Daniels and to help improve your defense. So I've got no problem with making bold moves as far as trades because if Peters doesn't have a problem with it, I do not have a problem with it at this point.
Johnny Cakes Allville on the Beltway Blitz. All right, so what's your next big move then, GM? What are you doing?
If we're going to swing, Grant, we should swing big. We should go and try to get Trey Henderson from the Bengals, right? Like, if we're going to make big moves, let's make big, bold, in-your-face moves. Now, unless that's happened in the last 40 minutes or so while I was walking my dog and I didn't see it, I'm going to go with let's call the Bengals and see what it takes to get Trey Hendrickson. You want a second-round pick and a future pick and sign him to a $30 million a year contract? I'm fine with that. Let's make all the bold moves, Grant.
It
That would
sounds
be my
like
bold
Cakes
move.
wants the bleep them picks T-shirt that I'm trying to sell.
Exactly. That's kind of my
team
thing.
Bleep them picks.
Maybe I went to it's Les Snead, right? Les Snead, the GM of the Rams.
Cake Snead.
He's a big F them picks guy, and maybe I've learned in his right hand, Grant.
With looking at where they're at, say they don't trade for Hendrickson like you want, and they're picking there at 29. Do you think what do you think the chances are they pick at 29 versus trading down to get more assets since they've traded so many picks to get these guys?
Yeah, I think that especially because it seems like this draft, like picks 25 through 40 are all kind of lumped together. So if you're Peters and Newmark and you're sitting there at 29 and you're down some picks, obviously, from all the wheeling and dealing, like I wouldn't be shocked at all if Peters moved back from 29 to say 37 and then moves back off the second round pick, I believe, which is 61, if I'm correct, move that back for a few more picks as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if he moves back from both of the current first and second round picks if you're not dealing for a guy like Hendrickson.
Mr. Allville, I'm going to say the name of a player. You tell me what you think.
Okay, I love this game. Word association. I'm here for it.
Last time you guys played this on the Junkies, Dan Quinn gave away their draft board.
He did, yes. He did. He basically showed, he was at the poker table and he showed everybody at the table his cards. Right. But you know what? It still worked out. It worked out well.
You're like, Drake May. He's like, Young. Caleb Williams. Like, exists.
Yeah, it's like local. Yeah.
Jaden Daniels. Arousal. Like, which one does he like most?
Pants moved.
Right?
Yeah.
Mr. Burgundy, you have a massive never mind. Cakes, here's where we're going. Alexi Protas.
Oh, Alexi Protas. I'm smitten. I mean, do you understand how good the deal that McClellan and Brian McClellan and Chris Patrick gave him before the season started? I mean, he's at 58 points now, correct? I think that's the current number.
He is tied with a guy named Connor McDavid for even strength goals this season.
Yeah, it's pretty good. He's been a pretty good investment. And then you look at his younger brother Ilya. He's putting up crazy points in a lesser league right now, like a junior league in Canada. So Protas, I mean, to the moon. I mean, that guy, his stock is just going through the roof.
By the way, Alexi Protas is like the biggest guy in the history of the world. Ilya Protas
so big.
Ilya Protas is bigger.
Dude, I remember the first time I saw Pro on skates, like in a live game. Now, I don't have the Grant Paulson seats, Toby. I don't get to sit right on the glass like
I
Jeep.
rarely have those seats.
Okay.
Every now and then. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So when
junkies to tell me about hookups. Okay. Let's all settle down just a little bit.
This is true.
How's your parking spot over at the hotel doing?
This is the definition of irony. This is a very good point. Maybe I should just pivot off of this.
This guy's coming up. I'm just finding a burger, in a trash can somewhere, and Cakes is telling me, that I'm eating too much over here. But anyway,
all I know is that the last video I saw from Grant and Toby, you guys were like 9 feet away from Dylan Strome when he potted the overtime game winner. That's all I'm saying.
They were some silly seats, Cakes. They were some silly seats.
Nothing you're saying is wrong, Mr. Allville.
Correct. Very correct.
All right, our sweet prince. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks, Cakes.
All right, boys. Thanks for having me.
This brand new show every morning. The Sports Junkies, they got a shot, these guys.
I think they can do it.
Yes. Our program director, a lot of us behind the scenes said this will never work for people that grew up together, but they're a couple of weeks in, and so far, so good. Things look like they could develop nicely. Let's talk Commanders D-line next. They've got a new D tackle coming in. I'm not talking about Javon Kinlaw. That's now 2 space eaters in the middle of their D-line. What do we think about Eddie Goldman? Let's dive into this rotation, what it's going to look like on the Fan. Hey, guys, it's Grant. This week, FanDuel's bringing you a dog of the day, Profit Boost Token. It's that time of year. One of the best parts about the tourney is when an underdog takes down a powerhouse. Right now, upsets can be even better for you because if your underdog bet wins, you're going to land even more winnings with a Profit Boost. This is your chance to ride with the long shots, the scrappy teams, the ones that refuse to go quietly. If you have been waiting to join FanDuel, what are you waiting for? Now is the time. No better time to get on the action than right now. The app's easy to use. Love that. It is safe. That's important. And when you win, you get paid instantly. That's the best part. Go to FanDuel.com/GP. Download America's #1 sportsbook and do it today. FanDuel.com/GP. Dog of the day, profit boost. Promo code is GP. Got to be 21 in Virginia. Opt-in required. Even money wager required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including token expiration, max wager amount. Terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. In the NFL, plenty of news today. The Commanders re-signing quarterback Marcus Mariota on a one-year deal worth $8 million. Also, the Commanders signed defensive tackle Eddie Goldman. The Jets officially releasing quarterback Aaron Rodgers. The Rams officially releasing wide receiver Cooper Kupp. The Vikings signed defensive tackle Javon Hargrave to a 2-year deal worth $30 million. Vikings beefing up the interior of their D-line. They signed Hargrave, also signed John Allen. The Broncos signed tight end Evan Ingram to a 2-year deal worth $23 million. $16.5 million guaranteed. The Bills are signing former Commanders safety Derek Forrest. The Cardinals are signing former Commanders linebacker Michael Walker. The Windowman.com is the educational window company. They educate, you decide. Superior fiberglass windows from the Windowman.com. Now is the time to replace those drafty, cheap vinyl windows. Visit thewindowman.com for your free consultation. $200 savings per Infinity replacement window only. Minimums and installation apply. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Grant and Danny on The Fan. No Danny today. Toby is in. We're going to get to the defensive line in just a second. But I did bring in Chris Russell because I have to apologize to him. So we were just outside of this door. You know the area right in the bullpen, Toby, where we throw the football.
Sure.
I was letting it eat a little bit. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I was putting a little zip on the ball.
That's Grant's bit, by the way, if you didn't know. If you're standing about 10 feet away, he's going to throw it as if you're 40 yards away.
Tight spirals, generally right where you want them, right? Not this time.
Not where you want them.
Ball got stuck in my palm. It's a true story. It hit Chris Russell square in the place you don't want to be hit. He was doubled over, dropped down to his knees in the middle of the bullpen.
I mean, he threw
writhing in pain.
He threw a split finger fastball at my onions.
I do want to apologize. I mean, it was a square hit.
We don't want splitters to the onions, Roost.
You
I
ever
agree.
played Battleship? And it's like F7 and you blow up.
He sunk my battleship.
I mean, Reenie, I felt so bad. That thing hit you like.
I mean,
I don't think it could have hit you more squarely.
No,
I put some velocity on that throw.
I mean, thank goodness I'm not exactly. Anyway,
I don't know what you're about to say, but I'm glad you did.
I thought I shouldn't say that. Thank God it's not hurting that bad right now, is what I'll say.
Big man dropped down to a knee, writhing in pain. I mean, it was a struggle for a minute.
That's tough.
So again,
that's tough.
I know you got big plans. You got things going on. You're heading out for the night. I wanted to apologize.
I appreciate that. Who threw a good split finger in baseball? John Smoltz, right? He threw a
Smoltzy, splitty?
Smoltzy, okay. Right? I can't remember who's like well known for throwing primarily a split finger fastball.
I'm trying to think of a great. There's a couple.
Anyway, the point being is this one took like a precipitous drop right at my onions, right at the old grapefruits.
All right, we've talked enough about your onions for one day. Thank you, Slashy, for joining us. And I do want to, again, formally apologize. There is an addition to get to for the Washington Commanders. Eddie Goldman has signed. He's 31. He's a 7-year vet. He's a DC native. I believe he gets his haircut at the same place as Linnell Willingham. He's 6'4" and 325 pounds, a nose tackle, played in Chicago, and he was a good player with the Bears. Opted out of the NFL for the COVID year. Obviously, back then, there was a lot swirling around. You didn't know what was what. So understandable. Retired 2022, did not play 2023. Back in the NFL last year with the Falcons. Russell with a big ass-eating grin like a Cheshire cat is walking out of the studio wide-legged. I mean, the guy, I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you. Big smirk from Reenie. 10 starts last year with Atlanta in 17 games. Eddie Goldman joins Javon Kinlaw as your new look defensive line behind starters Daron Payne and Johnny Newton. So those are your 4D tackles, presumably, if Goldman can make the team. It's a 1-year deal. I guess whether it's the minimum or not, it's not going to be a lot of money. He's been retired or been out for COVID for 3 of the last 4 football seasons. So there's no guarantee he makes the roster. But if he does, now you got 4D tackles.
Yeah, I mean, the main thing is you see a guy 6'3", 325 is what he's listed at on Pro Football Reference. On PFF, he's 6'4", 332. You initially think, okay, run stuffing, nose tackle, defensive tackle. And that's not the case. His run defense grade last year for PFF was 47.5, 141st of 219. He actually had a decent pass rush grade of a 61.5. So he's a relatively reasonable pass rusher, but not great in run defense. It's funny because now you've brought in two guys in the interior, at least in Kinlaw and Goldman, who you would both think could be good run defenders and something that they need good run defense, and neither one really is. Now, not saying that PFF is the Bible here and you're for sure going to roll with it and whatever they say, but maybe they're going to figure some sort of, fit for this. I don't know, but he's kind of just a rotational guy. I think the big thing that they still need, Grant, is they need a dude on that D line, whether it's going to be Johnny Newton stepping up and being that guy, whether they're going to draft a dude at 29 or trade down and get somebody in the second round off the edge. They need a dude that can command some attention. I think Deron Payne can do some of that, but Deron Payne hasn't been the guy that we saw a couple years ago in a contract year. If you can get that back, maybe you can have something there, but they need someone on that D line who can step up. Maybe you're just going to have to get a talented edge guy in the draft, but this is nothing, just kind of just a rotational depth kind of piece for me.
800-636-1067. You want to hop in on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. So D tackle, you can kind of put pencil through right now, as far as I'm concerned. And you can use pen if they end up deeming that Goldman still got some game here, because Payne and Newton, Kinlaw, they paid like a starter, probably will be the guy on the field on rundowns, I would think, and maybe you can kick him over. You and I were talking about this, though, and throwing the ball around on this. I wonder if there's some thought that they might go with some three-man fronts. We right away saw some speculation that the best way you could use Javon Kinlaw would be as a 5-tech, which is to say basically the defensive end in the 34 front. Now, that's not really what Dan Quinn has done, and they won't major in that, obviously. But I wonder how often we could see a defensive front with either what they call that bear front with 5 guys, where Kinlaw's at a tackle, maybe Newton's at a tackle, Goldman is at the nose, Payne getting spelled, or you have Payne and Kinlaw and Newton and Goldman all on the field on a rundown or something, and they get cute. But maybe a 3-man front, because Goldman, with that nose tackle kind of profile, when you go back and watch him in Atlanta, can play traditionally over the center. But I think you could probably go forward. Sheldon Day's a free agent, so maybe they lose him. You're going to bring in another guy or two like that who can just compete. The question on that D-line now is the end spot. It's the edge. You have Dorrance Armstrong locked up and ready to go. Otherwise, Cleveland Farrell, free agent. Dante Fowler, free agent. Jalen Holmes, free agent. Your starting edge opposite Armstrong is Javonte Jean-Baptiste, your 7th-round pick last year.
I like him, by the way.
I do, too. I like him as my 4th defensive end.
Correct.
But it's March 12th. They don't have a game today, and they don't have one tomorrow either. You don't form the roster in March, so they're going to have other edges coming in here. But while they've made 2 moves at tackle, they already had 2 starters at tackle. It's just kind of interesting that that's what's worked out. And this is a very small kind of nothing burger addition anyway, in terms of depth and rotational piece. But edge is where they're going to have to make a real splash. I mean, you're going to have some water leave the pool when you jump in whenever you decide to get your edge.
Yeah, I mean, at least with the guys at defensive tackle, they have guys that could potentially show flashes and get to a point where you see potentially elite play, right? When you draft a guy like Johnny Newton, who was potentially a first rounder that you get in the second round, everybody talked about how talented he was. He could be a game wrecker. We've seen Deron Payne be a game wrecker at points in his career. You look at the edge spots, they don't have anyone that has been a game wrecker at any point in their career. So they need to go find somebody that can give them that sort of play where, Dorrance Armstrong is solid, but I don't know that he's anything more than a second defensive end on a good football team, right? He's solid against the run. He's solid as a pass rusher. He's not anyone that you want to be your defensive end number 1. So I think they have to find something there. But to your point about running some 3-down linemen, I think that's part of what I liked about what they did with their defense last year with some of these tweener guys that they had, where Ron loved this, the position flex stuff that he loved. He had no idea how to use them, and so these guys all just sucked in his scheme. But in the scheme that they're running with the different ways that they can use Jeremy Chin, Frankie Louvu was a second-team All-Pro last year. Those guys are kind of tweeners. I think if they can find some things here and maybe get a little, frisky with the way that they're going to line up with their fronts, whether it's 4 down, whether it's 3 down, whether they're going to have guys standing up on the edge, whatever they're going to do, they can try some different stuff. So it's intriguing, like you said, that they have defensive tackles and their first 2 defensive linemen they sign are both interior guys.
Yeah, and you already kind of gave the precursor on PFF numbers, whatever, but they're also not 2 guys that have been known as being really good run stoppers over the last couple of years. Dad, grab someone from Atlanta if we can, because I want to ask somebody just about the profile and what they saw from Goldman last year. Because last year was actually, I would have to consider it for him, not to put words in his mouth. That has to feel like a huge success of a season. When you were out of football for 2 years, and then you came back, and the Falcons were devoid of pass rush. That was a bad defensive front on a very disappointing defense. But he started 10 games. He played in every game. He ended up being a fixture after missing 3 out of 4 seasons. Like, how many guys can say that when they come back in the league at 30 years old? He's 31 now. He just turned 31 in January. So he'll be 31 all football season long and doesn't turn 32 until after next year in the playoffs. We'll take your thoughts on what they've done today. Bringing back Marcus Mariota, adding a defensive tackle as well. Here is your updated list of Washington's free agency. This is through 2 days now as we're into the league year for 39 minutes that opened at 4 o'clock. They have gained defensive tackles, Javon Kinlaw, 3 and 45, and Eddie Goldman on a 1-year, very small deal, I'm assuming. They have also signed safety Will Harris, 2 years, $8 million. They have brought in Deebo Samuel via trade for a 5th-round pick and acquired Laramie Tunsil at left tackle for a 2, a 3, a 4, and a 7 for Tunsil and a 4th. They have retained, as of today, Marcus Mariota, 1 year and $8 million. Tight ends, Zach Ertz, 1 year and $6 million. Tight end, John Bates, a 3-year contract. Linebacker, Bobby Wagner, $9 million over a year. Punter Tressway, $2.8 million for a year. And Zane Gonzalez, the kicker, on a 1-year deal. Lost to this point by Washington, De'Ami Brown, Jeremy Chin, John Allen, Cornelius Lucas, and today Derek Forrest went to Buffalo to play for the Bills. Forrest is an interesting guy, by the way. 2 years ago, he played a bunch. You go back to 2023, he started 11 games and was actually one of the more impactful players on Washington's defense and was an up-and-coming standout in their secondary. That was 2022, I beg your pardon. In 2023, he only started 5 games, but he still played. He still made a couple of plays and was noticeable. Last year, he didn't start at all. He had 1 start in Week 18 when Quan Martin was out for the final week of the season. But he was just a non-factor. He was deactivated a lot. He had family members, tweeting about him getting a raw deal. But you've gone from 11 starts to 5 starts to 1 start. And if you go back and pull audio from 2022, I'm talking about him being a building block and that this guy's maybe an 8-9 year answer at safety or whatever. And boy, did it go sideways with the end of the Rivera era because of some injuries. But then this new regime just seemed to have no use for him.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it doesn't fit, right? I don't know what it exactly is. Maybe it didn't fit because, the Dan Quinn system, they like to run a lot of single high versus I think Del Rio was kind of running a little more 2 high. Maybe he fit more in that scheme versus Quan Martin running the single high, and they didn't like him coming down in the box when you got Chin. I mean, they kind of had 2 dudes over him. So, I don't blame them for not playing him this past season, but he was impactful.
The other guy when they had 3 safeties, Percy Butler played way more than him.
Well, and I don't get that one because Percy Butler was not very good this past season at all.
He can fly and he's physical, but Forrest thumps. I mean, that guy really hits.
Yeah, I really liked Forrest a couple years ago when he kind of came onto the scene, a 5th rounder out of Cincinnati. You didn't see a lot as a rookie, and then his second year, he really popped. I thought they had found something, but it just kind of never got back to that same level.
Yeah, as a violent, kind of aggressive, physical box safety, he also got his hands on the ball from time to time.
He's very versatile.
He seemed like he could make some plays, but look, it's multiple regimes who kind of saw the same thing. So I'm not going to sit here and pretend like one coaching staff made this decision. Clearly, there's a part of his game that he needs to elevate, but he got a deal to go to Buffalo, who brought back DeMar Hamlin as well. Maybe he can force his way onto the field defensively. If nothing else, that's a really good player on special teams, though. We'll get to your thoughts on the MGM National Harbor listener lines on Washington's moves today, and we'll look ahead to what could be next. Jacob Chychrun of the Capitals at 5:30. We've still got an audio vault today on Grant and Danny. Wizards tickets in 15 minutes going to be handed out on a Wizards Wednesday. What's up, guys? It's Grant. Danny is out today, but I will speak for both of us that we are enjoying ourselves on the Co-Pair program and losing weight again with our friends. This is the old EMP 180 under a new name. We've got listeners that are getting on the program as well. I'm getting great news of all the people that are showing up and dropping LBs. Joe in Woodbridge is down almost 10 pounds. Laura in Alexandria down 11 pounds in her first month. So congratulations to them. You could be next if you want to get ready for the summer and start dropping weight. Like I have 20 pounds, like Danny has. He's over 5 pounds down at this point as well. Co-Pair, they help you do it the right way. You've got a coach. You have weigh-ins, consultations. They educate you and coach you up on what you should and shouldn't be eating and some of the tribulations that you might be dealing with in your schedule. They help you overcome those. If you want the GLPs, those injections, I just took one this morning. I'm doing that. You don't have to, though. About 60% of their clients are doing it the old-fashioned way. Co-Pair is the program. It'll help you lose the weight, and it'll help you keep it off. So get it going. COPARE health.com. Call them at 855-888-0180. A lot of ways to consume this program. You can watch us in high definition if you want to do that. The 1067 The Fan YouTube page. You can listen on the Odyssey app wherever you are, coast to coast. Although I will say, I met a couple at the Caps game last week who listened to us in Germany on the Odyssey app. So I guess I shouldn't say coast to coast. You can take that wherever you go. Always free. And then, of course, we are live in Richmond, AM 910 FM 1051, and we are live all over the DMV on our flagship 1067. For people who were hoping Tank Lawrence was going to be available and that DeMarcus Lawrence was coming to the nation's capital, it's not happening. He just agreed to a deal with the Seattle Seahawks. His agent, David Cantor, making the announcement on social media. So DeMarcus Lawrence off the board. I actually thought that made a lot of sense here, no? I mean, Dan Quinn loves Cal Manders, and they seem to love him. He has brought a bunch of those guys over, and if you're a defensive player and you've played for him, it seems like you're interested in reuniting with him, so that part made sense. Also, he is, while a little bit older and getting longer in the tooth, he's at an age that kind of meshes with what they've been doing. You know, he's 32 years old, so it's a couple of years left, but it would have been along those Ertz or Wagner lines where you're bringing a guy over in Ertz's case and Lawrence's case in the division. I know he only played 4 games last year, but he didn't miss a game the 2 years before that. And he'll get you 5, 6 sacks potentially while helping you to stop the run. So I didn't think it'd be a bad fit. It wasn't a priority for me, but I definitely thought it was possible. The 4-time Pro Bowler is going to Seattle, so you can cross him off your to-do list.
Yeah, I mean, I would have been fine if he came here. I just don't know that he made that much sense. He's not, at this point in his career, he's not an upgrade, a huge upgrade. He's just kind of a depth piece, right? Like, I don't think he's better than Dorrance Armstrong at this point. Do you? Like, I think they're kind of similar players at this point, and you get Dorrance Armstrong, who's younger. You obviously already had him in the building. You give Javonte Jean-Baptiste another run. I think they're going to draft a guy. That's kind of where I'm at. They're going to draft a dude in the first 2 rounds at edge rusher. That's why they maybe haven't gone as aggressive the first couple days of free agency. But it wouldn't have moved the needle at all to me if they brought in DeMarcus Lawrence.
I don't disagree with your point. Lawrence has a way better resume, obviously, than Armstrong. Armstrong, you paid and projected to kind of become better than what he has been, whereas Lawrence's best days are behind him. But they're also different players. Like Lawrence is a thicker, more physical, harder to move guy, whereas I think of Armstrong as like a traditional edge. Lawrence plays outside, but I think you can move him around and probably would be a better, more serviceable piece against the run. But it doesn't matter. He's going to Seattle to play for the Seahawks. Washington continuing to look for help rushing the quarterback on the edge, which is going to have to be a priority. You know, they don't have the full allotment of picks that they had a week ago, but with the first-round pick and the second-round pick that they currently have, they're likely going to have to get a defensive end and a cornerback. They still have needs at receiver on the outside. I still want a speedy running back. There's a bunch of other positions they could stand to upgrade, but edge and corner have clearly now separated themselves with their inactivity at those 2 positions in free agency as their biggest needs.
So the deal is 3 years, $42 million for DeMarcus Lawrence with $18 million guaranteed. The question I think becomes, would you rather have him or Kinlaw? Right? When you look at Kinlaw, 3 for 45, $30 million
Correct.
Guaranteed. I probably would honestly go DeMarcus Lawrence if you're going to go there, because I just don't think Kinlaw is all that productive. Lawrence has been a better player throughout his career. I would have considered that. I don't view either one of them as a difference maker. So it's kind of, you're spending money and when you go in free agency, this is something that happens. You see it. $15 million a year for Javon Kinlaw. No one thought. You're getting 14 for DeMarcus Lawrence, and he's 34 years old. Is he playing all 3 years? Who knows? You're probably not getting more than, 12?
32. 15? I mean, so he could play the 3 years. I think let me see when he turns 33. He'll turn 33 this spring. So he'll be 33, 34, 35 in that contract.
So it's not like he's been the most productive the last couple of years.
You said $18 million guaranteed?
Yes.
So I don't think the third year of that deal is going to end
Probably
up.
not.
It's basically going to be 2 years and then a little bit of dead money, maybe. I'd imagine it's front loaded. I would also rather have Lawrence than Kinlaw. But again, you're talking D tackle versus tweener type.
Well, and that's what I don't understand, right? Is like they've gone D tackle and D tackle now with Goldman, and you've got Newton, Goldman, you've got Kinlaw, you've got Payne. Maybe they're looking at Kinlaw as something that it's really only 2 years, kind of. That third year they can maybe work with. Maybe he's the replacement if they're going to plan on moving off of Payne next year. I don't know, but I would have rather had a guy at the edge because that's still the more glaring need to me than D tackle.
Yeah, to that point, what I'll agree with is if you would have told me a week ago that we'd be sitting here 5 p.m. on March 12th, an hour into the league year, after a couple days of legal tampering, and they will have signed 2 D tackles and no edges, I'd have been stunned by that.
Yeah.
Now, the Goldman thing, I think, again, is very minor, and it's a depth thing. He's in your backyard, and, he can stay here and show up at camp. But I think he might be able to help them, too. I mean, I think he should be projected to make the roster. But they're going to have to address edge, and they're going to have to address corner. There's just no way around it. The Nationals had an injury scare to one of their best players today. We'll tell you about that next. Plus, we've got Wizards tickets. We'll give those away on a Wizards Wednesday as soon as we return. You better be locked into the Fan. It's a Wizards Wednesday. Grant and Danny without Danny today. Toby Altizer filling in. On Wizards Wednesday, we give away Wiz tickets. They're playing the Orlando Magic. I got a pair for you right now. Caller 10, 800-636-1067. March 21st, Wizards celebrating Women's Night presented by GDIT. Fans are invited to hang out post-game for the final Friday night concert. Their concert series winds down for the final time this season, presented by Sprite, featuring DJ Diesel. Shaq's in the house.
Shaq.
Are you kidding me?
With the Magic in town. Shaquille
That's
O'Neal.
pretty cool.
Oh, yeah.
DJ Diesel. That's not a real thing, right? Is that his Diesel?
Yeah, that's his name.
All right. DJ Shaq would have worked, I
No,
think.
he goes DJ Diesel so that, he has an official DJ name and then always throws the AKA Shaq.
You're going to be back from West Palm on the 21st.
Yeah.
Friday night. It's a ladies' night.
Mm-hmm.
I think it makes some sense for Toby to go out.
Watching Shaq spin the discs.
How old is Toby Altizer?
26.
On a 1 to 10 scale, how are we grading out your Riz?
0.
It's got to be 1 to 10.
If we're going 20-80 scale to get ready for tomorrow down in spring training, we'll go, I could go probably a solid 35 grade.
Okay. So well below average.
Well below average.
But not as bad as it gets.
Yeah, not as bad as it gets.
What are your strengths and your weaknesses from a Riz standpoint with ladies?
Well, first of all, the Riz thing sucks. I can talk to anybody, which, works for our profession.
That's all that matters.
That's a good thing.
You got to be able to start a conversation, hold a conversation.
Yeah, we can talk. I'm not going to throw any crazy pickup lines, though.
You don't need to do that. This is going to be my guess from what I know about you, and you tell me if I'm right or wrong.
Okay.
I think you're the kind of guy that even in a situation where you and a girl have a good rapport.
Sure.
You ever have one of these interactions? It doesn't have to be with a female or whatever, but just in life where you're like, we were vibing a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Like me and that guy, we were thinking the same way. We were laughing. We were telling the same jokes. Like I could be buddies with that guy.
Sure.
So when that happens with two single people, right? That's a moment where you go, there's a good feeling inside of you, right? This happens for single people. I don't remember it, but it used to happen where you're like, you get the tingling feeling. You're like, I'm kind of into this chick right now. I feel like if that were happening, you would not do the next thing, which is to say, hey, what's your number? I'd love to reach out and we should go get dinner.
Yeah, probably more likely to do that.
You would do that?
No, I'm probably saying I would not.
Okay, yeah.
Probably to go your route. If we're going 20-80 scale, I'm 80 grade friend zone.
Oh, you lead the league in friend. But this is the point. You've got to make it known that your intentions are not just to be a BFF totes forever.
Sure.
How do you do that?
That's why I'm an 80 grade friend zone guy. That's why I live there. I've set up shop.
You have a home in the neighborhood that is the friend zone.
And let me tell you, it's a comfy home. I live there quite comfortably.
You got a bed that you like.
Yeah.
You got a recliner that
it's not a water bed. I saw your bit the other night on Twitter.
Dude, water beds are the weirdest thing in the world. I did tweet about this last night. And I know some of you out there listening had these, especially older people for some reason like these. So I remember my parents had a water bed in the master bedroom of my childhood home. So I don't know why I started thinking about this yesterday. I'm driving home and for a half hour, I'm just fixated on the oddity that was the water bed. So I said, apropos of nothing, how were water beds ever popular? As a young person, my parents slept on this like balloon full of water, basically. That's what it was. And I remember like having to get off that bed when I was laying in it. And you'd have to roll like and I wasn't a big fatso then, but like even as a young, athletic, spry guy, like it was impossible to get out of. You felt like you were an old person with the LifeLock necklace, like I've fallen and I can't get up. And I thought, I didn't realize, everyone yelled at me about this. I thought someone had to come out to your house and fill up your water bed. Apparently, you did it with your hose from your backyard, which is even trashier.
I know. Can you imagine? Like, my mattress isn't very comfortable. Go grab the hose. Let's fix this thing.
I mean, this was a real thing that people did for years and years. But imagine you have a hose in your backyard that people are feeding through a window, I guess.
Yeah.
Or like, because a lot of masters like are upstairs. So you're not feeding it through the door and through the kitchen and up the steps, depending on your floor plan. How the hell did you fill the thing up with a hose? Through your window? How did you get it up? I don't even understand the machinations of that. I think it sounds ridiculous that, hey, Bobby, get the hose. We got to fill up our bed. Like, what in the hell is going on? And no one can convince me it's comfortable. You just can't do it.
Turn on the water. It's time to fill up the bed.
You wouldn't believe the number of people, though, that were like, yeah, I had one of those. Most of them acknowledged, by the way, that they regret the decision and or like hurt their back or whatever. But the one guy said, I've had one for 32 years. I still sleep on it. You must be 114 years old.
Yeah, I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what you're doing.
Have you ever heard of a mattress?
Yeah,
they're amazing.
Give me a mattress. I saw one person comment and said that every time we go to a hotel, we regret that we don't have water beds. What are you talking about? Sleeping in a hotel bed is great.
I like sleeping in a hotel bed. I will say that very occasionally, though, after a few days, you just need to be back in your bed.
Sure.
Even if your bed is not as good as the hotel bed, it could be a better quality. The way that you wear out your little body print in your bed, the pillows are just so. There's just something about a night's sleep in your own bed.
Yeah, I mean, like top 10 feelings. I think night one bed and then night one back in your own bed. Like they're right there.
Okay, that's interesting. Night one in a hotel bed is pretty damn good. I will give you that. Josh has a great idea. Just tweeted me at Grant H. Paulson. He says, can we do a Riz-Off with Toby, Darius, and Ryan? Find a panel of ladies to judge. Now, Ryan, unfortunately for the show, but fortunately for him because he is head over heels in love, Ryan has a girlfriend, okay? He is off the market. I'm sorry, ladies, but Glenn Powell is walking the red carpet solo no more. But Darius and Toby could possibly help us with a show.
A Riz-Off
skit here. A Riz-Off. We get some ladies in. They sit down. We see who's able to be a better conversationalist. Yeah, I think there's something to this. I think we could get to the bottom of this once and for all.
I think we could as well. And fortunately enough, for at least for Toby, is we know a waitress down in West Palm Beach. We could be going to a restaurant down there.
We could be.
What a
Toby,
bit.
Toby and
What
this
a
girl.
bit.
First of all, she was there 1 year ago. You have no idea if she still works there. You think people just keep working at restaurants at 21 years old in perpetuity?
Yeah, and if we're going, I'm saying I'm 80 grade friend zone. We're going 80 grade missed opportunities, Ryan Clary.
Oh, my God.
What are we doing?
Has a smoke show ever like leaned over your table and been like, so I have no plans tomorrow. You guys are in town through tomorrow, right? Are you doing anything tomorrow? I'm looking.
I broke up with my boyfriend 2 weeks ago.
Ryan's like, that's a shame. I hope you find something. I mean, straight out of Dumb and Dumber, where Lloyd and Harry are stopped by the bus of the bikini models, and they get off the bus and they're like, we're looking for a couple of men to help oil us up before our competition. And they're like, there is a town with a lot of men that way. And then the bus pulls off. And they're like, God, those are lucky gentlemen or whatever. Ryan, she's sitting there going, I mean, and in fairness, she was only like a 9.78 or whatever.
Sure.
On a figure skating scale. Looks don't even matter. I'm above that. You see what I'm saying? Like, she was a great waitress. That's what matters. Very good at
great service.
A professional. But she's like, yeah, I'm going to the beach tomorrow morning, but I have nothing to do in the afternoon. She points right at Ryan. And she's, are you doing anything? Not so much you, fat one, or you, old one, or you, Toby, but you right there, the one that looks like Glenn Powell. Are you doing anything tomorrow? Because I'm free and I've been single for about 4 days. Ryan's like, 4 days? No kidding. No, I'm not doing anything, but I hope you have a good day. Like, you should catch up on your laundry. That's what I like to do on my days. But now he's telling you that you should make your move.
Yeah, I think the only reason Ryan's in for the Riz-Off is he's not going to be able to participate. That's the only reason.
We'll update you on a Nats injury scare in just a moment. But my buddy Abe Gordon, who I once lived with in the D.C. area, my former roommate, who's now in Atlanta doing big things on radio down there, joins us. Hello, Abe. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good, man. Excited to join the program.
Well, the Commanders signed a former Falcon. So we're trying to get somebody from the beat on. And it's like no one's ever heard of Eddie Goldman, even though he played 17 games last year and started 10 of them at Atlanta. So what can you tell us about the 6'4", 325-pound nose that Washington just acquired?
Well, I mean, if you go back a couple seasons, like, I was honestly excited when the Falcons got him from the Bears after 6 years in Chicago. He lasted 13 days and retired in 2022. In 2023, he was on the exempt, left the squad list the entire year. And then last year in 2024, as you mentioned, played in all 17 games, made 10 starts. In 17 games, he had 16 tackles and 1 sack. Like, this is a Falcons defensive squad that was among the worst pass rushing teams in the NFL, and he was largely invisible. So it was like one of those, like, we weren't expecting him back. We certainly weren't heartbroken that he left. I will say this, and I don't know if it matters for Commanders fans as much as it does down here in Atlanta. He's a DC native. Like, he went to Friendship. He played with Yannick Ngakoue and Teez Tabor. Like, I mean, maybe that matters. I don't know if we care about that. That might be like a Braves and Falcons thing about whether they're hometown kids or anything. But, like, yeah, we're not missing much from him being in DC. He is a big guy. There's no doubt about that. You'll get to training camp.
Yeah, that's the big thing for me. Can he stop the run?
I mean, he can, but like it's not him making the tackle. It's maybe he's kind of a hole that's filled and someone else makes the tackle. But again, like 16 tackles in 17 games. Like, guys, you guys I know are heavy mathematicians here. We're talking less than 1 tackle a game, guys. Like that. That's what we're adding, and that's what you called me to discuss. Less than 1 tackle a game.
That's so fun. What
do you want me to say, man?
Yeah.
Like, this is the worst defense that we've seen, especially in terms of getting after the pass rusher. And we added a guy here in DC that less than 1 tackle a game.
I texted Abe, and I actually called him during the break, and I'm like, hey, what can you tell me about Eddie Goldman? And you said nothing. Not that you didn't say anything.
Like you showed up in 24.
Yeah. That's good. That was actually the first. I guess he's played, counting this past year, 2 seasons out of the last 5. Because he opted out during the COVID year, and then he was retired and out of the NFL in 22 and 23. Look,
I was the idiot who was excited. I mean, 13 days, man.
He was good with the Bears at one point in time. All they need him to do here is help stop the run. They were 28th in yards per play, couldn't stop a cold. They lose Allen. They go get Kinlaw, who's not particularly good against the run. They need to get better stuff in the run. And this dude's a smart car. He weighs 330, 6'4". Like, just stand there and take on blocks.
I think what you'll find is that he's not going to traditionally be moved off the spot. So any hole that would be opened up straight up the middle is just not going to be there. Unfortunately, that didn't help the Falcons defense. It might actually help yours.
What's going to be happening with Kirko? Is he just going to stick around to be the backup quarterback? It sounds like he's sticking around past the deadline where they're going to pay him that $10 million. What's the plan there?
Yeah, I mean, the deadline's still a couple of days away, and we'll see. I know Cleveland certainly is in panic mode because it looks like they might actually keep him here in Atlanta. To me, it's not that big a deal. I'm not surprised. I don't know if he ends up as a Falcon over the entirety of next season. I think the best play, quite honestly, is see who gets hurt either in spring training or preseason games, training camp, and goes down. That's a starting quarterback. I mean, look, we certainly don't hope anything happens to Matthew Stafford, but like if you can trade and pick up Kirk Cousins, you're not going to play that year out with Jimmy G off the bench. Like I think you're just kind of holding on to him and hoping there's an injury elsewhere and kind of force someone's hand that he might be the best available option because I just don't know if they're going to move him, and whether it's pettiness, which is nonsense, it's got to be a business decision. They're not going to let him do what Russell Wilson did, which is go play for the veterans minimum for whatever team wants to grab him or wherever he wants to go. That's not beneficial to the team. The $10 million is not that big a deal. They'd much rather get a draft pick in return, and so I think they're going to hold on to him until that happens.
Abe Gordon, radio in Atlanta, our sister station down there with us on Grant and Danny. Danny is out today. Toby is in. You're locked into the Fan. Everyone assumed they were just going to cut him, and they weren't going to pay him all that money to be a backup. But the financials are actually worse if they cut him, and then you don't have him, yes? So by keeping him, even though it's bad, it's worse financially, and he's not your backup, and he's still a legitimate option if they have to play him, more so than someone you'd probably be bringing in. Is that kind of the gist?
Well, the Falcons are about to set a record for highest paid backup in NFL history, a record that won't be broken for 100 years. I mean, that's fine. The $10 million is such a overplayed number. First off, it's not to the salary cap right now. It's to the salary cap, and by right now I mean this new league season. It doesn't even impact this season. It's next season that gets offset if he goes somewhere else and signs for $8 million, which is about the going rate for a backup anyways. That's what you guys paid Mariota, somewhere around there. I mean, so they would only owe him $2 million anyway. So this $10 million is not that big a deal. The bigger deal is, can he walk back into that locker room? Can he look the guys in the face, guys who maybe believe he cost the team a playoff run, maybe believe that he lied directly to them? And I think that's a media and a fan overblown storyline. I think the players understand what he was trying to do, where he was coming from, and are probably a lot more forgiving than the fan base is.
Knowing him, I'd be stunned if he's not very popular in that locker room. Look at when he tore his Achilles and the Vikings are all wearing T-shirts. Like, he's always been loved by the players because he just works at it. He puts in the hours. He spends the money on his body. Guys have always liked him. I guess it's possible if he was more hurt than he let on that maybe they'd be frustrated. But it's pretty clear that he would want out. I mean, we know he made a phone call, had a meeting with the owner. He's trying to get out of there. Is there any chance that he agitates or he obviously won't show up for any kind of workouts, I would think. But is there anything else he can do to be a pain in the butt to get out of there? Or do you not think he would do that?
The only thing he can do to get out of here is lose value. And I think holding on to him, there's still value in forcing a team to trade. Like, Cleveland has gone into full-on panic mode at the sheer notion that he's not going to be dropped by Saturday or Sunday whenever the 17th rolls around. Like they're bringing in Russell Wilson. That's a terrible idea. Like, not just because Russell Wilson's Russell Wilson, but like, that team's not competing. They had 3 wins last year. You're already dealing with Deshaun Watson. Like, yeah, you got Myles Garrett back. Congratulations. You had 3 wins. Like, you're not competing. Like, the whole plan was Kirk Cousins is going to cost you $1.5 million. So they're panicking. If anything, the Falcons holding on to Kirk Cousins, if the Browns are as stupid as they might be, is actually going to open up the Steelers or Giants job for Kirk Cousins, although it might, again, have to come in a trade. So I actually think the Falcons are doing him a favor. Like, Falcons are not doing him a favor by releasing him and letting him go play for the Browns for $1.5 million. That's not a favor.
Appreciate the great deep insight on Eddie Goldman and everything Kirko.
We pivoted to Kirk pretty quickly. I think we ran out of runway on Eddie Goldman about 2 questions in.
Yeah, I looked up his Wikipedia page. Not much for me to go off of on short notice.
Appreciate you, buddy. Thank you.
You got it. Have a good rest of the show, fellas.
You got it. Abe Gordon in Atlanta. I mean, shtick aside, not everybody's a Pro Bowler. You got a big body on the interior who's a local guy from D.C. who did at one point in time in Chicago several years ago, make an impact on the interior. So I got no issues at all.
I like that he said he doesn't get moved. If he just stands there and you let these other dudes go hunt, maybe it'll work.
Rotational piece, beefing up D tackle. You throw as many assets as you can at your issues, and you sort it out in training camp. So we'll see if he makes the squad or not. Real quick, the Nats injury update. C.J. Abrams got removed from today's spring training game. He pulled up at third base, started bending down, stretching out his legs. Sounds like he had issues in both legs, but they're not worried about it.
Yeah, sounds like a quad injury from Mark Zuckerman reporting earlier today, saying that when he came out of the game that it was dealing with that quad stuff. So
both quads were tight is what he said.
Yeah, it seems like it's going to be something minor. Davey said he should be okay. Still going to go on the trip that they're taking tomorrow morning across the state. So hopefully everything just, precautionary. Don't want to risk anything in spring training.
If you are a Nats fan, we should remind you that this will be your home for tremendous content in the days ahead. We're headed down to West Palm Beach to get you closer to the ball club than anybody in town is going to leading up to opening day. We're going to be talking with Mike Rizzo and Davey Martinez and C.J. Abrams and Dylan Cruz and James Wood, Jacob Young, Jake Irvin, Mackenzie Gore, you name it. We will be chatting with them in the days ahead on the show. So you'll want to be listening to Grant and Danny. Next, though, Jacob Chychrun, defenseman of the Capitals, 7 goals and a win for the good guys last night. We'll talk to him about the most recent performance and the road ahead out west, as Ovi is now just 8 back of Wayne Gretzky. This is The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is presented by IT Cadre, trusted insight from trusted insiders, itcadre.com. In the NFL, the Commanders re-signed quarterback Marcus Mariota on a one-year deal worth $8 million. Commanders signed defensive tackle Eddie Goldman today. The Jets are officially releasing quarterback Aaron Rodgers. The Rams are officially releasing wide receiver Cooper Kupp. Some signings today. The Vikings signed defensive tackle Javon Hargrave to a 2-year deal worth $30 million. The Broncos signed tight end Evan Ingram to a 2-year deal worth $23 million, and the Seahawks signed Marcus Lawrence to a 3-year deal worth $42 million. In baseball, the Nationals beat the Astros today in spring training action 9-3. The Nationals ace Mackenzie Gore went 5 1/3 innings, gave up just 2 hits, walked 3, and struck out 6. Giving up no earned runs. College hoops tonight, American taking on Navy in the Patriot League Championship at 7 o'clock. Georgetown taking on DePaul at 6:30. IT Cadre's trusted insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. To learn more, visit itcadre.com. That's itcadre.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Taking you up to 6:30 this evening on The Fan. Danny is out. Toby is in. I'm Grant Paulson. We'll have an audio vault for you at 6 o'clock. Some of the best audio clips we've found on the internet today, worth playing for you on your drive home. But right now, let's talk some hockey. Jacob Chychrun joins us every single Wednesday, presented by our friends at IT Cadre, where DC Sports insiders share their exclusive perspective. Chychrun, one of the top goal scorers in the National Hockey League on the blue line, was a big part of last night's 7-4 Capitals win, a shootout victory against the Ducks. Alexi Protas with a hat trick, and we now welcome Jacob onto the show on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Jacob, what a win in a barn burner last night, huh?
Yeah, it was. Just that's a team that's playing really well this year, and I think they got a lot of high-end talent, and they're just getting better and better each year. So it's nice to see them kind of turn things around. I played against them a lot when I was with Arizona, and I think they're a team that's gotten a lot better since then. So they had they played pretty well, and we had to find a way to continue to put the puck in the net, and it was nice to get the win there.
Jacob, you guys win in so many different ways, right? You can win those barn burner, fire wagon games like last night. You're winning 1-0, 2-1 when it takes a defensive shutdown performance as well. Can you tell right away on a night like last night where there's 4 goals in the first several minutes that it's going to be like that all night long, or does that change oftentimes?
It's tough to say. I mean, I feel we haven't played in too many of those high-scoring shootouts, at least in a while. I mean, I think early in the season it's more prone to happen just because of teams aren't playing quite as tight as we had into the final stretch. I think you find as the year goes on, there's tighter games. Teams checking a bit tighter, defending harder, and I think last night was obviously a bit different. I think down the stretch, so we're probably going to see more of those tight scoring games than I think last night, even after the first, I thought things would settle in a little bit. But yeah, I mean, just, every game's unique, and I just think that was just the way she went last night.
Jacob Chychrun of the Capitals. Weekly appointment on Grant and Danny, presented by IT Cadre. You got the puck in the defensive zone at one point with the empty net last night. And, I mean, in the split of a second, you had fired the puck over toward Ovi off the body. Are we in that mode now where you're just trying to get the puck to the big man?
Yeah, in those moments, I think everybody's, trying to see where he is on the ice. I think, yeah, for sure. At least when there's an empty net, guys really want to try to get him the puck. So,
although I'll say, Jacob, last night he had a chance probably if he skates the puck up ice to get a goal, and he passed the puck to Protas for his first ever hat trick, which I thought was selfless and awesome and really speaks to the quality of the dressing room and the leadership that he provides. That was a good moment.
Well, for sure. If you weren't giving it to O, you were giving it to Pro last night. So, yeah, it was nice to see Pro get his first hattie, and I think that'll be the first of many for him.
It's incredible what he's become. Now, I'm really stunned, frankly. Not that I didn't think he was a good player, because I think we all knew he had a lot of talent. But he's been one of the better players in the league. If you look at even strength production, he's top 8 in points and goals right now. He doesn't get any time on the power play, and yet he's still going to score 30 goals this season. He's at 27, 28 right now after last night. And, I mean, he's doing all of it at even strength. And this was a guy a year ago that needed to work on his skating, and now he can fly. Like, what do you make of just the growth year to year? I know you weren't here last year, but you've seen him play.
Yeah, it's really impressive. I mean, I couldn't tell you much about, his game last year, but just, hearing from the guys, I mean, the progress he made this summer is just incredible. I mean, we should have our whole team go work with whoever he was working with this summer. I mean, I think it's awesome that he has been able to, go from the year he had last year to this year. I mean, he's becoming just I don't want to use the word elite because it's a big word, but he's really getting to the point where he's becoming a stud, and it's just fun to watch. We're just it's fun to watch him on the ice every day and working at the little parts of his game, and he's getting rewarded in a big way. I mean, he's been incredible for us, so really important player for us.
3 of the Caps' 7 goals last night as he hunts down 30 for the first time in his career. He'd never scored more than 6 in a season before this, but he has become one of the best even strength skaters in the National Hockey League. We're talking right now to Jacob Chychrun, a couple of moments left with the star Caps defenseman. How about Anthony Beauvillier's first goal with the team last evening, coming over from the trade deadline? If you don't mind giving me a thought on just how he's fit into the room and to the bottom 6 as well. But then also, that was a hell of a move. Showed some speed, nice little hands finish. Not too shabby for a first goal.
Yeah, I mean, I think, he's a guy, he has a lot of skill. I mean, that's something we know he brings to the table. It's funny, we get pre-scout on the goalies every night, and we get some video on them, and there was a few shootout moves by Bo that were literally the exact same as as his goal last night. So, yeah, I thought he played really well. He's fitting great to the room. It's an easy room to come in and be a part of. We welcomed him with open arms, and I think he's been a great addition. So I think last night, you kind of saw him open up a little bit and play his game. I think he snapped back a couple of draws when he had to, and he was really skating well and getting on the forecheck, and obviously a really big goal at a big time. So yeah, it was a good night for him.
You guys have more come from behind wins this year, Jacob, than games where you haven't come from behind to win, which is a pretty stunning stat. But, there's never any questioning this team, best third period team in hockey, or the fight as the game goes on. But I'm just curious, when you have such a big lead in the division and you're sitting atop the conference with a cushion, is there any challenge to just not, at this point, still like 15 or whatever games away from the playoffs, not coasting a little bit until the very stretch run, or is that an easy thing to overcome with veterans in the dressing room?
Yeah, I don't think that's really an issue. I mean, we're motivated by, obviously what's coming up in the postseason, and, you want to be clicking and firing on all cylinders, by that time, when that time comes. So, I think we have plenty of motivation to keep this thing going. I mean, we just feel how, special this group is, and we have an opportunity in front of us that would be, we just need to stick together and continue to push in the right direction. You just can't get complacent in this league. There's, teams that are fighting, every night for a spot. And, yeah, I mean, we're a group that hasn't had many, I don't think we've had any, dud games this year where we, have a really, really off night. And I think that's also a very impressive thing, because it's such a long year. And for us to be playing as consistent as we are is very hard to do. So we just got to keep this thing going, and hopefully come the postseason, we'll be, ready to go and playing our best hockey.
Yeah, stockpiling wins as they come down the stretch here. At the Kings tomorrow night, 10:30 back here East time, and then at the Sharks before you're back home this coming Tuesday to take on the Red Wings. With a day off today out west, I'm sure it's beautiful. When do you guys get to get outside and enjoy some camaraderie here? What's it like on the road out west at a decent time of the year?
Yeah, it's always nice being in the, warm weather, and I think we had a really nice day on Monday. The weather was beautiful, and in Orange County, and guys were able to head towards the beach and grab lunch and be together. So it was really nice. Today's a little bit cloudy. Looks like it might rain, so we'll see. But it's still nice to get outside and enjoy the day off. I think these days are always nice for the boys to recoup a little bit and get together and hang out on the road and just be with one another. And we're happy to have these days off here for sure.
Well, go get some much deserved rest and some enjoyment out in the sun with the fellas, and we will catch up soon, Jacob. Thanks for the time.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you having me.
That's Jacob Chychrun, presented by IT Cadre, trusted insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. We spoke earlier in the hour about Washington needing to add a starting cornerback. They may have just done that. Reports that the Commanders have landed a veteran corner. We will tell you who as soon as we return on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with breaking news on the Fan. The Commanders have signed a starting cornerback, Jonathan Jones, from the New England Patriots. He played 9 years in New England, two-time Super Bowl champion, a part of the team that beat the Falcons, and also part of the team that held Jared Goff and the Rams to just 3 points. The Commanders signing Jonathan Jones to be a part of their 2025 squad.
And with that, we welcome you back in live on the Fan. The Commanders have a new corner. Thanks to Toby for the update. Jonathan Jones turns 32 in September, going into year 10 in the NFL. Now, before everyone talks about why do they keep signing old players, why don't they get young guys, they're not available, people. The salary cap exploded. There was more money to be had over the last couple of years than in the past. So teams are keeping their own really good players. They pay them, they keep them, they extend them. Guys don't hit the market at a young age who are in the prime of their career as often. So free agents now, instead of being 26 or 27, like your older brother's free agency, are now 29, 30. And in his case, he's been around even a little longer at 32. But this is a position at corner where you can play deeper into your career at an older age. You can get a little more cerebral and intuitive and make plays that way, as you physically might lose something. But a couple of observations here. Number one, last year he played 422 snaps on the outside and only 139 in the slot. So I would think, while he has done both, watching a bunch of highlights in the break from the last couple of years, some of his best work has come on the boundary. Mikey Sanderstill was drafted to be a nickel. That's what they thought when they took him. He ended up being their best corner outside last year. But the plan, presumably, was always to get him back inside. If they're able to do that, that means then that Jones and Lattimore would likely start on the outside. And we'll wait for the contract. It's a one-year deal. It's certainly possible if you draft a guy at 29 or in the second round and he outplays him in camp, that this ends up being a depth piece. But he is a more proven, better corner upgrade over Benjamin St-Juste, who just signed, by the way, with the Chargers a couple of minutes ago. He is a better corner than Michael Davis. He is a better corner than anybody that played for Washington last year, maybe other than Sanderstill. And that includes Lattimore just because he didn't play well. Lattimore obviously is also a lot better than Lattimore played ideally last year, or else they're going to be in some trouble. But it's not a lot of pass defended, 13 in the last 2 years. Not a lot of interceptions. I don't think he's had one the last couple of years, but he has 2 seasons with 3 or more. But I think he can start. And I will say, just from watching him over the years and then just seeing, his sizzle reel, so to speak, in the break, what I'm reminded of is he's always been praised for his physicality. He is a willing tackler. He arrives violently, as Joe Witt talks about. Like, he is happy, Tobes, to come downhill and blow up running backs in the backfield, to on a screen come forward and knock a receiver off their block. I love that about his game. But Jonathan Jones, corner, according to Jeremy Fowler, coming to Washington to sign with the Commanders.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't like a sexy name or anything, but this is a guy that can come in and immediately play, and this is something that's smart for them. This is something that the previous regime talked about, but they didn't necessarily do a good job of. You want to fill your needs so that when you go into the draft, you don't feel like you have to go for a single position. And this is something where if they had to go into today where they're starting 3 corners, where Lattimore, Jones on the outside with Sanders still in the slot, I think they'd tell you they'd be fine with that. They're still going to try to add pieces there. They might draft a guy in the first day or 2 of the draft. They might still improve that position. And if they get somebody that can play better, they'll put them on the field. But I think they're much better off today at the corner position than they were pretty much all of last season.
Yeah, I mean, you just added a veteran starter on a good defense over the years. And maybe he's not still in the prime of his career, let's say. But I would, again, let's play a game. Rank all their corners last season, and where do you fit him in? It's either first or second, depending on where you put Sanderstill. I would take Mikey because it was year 1, and he looks like he could be a stud. But I think they'd like to play him inside, which means you need someone on the boundary. Jones has played enough inside, and so many guys now are multiple and move all over, that it wouldn't shock me if we found out that they said Sanderstill and Lattimore are the outside guys and Jones goes into the slot. But I just pass along the numbers from last year. He played in about 550 snaps. 422 snaps outside, just 139 inside for him. He played with Bill Belichick for years and years. 2-time Super Bowl champion, not a bad thing to add to your building. Is he a star? No. Is this a guy that's going to make the Pro Bowl? No. but they're also not going to be breaking the bank. I mean, corners were going for $18 million at the high end of the market. They avoided that. And when they did, you knew they were going to shop in the, what I call, the middle class. And that's kind of what they did. They got a guy who's, a second, third tier, mid free agent, so to speak, who can give you starter production at a lot less money than Byron Murphy and DJ Reed and some of these guys who signed for 18 per are getting.
According to NFL Pro, 51 targets last year, 34 receptions for 470 yards. The only alarming thing for me on this is 7 touchdowns allowed. And this seems a little bit weird, but the quarterback rating allowed was 135.6. I don't know that necessarily matches kind of the reputation
Well, here's why.
that he had.
Quarterback rating is basically touchdowns, interceptions.
Yeah.
So he had 0 interceptions and 7 touchdowns. Automatically, your quote unquote rating is going to be a disaster. But I like, the catch ratio, so to speak, in terms of, the fact that he covered well. It's funny when you flip on the highlight packages of the last couple of years, he's running stride for side with Jahan Dotson and bottling up Washington. He had some really good games statistically last season, Tobes. Week 1, he didn't allow a catch. According to PFF, 1 or fewer catches in basically 5 of the first 7 games of the season. There were a couple of games where he got assigned a lot of grabs and yards against him. 123 yards in a game against the Rams, 91 yards in a game against the Chargers. But down the stretch, he allowed receiving yards games of 1, 7, 15, 22, 91, and 0. So I think you'll take the production. He played, as I said, kind of all over the place as well. But last year really settled in outside.
Yeah, just a good wily veteran quarterback or cornerback. Like, just somebody that can step in, and regardless of if he's starting outside or he's, a guy that ends up being your fourth corner, regardless of where he is, you feel good about him. I don't think this deal is going to be something that they have to break the bank for. This is a guy that you can bring in and help you out. And, they're starting to, like we were talking about a little bit earlier, they're filling some of these needs. They're making sure that when they go into the draft, they can continue to add elite talent, but it's not, we have to get a corner on day one. We have to get an edge rusher. Edge rusher probably still number 1 to me. They probably still need that, but they're doing a good job of at least filling some of these holes so they don't go into the draft desperate for anything.
They're also doing a lot of 1-year deals again. Maybe this is just going to be a Peters staple, and maybe it's a sign of the times in the league with the age of some of these guys. But today, 3 moves, keeping Marcus Mariota, backup quarterback, 1-year deal. Going and getting Eddie Goldman, D-tackle, 1-year deal. And then bringing in Jonathan Jones, 32 years old, veteran corner, 1-year deal. This is kind of what they did all of last season, and they ended up with 27 free agents this year because of it.
And this, to me, is why, when the talk last year was build through the draft, supplement through free agency, and some of this stuff has, kind of been disproven a little bit. But I still think that their philosophy is similar in that it's just changed a little bit. Instead of building through the draft by drafting everybody, they're using those draft picks instead to go acquire other talent that can stick around for a while, like a Laramie Tunsil. But, these 1-year deals, I think, show you they don't want to overspend for somebody. If you're Adam Peters, the nature of free agency, Grant, is, a guy's maybe worth 12, you have to pay 18 to get him. And do you want to be stuck in 2 years when the guy's maybe not as productive, paying him 18 to 20 million? Probably not. So, and you're trying to find the best bang for your buck. That's going to be through the draft. And so I think signing these guys to 1-year deals are ways that you can avoid in a couple of years sitting there saying, man, we've got a dude for 20 million that's not playing that well. We don't want to deal with that. So I think that's their way around that.
We're taking you up to 6:30, Sans Danny on G&D today. That's Toby Altizer. I'm Grant Paulson. We'll give you a quick audio vault before we say goodbye, and then we will hit the headlines from all of the moves in the NFL today, spin you around the league in our final half hour on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. In the NFL, the Commanders are re-signing quarterback Marcus Mariota on a one-year deal worth $8 million. The Commanders also made a couple of other signings today, signing cornerback Jonathan Jones from the Patriots. He played 9 years in New England, was a two-time Super Bowl champion. They also signed defensive tackle Eddie Goldman from the Falcons. The Chargers are signing former Commanders cornerback Benjamin St-Juste. The Jets are officially releasing quarterback Aaron Rodgers. The Rams are officially releasing wide receiver Cooper Kupp. The Eagles are signing former Packers running back A.J. Dillon. The Vikings signed defensive tackle Javon Hargrave to a 2-year deal worth $30 million. And the Seahawks signed defensive end DeMarcus Lawrence to a three-year deal worth $42 million, $18 million guaranteed. In baseball, the Nationals beat the Astros in spring training action today, 9-3. Mackenzie Gore going 5 1/3 innings of scoreless ball, giving up 2 hits, walking 3, and striking out 6. College hoops, Georgetown taking on DePaul at 6:30. You can hear that game over on the Team 980 as they get their Big East tournament underway. And American taking on Navy in the Patriot League Championship tonight at 7 o'clock. For all of your garage door and opener needs, go with the pros at Door Pro America. From maintenance and repair to new installations, Door Pro America has been serving the DMV for over 50 years. Call 877-DOOR-PRO or visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
If you missed any part of our interview with Jacob Chychrun half hour ago at 5:30, the Caps defenseman was very high on the production of Alexi Protas. Hat trick last night for the first time. He said that the Caps should send their entire team to whoever Protas worked out with in the offseason. Also said that he's borderline elite at this point, which is pretty amazing for Protas, who scored 6 goals last year. You can podcast that at thefandc.com when we are done. Nats news of the day: C.J. Abrams left a spring training game with an injury scare. Sounds like everything's going to be okay. His quad's tightened up on him. As of right now, he's still expected to travel to a road game tomorrow. And that would not be the case if there was any real concern about him at all. So seems like the Nats dodged a bullet on a day, Toby, where Mackenzie Gore was really good, pitched into the 6th inning. I think he only needed 72 pitches to get 16 outs. So in a regular season situation, he would have thrown 6+, maybe even 7 innings. He had the good stuff working, too. Was throwing a lot of strikes after missing the plate too often in the first inning. Locked it in and was dominant.
Yeah, good to see him get rolling, and 6 punchies is nice, means the stuff is working. Wasn't the A lineup for the Stros out there today, but good to see him be efficient. That's the big thing for me watching him this year, Grant, is seeing if he can go deeper into ball games, kind of prove himself to be more of a front-end guy by going consistently 6 innings, getting into the 7th, and being able to do that a little bit more. So being able to see him be a little efficient today, even though he struggled a little bit with his command early, good to see him lock in and have a good outing.
So we are flying first thing in the morning to West Palm Beach. Show's going to be live on site from spring training tomorrow, as well as Friday and Monday. So the first of 3 tomorrow with the Nats. Danny's out today, not because he's having a baby like the last time he was out and didn't tell anyone he was having a baby, but because he is really sick. Like, he's got the flu. He's got a bug. He's been dealing with that. So there's some concern about whether or not Danny's coming. I can update you, Ryan and Toby, part of our traveling party here, that our boss has changed Danny's flight. So we've moved his flight back to Friday. So he's definitely not going to be in tomorrow. But still a chance that we have Danny for the 3-day weekend, which would be fun. And also, the rental car has been changed to my name. I'm staying a little longer than you guys. So we put the rental car in Danny's name originally. But now we've changed the rental car. Danny's flight's been pushed back a day. So the odds on him getting there, I'd say, are improving. We were talking before the show. I think most of us assumed Danny would still be in his bed on Saturday. But right now, things are looking up, I would say.
We're hoping he can make it. We would love to have Mr. Rouillet along for the fun. He obviously adds a lot of fun to the mix, so we need him down there with us. We need him down.
He'll be sprinting through the airport on the way back, but on the way down, we don't
you know what we're going to miss, Grant? You warned me of this yesterday. Now we don't have to deal with it. We don't have to deal with a must get to the rental car counter as soon as possible when we land at PBI tomorrow.
It's Danny's number one move when we travel. Well, other than just every second of every single day being high stress and anxiety ridden to sprint through the airport. But yesterday he was telling Toby, we had a big meeting about content and the things we're going to be doing in West Palm. And I said, and just so you know, Toby, if you think after you've landed that now it can be peaceful and you can just relax because you're not trying to make a flight or anything, that's when it gets worse. Because Danny, after he lands, and Clary's found this out the hard way, that's when he turns it up to 11. His greatest fear is that he gets to the rental car counter and anyone's in front of him.
Mm-hmm.
And he thinks if he lands and sprints immediately, he's the guy that's like, excuse me, like walking the aisle to get off the plane as if he's the only one with somewhere to go. But he will be hauling ass up the tarmac, sprinting to the rental car counter just to make sure he's the first one there.
Yeah, he is absolutely that kind of guy. I'm also kind of a high stress guy, just getting to the plane originally, just so I don't miss it. But after that, like I'm all good. I am all good. I'm Team Danny in that aspect.
I think the first time I ever traveled with you was New Orleans, and it was an eye-opening experience.
West Palm Beach last year, but you probably don't remember me getting there because I got there about 2 hours before the flight. And
very possible.
Got in there.
I'm probably doing that bit tomorrow.
I don't remember you in West Palm being such a worrywart, nervous about everything, complaining about everything. I don't remember that. Like New Orleans, Clary was a whole different. You were 300 years old.
It's the layover, though. It's the
layover. I'm not even talking about travel. I'm talking about when we were in New Orleans, going to bed early, panicking about everything, being annoyed by the light in restaurants like you're my dad. Like little things that make no sense for me for a 25-year-old.
I am an old 25 years old at this point. Like I am just an old guy. I kind of am. I should not be, but I am. I cannot help it. I go to bed at 10.
Has that always been the case?
Yes, I've always gone to bed early.
See, I remember you being fun in West Palm Beach.
No, I mean, like, we had fun there.
Well, to be fair, he didn't have an option because we're playing video games at 11 p.m. He's sleeping on the couch.
Yeah, that's a good point.
He had no option.
But are you bringing the box?
Yeah, absolutely.
Or is it a station? What is it?
PlayStation.
I wish it was an Xbox, but what do I know? I'm not a gamer. I used to play Xbox. The last time I played video games was 1 year ago in West Palm Beach on your PlayStation.
Mm-hmm.
We'll run it back. That's when I beat Toby 77-0 in Madden.
Yeah, I mean, there were some
we don't
extra.
Need to give any details.
Yeah, there's some extra details missing there, but sure, you did.
Go ahead, let the people know.
He was playing on rookie. I was playing on all Madden. So my guys were running 6-second 40s. Yours were running like 3 9s.
That's an allegation, Toby. That's just what you want the listeners to see. Grant and I are kind of silly in Madden. In fact, I think we should be in the Madden League. That's a discussion.
There's nothing
for a
silly about you in Madden when you were down or you were up by like 5 touchdowns and Grant handed me the controller at halftime and I came back and beat you in the second half.
Well, yeah, because you're playing on rookie mode and I was on Hall of Fame mode. So that's the excuse you use.
You can use that against him, I guess. But you're bringing your...
I am.
All right, good.
That's the plan.
Last year, we went to the store when we first got there, got some snacks and stuff. This time around, I think we got to make it probably straight to the ballpark to actually do a radio show.
Sure.
But maybe that's a tomorrow evening endeavor. We'll go hit up the local grocery store, maybe get a little sandwich at Publix.
Yeah.
And we'll map out our days on the road. But hopefully, so that we do have one grown-up, Danny makes it down there. And... just keeps us in check a little bit. Just make sure anytime we have an idea, he tells us it's not fun and isn't good. We won't even see him that much other than at the ballpark. I mean, really, the difference is just will he broadcast or not?
Yeah, I mean, it's like literally if he's going to do the show or not, because we're going to go out and grab dinner or something. He's going to be back at the place sleeping already. So
the moment the show ends, and that is the one issue with him having the rental car potentially, is he said right away when CK put the rental car in his name, he's like, well, I think you should have the rental car. And I'm like, why? And he's already thinking about it. He's a step ahead of us. He's like, well, what if I don't want to go places you guys want to go and I just want to go back to the house? I'm like, you think we don't know this, Danny? You think this is our first rodeo, buddy? It's fine, man. But now I feel bad because now he actually will have a good excuse.
Yeah.
Coming off of a bug or something. He's probably going to need some sleep.
Hopefully it feels better.
Absolutely. All right, we'll get to the audio vault before we get out of here in just a couple of minutes. Let's go rapid fire through some news of the day in the NFL. Spin you around football. We'll start with the Commanders. Nothing massive. So even though Danny was out, there was no bombshell, but they were busy. They made 3 significant moves to the roster. They added a cornerback in Jonathan Jones, the soon-to-be 32-year-old longtime New England Patriot, 2-time Super Bowl champion under Bill Belichick. Last year played mostly outside, little bit of slot, 422 snaps on the boundary, 139 in the nickel. Defended 13 passes the last 2 years. It's certainly not a lock he'll be a starter, very much still up in the air based on what they do for the rest of the offseason and what they do in the draft. But I think if you had to start the season with him and Lattimore outside and Sandra still inside, that's the best corner trio they will have had in a couple of seasons.
Yeah, I mean, it's better than what they had last year, so it's still not great. I wouldn't say it's an elite pair by any means, and probably not even a good pair by any means, but it's at least an upgrade over what you had last season, so I think you're going in the right direction.
On the defensive line, a reinforcement and a new part of the rotation. Eddie Goldman, you'll remember him from his time with the Chicago Bears. He has twice been out of football over the last few seasons. 2020 opt-out COVID, 2022 retirement, then opted not to play again in 23. But last year he was back for the first time in 3 seasons, started 10 games for the Falcons, had a sack and 16 tackles. I think this is a guy with big size. He's 330 pounds. He's 6'4". You bring him in and you hope he can help you improve against the run.
Yeah, I love the fact that your buddy that you brought on earlier from Atlanta basically just said he stands there, he eats up space, he doesn't move. They needed a guy like that, in my opinion. Some of your guys aren't necessarily the best against the run. He didn't grade against the run, but at least having a guy that can command a presence of maybe 1 or 2 guys that aren't going to move him off his spot will be good.
We started the day with the breaking news on the show just as we were going on the air. Marcus Mariota is back. So if you were just jumping in your car and you have been blind to what's going on in the league today, the longtime NFL quarterback who spent last year backing up Jaden Daniels signed a 1-year deal to stay in the nation's capital. Mariota only really played in 2 games significantly. The first of them was against Carolina when Daniels got hurt in the first quarter. Marcus came in and Washington scored 40 points in that game. He lit it up. The other time we saw him play, he played brilliantly as well. Week 18, Daniels done after a half. Remember, the Commanders were just awful in the first 2 quarters of that game. They were down. I think they had 6 points or something like that. And Mariota lit it up, brought them back for a win, including a game-winning touchdown to Terry McLaurin in the closing seconds. When he played great. And there's also some viral clips of his relationship with Jaden Daniels that I think have left people believing he's been a really good influence on the young quarterback.
Yeah, I think there were 3 guys that were really influential from last year in terms of leadership. Bobby Wagner, I think he was huge for the entire team. Obviously, he's back. Zach Ertz was huge for the offense, and he's back. And now Marcus Mariota, I think he was big in the mentorship of Jaden, helping him through his rookie season. Having him back, I think, is a huge boon for the team.
There was a flurry of moves this afternoon after the league year kicked off officially at 4 p.m. By the way, what a technicality that is. I mean, has there ever been a bigger dud now than NFL free agency day 1? I mean, the actual one, because the real free agency is this legal tampering period a couple days old. The Commanders today lost cornerback Benjamin St-Juste. I know you guys all think he's terrible. I know you guys all think he can't play. Way too many penalties this year, and it didn't go well. He is long, he is physical, and he's got some traits. His biggest issue sometimes is he's too handsy, but he's often in the right spot. He fell out of favor with this staff. It did not go well. I'm not saying they should have re-signed him, but he's not nearly as bad as Commanders fans think he is. He was in the doghouse. He became the butt of jokes, and you couldn't hear his name without someone acting like he was some dude who should be selling popcorn in the stands. He signed today with the Chargers. He will get a chance to compete for playing time there, and I'll bet you he ends up having a decent career.
Yeah, I mean, he just needed a change of scenery. Sometimes it just doesn't work, and, he's got some talent. It clearly didn't work here. New change of scenery. Figure if they can get some of that talent out. He's still got a lot of potential, still got probably a long career ahead of him.
Another of the players Washington has now lost, and this one is not as significant. Michael Walker was a linebacker who played on special teams for Washington this season, played a couple of snaps defensively as well. All 17 games he participated in, made 21 tackles. Again, mostly on teams. He'll be on his 4th team in 4 seasons. Falcons, Steelers, Commanders, and he signed today with the Arizona Cardinals. Other news and moves of note this afternoon. The Steelers and cornerback Darius Slay struck a deal. The former Philadelphia Eagle leaves. I was making this case yesterday. I don't know if you heard it, Tobes, with Danny. I think Philadelphia's lost enough that even if Washington's offseason hasn't been great, the gap may have narrowed just a bit because in the early part of the offseason, the Eagles, who couldn't keep everybody, have actually seen a plethora of starters walk.
Yeah, I think you're going to close it a little bit, maybe just more so your offense versus their defense in terms of the way that you can stack up against them. I don't know that their offense has gotten much worse and that your defense has gotten much better, but I think overall, yeah, you'd say it's probably slightly closer gap, but it's still quite sizable.
Yeah, the offense that scored 55 against your defense has not really taken a hit, and your defense hasn't necessarily gotten better, although that changed today, I think, with Jonathan Jones. This is the first time you can maybe make the case now that Washington on paper is a better group defensively than they were when Philly hung 55 on them in the NFC Championship game. Dateline Seattle, the Seahawks bring in DeMarcus Lawrence, 3 years, $42 million for the longtime Dallas Cowboy. This was a defensive lineman that a lot of people wanted in Washington. He is 32 years old, and he's not as good right now as he used to be. 3 sacks in 4 games, though, this year. 17 games last year, just 4 sacks for a guy that once had 14 and a half and was a second-team All-Pro. But while he may have been a fit here under Dan Quinn again, it's not happening. He's a Seahawk.
Yeah, I don't mind it. Like I said earlier, the thing to me, though, is if you were going to go with Javon Kinlaw, maybe I would have gone with DeMarcus Lawrence there instead. But I don't mind missing out on DeMarcus Lawrence at this point in his career.
Lastly, Russell Wilson is going to make 2 visits in the next 2 days. He will be visiting the Cleveland Browns tomorrow, and it sounds like the New York Giants on Friday. One of those 2 teams very well could be where Wilson ends up, and maybe even, believe it or not, starts, depending on what happens. They're both apparently also hoping that they can convince Aaron Rodgers to come play for them. There's some thought, especially with Cleveland, that if Kirk Cousins became available, he could be their starter with Watson out. But we found out today that the Falcons are indeed planning on keeping Cousins around through a deadline 2 days away to have to pay him $10 million. And if they do that, then it would stand to reason that he wouldn't be going anywhere anytime soon.
Yeah, every time I see these jersey swap graphics that these whoever it is puts out on Twitter, where you've got Browns jersey on Russell Wilson or a Giants jersey on him or Aaron Rodgers with these, it just looks like one of those things that's going to be showing up in like 20 years. Find a guy that looks weird in a whatever uniform, right? Like that's the post that I see. Aaron Rodgers wearing a Giants uniform, Aaron Rodgers wearing a Vikings uniform. It's going to be weird seeing these guys in different places. Kind of shows they're on the tail end of their career.
All right, there you go. Your spin around the National Football League. A busy first day, I'm sure, of free agency. After 2 days of free agency in the NFL.
Officially now, right?
Exactly.
Officially official.
4 p.m., the league year began. Let's update the poll of the day on the 106.7 The Fan Twitter account. Our poll of the day is presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage, local, long distance, residential, commercial, 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. We're asking you, of the returning veterans of note, which commander re-signed are you happiest with to have back? 56% went Bobby Wagner, 25% went Zach Ertz, 15% Marcus Mariota, and poor John Bates pulling up the rear at 5%.
Attaboy Johnny Bates, getting that 5%.
5 out of every 100 people really like the blocking tight end.
I'm glad he's back. I heard that Zach Ertz had some really rave reviews of him. Yeah, it's awesome.
He said he's one of the most dominant blockers he's ever seen at the position.
That's awesome.
That's
awesome.
So cool. Yeah,
it's something we're not going to notice, but that's really cool and obviously shows some of that leadership too from Zach Ertz.
No doubt. All right, let's get you an audio vault before we say goodbye on this Wednesday. Don't be scared, Toby. Follow me into the vault.
I don't know how to feel.
That's about how you should feel.
If this is the friend zone, I feel comfortable here.
Yes. Pretend like it's the friend zone, and then you'll know that you're right at home. First clip I want to play for you. Now, I want to acknowledge that this could have been potentially serious. Everything worked out, so I think it's allowed to be funny again. But Rick Riz, who's the 71-year-old broadcaster for the Seattle Mariners, was in the booth. A foul ball came back and smacked him right in the noggin. Apparently, it hit him in the back of the head, so I'm guessing he was like scurrying to get away from it.
Yeah, ducking somehow or something.
The audio is, now that we know he's okay, hysterical. And I think that is an important caveat here. I think I've done enough explaining my immaturity away. You can play the clip.
Argus, here's the pitch. Swinging a foul. Did it get you? Did it get you? Yeah. Hey, we're gonna take a quick break here. We'll come back. We'll come back right after this.
Shades of a car just crashed into the Essex Home Studios. Panic on the mic. So Rick Riz, 71-year-old broadcaster, calling play-by-play, Mariners legend, gets smoked. First of all, the engineer, who's also part-time play-by-play guy, I think, who you hear on the mic, who's pre- and post-host, chilling in the booth with him. He's like, did you get hit? Now, assuming he's in the booth and not like sitting in the dugout or something, what a question to ask.
Yeah, how'd you miss it?
I mean, you saw it, right?
Yeah.
You know that the ball was near him, and now you see him doubled over. He can't even answer for several seconds, and then you just hear him very quietly say, "It hit me in the head." Did
it get you? Did it get you?
But the noises that he makes, which are unnatural, all of it to me is hilarious. Again, because he's okay.
He's okay.
Nobody get upset at me. But also, and here's my hot take, okay? You didn't like it. Garris never said anything, but he was uncomfortable with it. And Ryan hated it. Ryan's like, you're so wrong about this. He was very upset. I don't think you can go to break here. It's the middle of a game, man. And yes, it's a spring training game.
It's spring training, Grant.
Now, Rick Riz isn't going to keep calling the game. For all I know, he's bleeding. I don't know exactly what's happening. If I get hit with that ball, in the head, you're worrying about internal bleeding or whatever. Like, you got to go get checked out. I get it. But the dude that sends it to break is also a play-by-play guy, an engineer, I believe, from what I saw on the website. I got on their website and looked him up. So best I can tell, my guy is a trained professional to call the game. I think you need to let Rick Riz go get some help. And I think you got to keep calling the baseball game.
No, I think you got to break.
The show must go on.
It's a spring training game.
What about the Mariners fan listening, Toby, who now has no idea what's happening in the Julio Rodriguez at bat?
I think he'll be okay because he probably missed a bunch of other spring training games because it's not like everyone is broadcast. I think he'll be okay. I think they'll be okay.
But in this case, I've opted into listening to the game today.
I mean, you also understand, you hear that the guy just got hit. I don't think that anyone's all that worried. Like, I have to hear this next AB from some nub prospect.
Okay, first of all, you do have to hear it. If you're listening to the game, you want to hear the game.
Sure.
But if this is a Vin Scully situation,
we'll have to ask Charlie and Dave when we're down there.
We absolutely should.
We need to ask Charlie and Dave.
That's actually a great idea. If this is a Vin Scully situation, I think he's solo. There's no one else in the booth that can call the game. Obviously, you got to go to break.
Sure.
But it would be like me and you doing a show. And, a ball gets thrown at spring training and it hits me in the head.
Sure.
You can't just stop
This
doing
could
the
happen.
show.
I believe the plan is, hopefully Danny's there for it.
Yeah.
I believe the plan is you're going to be doing the show Friday while a game is going on. So this could potentially happen on the
true.
air.
We're going to be in the
G&D on Friday. So tune in. Either Grant or Danny's going to get hit in the head with a foul ball.
Do you think if Danny gets hit with a ball, that I would throw it to break?
No.
No way. There's a radio program to do. So, again, it's a serious situation. 71-year-old man struck with a baseball. He's in pain. It's very obvious. I'm not upset at him. He needs to get out of that booth and go get help. But if there's a professional there, it's your turn to pick up the mantle. You pick up that football and you run forward. Is this a terrible take?
I don't think it's a terrible take, but I'm going to disagree.
What would you do if I got smacked in the head with a ball at spring training?
Ask you if you got hit.
The blood wouldn't be what told you. And then I go, I got hit in the head.
And then I'd say, we're going to take a break.
Would you really?
No, I'd keep going. I'm telling you, it's different, though. This is a baseball broadcast. If we're doing a regular show, we keep rolling.
A broadcast, you can make the case is more important.
Nah, you'll be all
There's
right.
sponsorships.
It's a spring training game, Grant.
Again, though, if I'm listening to a game, you can't just stop. You can't just make the decision. What if you have to go to the bathroom really bad? Just spring training. You won't hear this inning. I mean, where do we draw the line?
I mean, they'll be okay. If they miss a couple of batters in a Mariners game, they'll be all right.
The disrespect of the profession and the entire genre. It's play-by-play, man. We got to tell them what's happening.
I mean, it's valid. It also catches you off guard. If he's, I think it's different. Like if Charlie and Dave had this happen, both of them always call innings, right? I think they'd seamlessly step in and be like, well, Charlie's out of commission or Dave's out of commission.
Charlie got hit with the ball. He's going to be attended to. We'll update it as soon as we can.
Yeah, they'd step
now
in
stepping
seamlessly.
in Luis Garcia.
But like the fill-in guy is like so caught off guard. I don't know how often this guy fills in. He's like,
on the website, it says he's the fill-in play-by-play guy.
We'll be back.
Can I hear that clip again, please? This is Rick Riz being hit with the baseball. He's okay, by the way.
Vargas, here's the pitch. Swing and foul. Did it get you?
No, it didn't get me. I'm just writhing in pain.
Did it get you? Yeah.
You doubled down on did it get you? Really?
You couldn't tell him laying on the floor.
The only excuse for that is if he's not in the booth and he's on like a wireless mic near, like doing interviews in the dugout.
Maybe that's what was going on.
Possibly.
I guess that's
here
the only
was
way it
Rick
makes
Riz
sense.
when he rejoined the broadcast a couple innings later, because he knows the show must go on, talking to his audience.
Folks, I want to let you know that, took a pretty good shot in the back of my head with the foul ball up here in the radio booth. But I'm sore, but I'm okay. Here's the next offer. Swinging a foul back at the count 0-2. I'm getting a lot of texts from my friends. And I just want to let you know I'm okay. I got a good size bump on my head, but I'm going to be okay.
I got a tweet here from a guy named Matt who says, this is your most absurd take of all time. Stop this now. Again, I'm not saying that the guy that got hit should have kept doing it. That would be a terrible take.
That kind of makes me think that the other guy's not in the booth. Him saying up here in the broadcast booth got hit, as if he's saying you're not up here.
Okay, if that's the case, then that is more understandable. But if I'm operating from the premise that a guy sitting next to him who calls play-by-play part-time on that network just also doesn't want to, like, we got it. Sorry, someone got hit with the ball. We can't keep going.
I think there are certain extenuating circumstances where you can do what he did, and this is one of them.
All right, I'll give you that. Finally, a clip from Vic Schaefer. He is the women's basketball coach at Texas. I thought this was awesome. This was him talking to some student reporters who he was impressed by traveling to a road game.
So if I'm not mistaken, are y'all my three that drove 16 hours? Yes, sir. No. You two, and who's the third one? Charlie. I want y'all to know, when it comes time to get a job, you put me on your resume. That's really unique. And I'm proud that you guys are here, and I'm proud that you take enough pride in your job that you would do that, because you don't have to do that. And I think people need to know that. So thank you for being here.
Love that. That's a coach doing a nice thing. Doesn't have to do it at the podium. Apparently, he's done this for a lot of people. People all over social media coming forward last night to say what an ambassador and an asset he was in their careers as young reporters. So seems like a really good guy. That is your audio vault. Big thanks to Toby for filling in for Danny today. Darius and Ryan behind the scenes. Linnell's got overtime coming up next on 106.7 The Fan. We will be talking to you tomorrow from West Palm Beach. We fly out in the morning, 2 o'clock show from sunny Florida. Make sure you're listening to Grant and Danny.
Thank you.